like me winning the Academy Award.
Guys,
for like best actor, best picture.
Buddy!
This is from the Expand Dong clip channel.
Bro!
The one who clipped this up. This is Dark Side Phil learning the casino.
Sound 7! Sound 7! Clip
It
it!
was like something like,
Bro!
PvP was talking about you and praising you. That's what he said. That was the donation, and here's the response.
Man, dog, how you doing, dude?
Ladies and gentlemen! Mommy at the camera!
$7 super chat. I don't even understand what this means. Maybe you guys can explain this to me.
I don't even understand what this means.
I don't know what this means. I don't know anything about it.
The king's purview.
Oh, buddy.
He would never stoop so low as to watch
Peaches, they said it! Peaches, they said they even played the intro!
We're so confident you, King. I thought that was right
the
over his
intro.
head.
Yep.
My head.
This was worth every fucking second.
Emo Casino. These games and this and that. Now.
I'm trying to fucking eat my pot noodle, bruv. He tried to grinch me earlier. I know he did. I know he did. Insanity Central, I see you. Guac, how you doing?
Smart analysis.
Casey, I
Analyze
warned
that.
you about traps. You just blew our only probe. Now we have to go back and start all over again. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm timing that. I am timing that. Oh no. Panic, panic, panic. It worked, but panic.
Fuck me. How many guys did I kill? I freaking pentakill. Pentakill and nothing mattered. Freaking pentakill for the win.
Race called the Scourge, and those are the people I've been fighting the whole time. So I guess I'm just trying to get off the planet, but it is killed one on one.
Remember I had a leaky roof? Remember I talked about this last year? You can't really see it here anymore. There was a little bit of water damage over here, but it dried up so you can't really see it anymore.
That's fine, as long as you can't see it anymore.
Just point.
Dead, buddy. Wait. Wait a minute, you're bullshitting me. Hold up. Go demon mode. Oh. Yo, hey. Hey. He started bullshitting me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party! We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Guys, look, I have the Pac-Land costume. The Pac-Land show costume that you get with the DLC. Whoa, I can now dress as Pac-Man as he appeared in the infamous 1983 arcade game, Pac-Land. Actually, it may have been 1984, I don't remember off the top of my head. Look, it's the Pac-Land costume. Hi, Ann. I agree, Pac-Man. He clipped through the enemies. I hope someone got fired for that blunder. Well, hi there to everybody. Hello, and welcome. Howdy doing, hullabaloo, and all that good stuff too. I'm here in the morning, just a few hours after I ended the last stream. I know I have massive brain problems and I need help. Thankfully, I have an explanation. I have a late shift today. You know, the kind of shift that usually ends with me starting the stream at like 11 p.m. or maybe even midnight sometimes. I'm trying something new at the cost of my physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual wherewithal and well-being. I'm doing something for you, you guys. This is your reward. You wanted this. It's a morning-style stream, hopefully of a considerable length before said late shift must begin. Perhaps this will be a boon to you if you're a morning-style person. Perhaps you will be able to stop by for a little bit. Yes, correct, more often than you would for a night-style stream. Perhaps if you're European, you don't have to be awake at 5 a.m. to listen to me babble about things of which I am not particularly fond of. But, yeah, it's an experiment. Experimental style stream, giving you the content you deserve at a different time slot. So we can pretend like there's more content, but in actuality, it's just the same content, but done at a different time slot. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, dongers, swollen double underscore ones, and expanded ones existing here, the now. And big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, dongers, and swollen double underscore expanded ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Now, I wanted to do one of these with a game that is not necessarily so consequential as it once was. Inconsequential, if you will. I did finish Pac-Man already, but I didn't do it 100%, so I felt like this would be a good game. I didn't want to do Resident Evil 1 again, because, you know, nobody would have known. They wouldn't know, like, I didn't announce it on the schedule, so, like, they wouldn't have known to show up for the massive Resident Evil 1 finale. If I do another stream tonight, I'll probably finish Resident Evil 1, and then we can start Resi 2. Maybe later this week. That's how I got it pictured in my head. And plus, I gotta watch a lot of shit, catch up on vids, which I have loaded up. So I'm like, okay, I need something to play in the morning that doesn't matter too much. Doesn't matter too much. I do want to 100% Pac-Man. It also allows me to watch videos on the side, and this one seemed like the perfect bet out of the stuff I'm playing right now. But yeah, that's what we got going on. In case you needed the preamble and ramble. Big ups Peaches, Alpha Elite TV, Tronic Speed, J Frosty, Ree, MTC Dude. This is not a cry for help, by the way. I'm not being held against my will, by the way. Big ups and 1337 again. Morning Style Dingus stream. Yes. Few streams. There are probably like less than 10 streams in the history of Dingus streams that use the morning stream tag. This will be one of them. Hey, Luke 1. Put on the Pac-Land costume. Oh yeah. I just got it. I didn't even put it on. For all the employed dingers out there. Yeah, you can have me on as background noise while you tend to customers. Kind of like I do with you guys when I'm at work. There it is. Ah, yes, the Pac-Land costume. Are you even allowed to unlock this in-game? Big up Smitch Kadef, the 10 stream streak. I think only the second non-direct related morning stream. You might be right. That's what it is. Usually the morning streams are reserved for direct restreams. Because it just makes sense, and there's only an obligation to be live for an hour. But this will intentionally be, I'm thinking, minimum 4 hours to give you like a time slot. But yeah, I think that's all I have. Let me, okay, I did do this one. I gotta do missions and shit. Destroy all the bear traps and time trial. Most of these are gonna be time trial mode. Yeah, all enemies and all bear traps. Okay, let's do it. Now, as I said, this was gonna be a video watching stream, so if you need videos on the side while I lose in Pac-Man, boy, do I have the stream for you. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's pull up the watch playlist. Oh my god. Man, there's so much shit here. I don't even know where to begin. Let's do this one. This was kind of timely. I'm kind of behind on it. This massive Mario Kart World update fixes so much! Wow, how much does it fix exactly? I haven't heard anybody talk about it. He seems convinced that this update is saving the game, though. You know, there's a Twitter account out there that's dedicated to showing how long it takes to get into a Mario Kart World lobby, and the most recent post that they tweeted, it took like less than 5 seconds to get into a lobby. It's kind of amusing how a whole generation of YouTubers have successfully gaslit people into thinking that the game is dead. When in reality, Mario Kart is probably the only kart racer that can survive, you know, up to an amount of years without giving any of the players more content.
Hello, my wondrous friends. I have been.
Oh my god, Arlo ASMR in the morning.
And have to go very.
Oh yeah, he's got a sore throat. He's sick.
The last couple videos I've recorded, I'm going.
Is Rich Tomorrow ASMR?
This is in PR low. If I keep the energy level down here, then I can speak enough to do a video. Let's do this video, my friends, shall we?
Yes, yes, my friends.
Updated Mario Kart World.
He's got the Bob Ross outfit on.
This one is a very, very big update indeed. They've made some very weirdly, just frustratingly minor changes here and there, but this is one of those updates. This is one of those, like, we're sorry and we're fixing the game updates, you know, or I mean, like, not like we're sorry, but like, it's just it's like a
Arlo by the fireplace whispering in your ear.
With the game.
We're sorry.
Like going down and addressing some of the major ones more directly. This is the, you know, the community appeasing update. But let's go down the list. You can now join friends playing Knockout Tour by selecting friends from online play 1 player. So that's good. You don't have to just.
That's on DSP's comments on Lummox's channel. Attention whoring. That's what it is. He wants attention. I don't even think it necessarily matters to him where it comes from. I don't know if he is going to regret the smoke from the Lummox crowd or not. That's not a slight on Lummox, by the way. I'm just saying, like, knowing the people, the crossover, the overlap, the kind of people that would perhaps maybe be in that the comments of that video who wouldn't otherwise pay attention to DSP. I don't know if he wants this smoke or not. Maybe it'll be like a Kino Casino arc situation where these people see him shitting on Wings and then prop him up to make Wings look worse. That would be like the best scenario for him. But by and large, it's attention whoring. Ah! I'm able to recognize this because I attention whore all the time myself. But yeah, that's what it is. It's very bizarre. It's like his new Kino Casino is that he just boots up a Lummox video at 3 in the morning and then comments on it on his DSP React channel. People say that he is on that channel because that's the one that YouTube Premium is on due to the former content he used to put on that channel. You could also say he's on that channel because he's afraid that he doesn't want it associated with the main channel, even though it doesn't take too much to see what comments he's posted on whatever channel that he's using. Or so he could say, "Oh, that wasn't me. That was DSP Rex. That wasn't DSP Gaming." Even though that's like retarded to begin with. But I'm just saying, I'm like in my mind, I'm like, okay, but why would he do that? And that's like the only answer I could come up with beyond just YouTube Premium. And it probably is just YouTube Premium, Occam's razor. But wouldn't it be funny if he was like, "No, that wasn't me." Maybe he thinks trolls would only pay attention to the DSP Gaming channel comments and they wouldn't think to look at the DSP React channel comments. Now that already is an argument felted on fight because people have been tracking these comments since minute 1. Just kind of how I worked it out in my head. Hey, Redemator. Work out for months only. You're Muhammad Ali. Last time Phil tried to get in bed with Wings trolls, they stopped caring about him in under a month. Yeah, it's not even the first time. That's a good catch. But it's not the first time he tried to get in bed with those fellows. Strange bedfellows, if you will. It basically says, "Hide your wife like I hide mine." It's his YouTube Premium account, so I'm not sure. I'm sure he still uses it to watch videos. Yeah, I figured. Other people were... at first, I was thinking, okay, maybe he doesn't want to associate it with the OG account. Then I realized some other people had brought it up already that is his YouTube Premium account because that's what he used for the React shows. So obviously, he's just too lazy to switch the Premium over to the main channel. He brought up the comments on stream. Well, of course he did. I haven't been watching the pre-stream this week, but of course he did. To attention whore. That's why, of course, it can't be like my original theory that he's trying to hide it because he wants attention at the end of the day. Hazy Money. Do you often stream during the day on Monday? No. I'm just trying something a little different because I have a late night shift tonight. Whenever you see me boot up at like midnight or 11 p.m., 10 p.m. or something, that means I had a late shift. Alright, we have the big fat bear. I for one applaud him for not having anything to do with these despicable people. ... Except what he does. Can watch ever replay from Wings and LTD, but we don't care about the casino, Vish. But still watches the Kino Casino movie live.
Placed in a game with them, you can now officially join them. That's great. Yes, thank you. That's amazing. Up to 2 players can now
called out of work because I'm lazy.
While waiting, if the game was full,
I don't do that all the time.
Join friends playing race, knockout tour, or battle in online play. I guess I take that to mean that it didn't just drop you into free roam if you tried to get in with a friend. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I haven't been playing the game enough to remember the significance there. Forgive me.
Why does Arlo sound so defeated?
He's a big one. You ready?
I started the video by saying he has a sore throat. So I don't think I'm gonna be watching these in order. So some videos will just randomly have him sounding like he died. Remember after the Pac-Man controversy, he left for like 2 weeks, and then he came back and was like, "Yeah, I had a sprained ankle," and then just never addressed the Pac-Man thing. The Pac-Man thing.
Sitting down. This is crazy. The free roam map now displays the locations of P-switches you've run over and Peach medallions you've obtained. You can now select, and you can select a P-switch from the map and move to a location near the P-switch. And I've also heard that apparently the ones that you haven't gotten yet, but you have like discovered or tried, I think, are there, but they're like grayed out. Something like that. Basically, you can track it all now, and I don't know why it took this long. It's not like this was a big change. It's not like this was like we gotta rework.
Maybe I can go back to free roam now, because I did all the question mark panels in Mario Kart World free roam, but I didn't do the P switches or the Peach medallions, because I really didn't have to. I didn't really want to look up a guide. But there was no way in game to track which ones that you did and which ones you didn't do. So perhaps now I can finally go back to that. That would actually be good for Re-Pac style lazy content streams.
The game from the ground.
What's the Pikmin thing? He attacked a Pikmin YouTuber for being a whistleblower and calling attention to the fact that the Pikmin 3 switched... the plain Pikmin 3 on Switch 2... It doesn't have a proper Switch 2 version, Switch 1 backwards compatibility. Plain Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 resulted in visual bugs and graphical glitches and stuff. It was just really buggy, ugly. They were still selling it for $60 on the eShop. This guy was a whistleblower. He's a guy, guy who just likes Pikmin, a leader in the community. And Arlo called him out for being overly dramatic. But he called him out and shat on him without directly addressing him by name, which I thought I saw as very cowardly. And then eventually the Pikmin guy had to, he was gaslit into kneeling to Arlo. And then the whole thing was resolved in 2 days anyway, so it didn't even really matter. The guys were just flinging shit at each other for no reason. And as far as Nintendo controversies go this year, that kind of just got swept under the rug. The shit that blows up regarding Nintendo is the shit that's got nothing to do with the games. Like the prices or how the games, the sales of the games, if they flop or not. Or a Doug Bowser retiring, business shit. But the stuff that's the actual games, a fucking $60 Nintendo game that doesn't work on your Switch 2, that doesn't go viral at all. That's just viral within the niche community revolving around the game.
Up, we can't
Oh, Pac-Man did have a cartoon. He had a cartoon in the 80s by Hanna-Barbera.
Just have little pictures appear on the map.
Hey, Jesse.
Was this something where they just didn't want to at first? They were like, no, this is the philosophy of the game.
It's
not
brown
gonna let people track
Pac-Man.
it. And then they finally gave in, or was just no, this took so much more
That sounded
work
weird.
than we realized. I don't know why it took this many months, but they did it. They finally did it. You can at least track your collectibles just to make it a little
Black
bit
Man.
easier. Just a little bit easier to know which ones you've done already. You don't need me to tell you why this is a good thing. It's a good thing. I know that when I put out that video about collectibles and how...
But here's the thing. You can track the ones you've done, but you still have to... It doesn't track the ones you haven't found. You still have to go out of your way to hunt for them. So... You might still need a guide just to kind of compare and contrast which ones you've done and haven't done, and then mark the ones that you haven't done, and then individually go out and seek them out. So it's kind of like a half fix.
Well, I didn't think that they did it well. I know there is
Don't shoot! This man isn't
There
Pac!
are people out there who are like, no, it absolutely is important that you stick to whatever philosophy the designers wanted, and you should absolutely be okay looking for collectibles just as an intrinsic motivational thing. I definitely get it. I get what those people are saying.
Arlo hates 100% in
I'm
games.
always coming at this from just a broad market kind of perspective.
Normie
You're just
perspective.
losing out on a lot of people when you don't give them a way to track. You know what I mean? So I think that this is the right move. I think it was always the right move, and I'm very, very happy.
I didn't say I was going to do this every day this week, Knock. I'm just trying it out.
And try to go collect some of the... suddenly, I've got this this strange urge to go and hunt down P-switches now that I can actually see how many I've done and which ones I've done. So that's fun. And then another really big problem with the game was that it's really... I didn't even really recognize this
Pac Lives
as
Matter.
I was doing the review. This
Oh,
is
that should be a
whole
stream
thing I
title.
didn't even... Because I didn't try to unlock every character, but apparently that was another problem with the game. Is it's super hard. The
No, it's
Kamek
not.
item barely
No, it's
ever
not.
comes up.
No, it's
It's
not.
more likely in certain tracks.
The only character that's
the
hard
only
is
way to unlock
Fishbone.
certain characters is to like get Kamek to transform you into them, which is like random and really hard and takes like farming. And so that was a problem, but apparently I did not know this, but you know the UFO? If the UFO sucks you up and you drive the UFO around, you can suck up other characters and it will transform you into them, and then you unlock that character. So that's
That
a
I did not
different
know.
way to get characters. And now they have it says in free roam, you can now transform into the character pulled into the UFO. And I'm a little confused because that makes it sound like you didn't before, but the way people are talking about it, I'm seeing comments that make it seem like it was before. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Point is, though, the actual real change here, mainly, it is now easier to encounter UFOs in free roam. Because, you know, like, there's not a lot to discover. There's not a lot to do on that big open world. And UFOs is one of them. And I think
Are the early support streams working? Have you hit your support goals to continue the boarding streams? I don't know, man. We're gonna try it out. It's a little something different. It's a little something new. A little impromptu. It's a boarding stream, yes. All Arlo? No, it's not all Arlo. I'll mix it up. Maybe. we had to we devoted. That basically was the pre-stream. We devoted Pac-Man 2 to the boardings. That basically was the pre-stream. Hey, Zealousy.
Have found one single time. So yes.
No, come on. You can't demand the Arlo segment and then cry when it happens.
Before to use it to unlock characters. At least now there will be more of them. So that is now an easier way to unlock characters. Lovely. Thank you. Then the conditions for the appearance of some Peach medallions in free roam have been adjusted. I'm not really
They made them easier to get.
Exactly know which ones were like a problem, but I guess there was a problem. Now it's been adjusted. Very good. Here's another good one. When spectating in Knockout Tour or Balloon Battle in online play or wireless play, you can now choose who to watch, even if you are holding.
Why can't he have these changes on screen? Like, there's a graph for this update letting you know what it is. Why can't he have a graphic on screen as he reads it out?
The Joy-Con 2 or Joy-Con horizontally. Yeah.
We asked for it ironically.
This is
Too
just like
late.
a list. What are the problems that people have with the game? Okay, this one.
Now you don't just get Arlo, you get sick Arlo.
Why do you only watch the person in first place when you're playing? When you're spectating Knockout Tour, no one really understood. It's never been.
Because you're watching the winner, bish.
Now they have finally fixed it. Check that one off the list. Next, they decreased the time between when an item box is taken by someone and the next time it is revived. It's funny because I didn't actually recognize this as a problem. I felt like it was already a little bit generous. Like someone would go through the box and then I would zip by and not even see the box and I would like still get one.
You want really generous item boxes? Play Mario
to me,
Kart Tour.
But it stinks to not get an item.
Play with Cat.
It's always frustrating to miss, especially when you're like really far behind.
I'm actually gonna push back on this change. I feel like the item box thing in Mario Kart World was actually quite punishing. If you go right after someone else got the item box, like you just don't get the item. I haven't played after this update, so maybe it's now more generous. Probably not to Mario Kart Tour levels. But yeah, you're probably able to just like go right after somebody and it still counts for the item. I just don't understand why have the item box dissipate if you just immediately get the item anyway, even when it's not on screen.
And you're like, oh, all I had going for me was the item and I didn't get one. So I guess this is a good thing. I do like that. Also, they increased the invincible time after spinning or crashing during a race.
Oh, more iframes.
I would love to see. I'm going to need to see side-by-side tests here because I mean that's it's part of the frustration with Mario Kart. It's just
item box changes for Dave. Too late. He's bored.
And
he's currently getting bored with Sonic Racing.
Choice.
Too late for Mario Kart. Mario Kart had a chance.
That way because that's the point. You got to get frustrated. But yeah,
I love how, remember right after he quit Mario Kart, they did another update and it was like, okay, we have added mushroom only mode, pure skill racing, and nobody told him about it. He just never went back to it.
They've made it so that it's a little bit harder to.
I don't think World is even bad. I know eventually people will drop Sonic and go back to Mario. That's why I said it before you came in, Knock. But Mario Kart is probably the only kart racer that can like retain an audience a year after its release, and like not have to do any updates or DLC whatsoever. There is a Twitter account out there, and all they do, it's like a gimmick account. How long does it take to get a lobby of Mario Kart World? And the most recent tweet, they go into the lobby, and this is a game that is supposedly dead. According to all these YouTubers, the game is so bad. Oh, it's so trash. Where's the DLC? Where's the DLC? Where's the DLC cut out from the base game and then sold back to me? I spurg about this when it comes to Donkey Kong, but I want it for Mario Kart. So fickle, so fickle. So this Twitter account very recently, how long does it take to get into a lobby? Less than 5 seconds from queuing into the wait into lobby screen, or waiting for a lobby screen. So the game is very much still alive. Vocal minority, yada yada yada. The silent majority prevails again. But YouTubers, people are allowing YouTubers to color their opinions on this game that will be like the most evergreen title on the fucking console. Of course it's gonna sell a gazillion copies. It comes with the fucking system. Of course people are gonna play it. It's probably gonna be most people's first game on the system. People allowed themselves into thinking that it would actually be dead. Oh, they promised us updates and DLC. No, they didn't. You assumed that there would be DLC and updates because of the track record with the previous Mario Kart that came out. And there probably will be DLC, just not right away. And I'm gonna push back even more on that Donkey Kong thing, because people sieved and coped that they cut out Donkey Kong Island from the base game and then sold it back to us for 20 bucks. The game's not even a month old yet. Yet people say Mario Kart World is dead because it doesn't have month-old DLC cut out from the base game and sold back to us. Explain. Nintendo hate. Where's Nintendine at? Nintendine? Explain. Nintendine? Oh, Mario Kart. Nintendo doesn't care about you because Mario Kart doesn't have DLC yet. The game is 2 months old. Where is the DLC at, Nintendo? Oh, you want them to cut out DLC probably intended for base game content? Do you want them to sell it back to you, Nintendine? Wait, I thought you hated that for Donkey Kong. Why is it okay and necessary for Mario Kart to do that? Because it's a multiplayer game? Is this the absolute state of multiplayer games in 2025? Is that we need dopamine DLC to give us a reason to come back to the game? The game just can't stand by its own base game merits? It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man. It's so idiotic. These fucking dunces, man. No, but it kind of is. Like, that's like the fucking catch-22 fucking hypocritical bullshit. It's bad for Donkey Kong, but we need it for Mario Kart, or else Mario Kart will die. He says, as the gimmick account shows that you can queue in less than 5 seconds, there's nothing wrong with the game. At least as far as queuing up, its state as an online game. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's still very much lively. Now, we could fundamentally criticize the design choices of the game. I'm not saying you can't do that, but to just outright lie about it's a dead game, guys. The YouTuber with 1 million views told me so. Hey, Jay Wasu. I'll play the new one when it comes out, the Phil special. Like Ghost of Yote sold a gazillion copies in the UK. 5 times what Mario Galaxy Box did, sadly. Well, people don't want to pay $70 for Wii games. It's just the truth. Think you think that Sonic Racing for cut content, Miku and Steve for Minecraft coming, and Mario has Diddley Squat. Sonic Racing for cut content? Are you saying Miku was cut content from the base game? I would believe that. Why are Sonic fans accepting Miku cut from the base game and drip fed to them as DLC weeks after its release? I thought this was a bad business practice. Admittedly, that DK DLC was pretty shit. The game mode was kind of fun, but if you want a roguelike, DK Bonanza is not it. They didn't even have Vanadium Gems. It's basically just a golden chip farm. No, I know. We have some... If we get to them, we got some videos on it. I'm just saying, if you're gonna righteously crucify Donkey Kong for that, why is the audience wanting the same treatment for Mario Kart? It doesn't make any sense. And you could say, oh, it's different audiences. It's bad for a platformer, but it's okay for a kart racer. But I thought games as a service for kart racers was trash. Remember the Disney Speedstorm debacle? I think I'm a casual Mario Kart player. To me, the game is just fun. I play with friends online or do some solo stuff. It's just Mario Kart. I don't see the problem. Most people are like you. You have nothing to worry about. Most people do look at it as you do. That's just kind of my thoughts on the matter. Licensed characters from other franchises means it's okay. The content was pre-made. Miku is owned by Sega, so she was not licensed. The first 3 characters, Miku, Ichiban, and Joker, are all Sega people. I said it. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. I said it before, but it's kind of amusing that the last Sonic racing games with Sega characters didn't have any Yakuza content, even though Yakuza was a franchise when those two other Sonic racing games were made. But now this new one has like not only Yakuza content but like Persona content. It really tells you about what franchises Sega considers important and relevant to their brand in the Big 25. And they don't even like that's not even Persona is Atlus. They just own Atlus. Like that's not like Sega doesn't directly make Persona. Whatever. Dingus Sweep for DK DLC? Sometime soon. Didn't it give us a Shenmue over Yakuza? Yep. Shenmue was in, I want to say Racing Transformed? And, like, Yakuza existed for, like, while both games were being made. It just wasn't picked, and nobody ever asked for Yakuza. The motherfuckers were asking for Toe Jam and Earl, but nobody asked for Yakuza on the roster back then. So, yeah, it really goes to show the ascension of Yakuza's popularity and status in the industry. Same for Persona. No, to be fair, Sega didn't own Atlus at the time the previous two racing games were made. Google AI says, while Miku is sometimes associated with Sega due to collaborations in the game series, Sega does not own Miku. I kneel, I'm felted. Now, Sega officially says these first three characters are Sega characters, so for the purposes of marketing, they're saying, oh yeah, this is the Sega DLC. They categorize those three as Sega characters, Ichiban, Joker, and Miku, whereas the other DLC, the collab characters, are like the collab ones that you get the season pass for. No, Danica Patrick's not useless. She funded Transformed. She funded it along with Wreck-It Ralph.
Get hit again after you get hit, so there's a little bit less of that just absolute, just like seeing red fury of when you just get hit over and over and over again. So I suppose that is a good thing. Then you've got, they reduced the force of jumps when landing on a rival from above. This is not something that I have.
To be fair, Like a Dragon did have a kart racing minigame. Yeah, where you collect the bottles and shit. I remember DSP was playing it. Ichiban seems more like a kart racer than Kiryu. I mean, like, when they picked Shenmue, he was driving the forklift, and like, look, the Shenmue man, he's a serious guy, correct? He was driving the funny little forklift, and people were like, haha, that's funny. I don't know, you could have made it work. Like, Yakuza was already goofy before Ichiban got into the picture.
We had a lot of experience with, but apparently this was also something that needed to be adjusted, so okay, sure. Decreased the amount of time between when you finish and when spectating begins in Knockout Tour or Balloon Battle in online play or wireless play. Fine, good, cool. It takes a little bit less time to actually get there to start watching them. That's useful. Decreased the amount of time between passing through the checkpoint and when the ranking is displayed in Knockout Tour in wireless play and LAN play. Okay.
Wasn't he riding the Outrun arcade machine?
Then,
the Shenmue man?
Further increced the frequency. Oh,
I thought he was in the forklift.
It was a really big one. It was a big problem. People don't like those in-between tracks. When they're doing it, when they're racing online, they just.
All right, Goon, I need the Goon sweep because I know you've been watching GPM play. I've been watching GPM play a little bit. Probably not as much as you. Why is it when Sonic Racing interrupts the gameplay with crossworlds, why do the fans like that and sweep for it? But when Mario Kart, quote-unquote, interrupts the races with the intermission routes, why is that not okay, but the crossworlds are okay? It's the same fucking shit with extra steps!
They want the actual laps.
Yeah, Arlo's reading patch
Further
notes.
Increased the frequency of lap-type courses appearing in the selection when choosing the next course in versus race.
Look, the update adds more lap courses,
Further
less routes.
Increased. They simply upped the percentage. They made a bad change before, and then they made a good change. They've been kind of like adjusting it all over the place. I don't even know if they know. Is this just what they're comfortable doing? Again, is it like the whole philosophy thing? No, they gotta do the in-between races because that was the whole point of the game. Has there been a lot of internal struggle? with the developers, and they're just trying to like figure out.
Well, because here's why they won't make it its own mode. Oh, it's a mode where you can only do the regular style races with no intermissions. Here's why they won't do a mode for that for online. Because they fear everybody would just play that mode and they wouldn't do the intermissions, and that would backfire on them. Everyone would talk about that and make fun of it. Oh, your queue, it takes forever the queue for intermission lobby. Da 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 da. And the game was literally designed around it. It's like an open world, but nobody wants to drive in it. Allegedly, again, silent fucking majority, vocal minority. People have shown already that online is not dead. So if they actually did that, would that make the intermission lobbies dead? We can't say for sure until they actually do that. But they don't want to do that because they fear that they fear that lap lobbies would be more popular. And then again, that would be like a silent admission that their design philosophy for this particular entry did not work. Isn't the Crossworld a part of another course? From how I played it, and during the beta, the Crossworlds are their own courses, but they can't be played as their own course, if that makes sense. Like, you get dropped in the middle of another course, and it seems like you're on part of another course, but it's just that part of the course, if that makes sense. Like, I don't believe you can race on the Crossworlds the whole way through as their own track. Yeah, Alpha says Crossworlds are just single lap courses. So, kind of like in Mario Kart, where you get the courses that don't loop, like Mount Wario, something like that. Isn't the problem with intermission in Mario Kart that is really just straight line-ish and unimaginative? I've seen screen caps of the Crossworlds, certain Crossworlds in Sonic Racing, and some of the Crossworlds are just straight lines as well. Now, perhaps the difference is some of those Crossworlds have more obstacles going on. Maybe they're a bit more visually appealing. The other thing with the intermission routes in Mario Kart is when I see people criticizing them, I always see like the same ones. Like, they'll always post the very first one from Mario Brothers Circuit to Crown City. They'll never post like Boo Cinema to Dry Bones Burnout or something, or Airship Fortress to Bowser's Castle. They'll just always post the very first one. Now, perhaps you only need to post the first one to make your point. I just think, like, okay, if you're trying to make a point and gaslight an entire generation of children into believing the game is actually garbage, why are you only posting the same intermission course? Think about it. Okay, so Alpha Elite's right. So they're single lap courses, you can't race them standalone. So it's not really a full course. It would be one thing if I'm racing on Mario Circuit and I go into a Crossworld, into like Luigi Circuit, and then Luigi Circuit is also its own full track that I can race on by itself in another mode. But no, it would be like I'm racing on Mario Circuit, but then I'm interrupted. My race is interrupted. I'm sent to Luigi Circuit. I race for one lap on Luigi Circuit. It's a straight line, and I can't race on Luigi Circuit by itself. Okay, I need all the fruits here. I'm just checking to make sure I didn't miss any. I want my cowboy outfit. Big ups to Zirazi and Toper. I got blue shelled at the end and went from first to 15, minus 3 out of 10. That's my review too.
What to give us, how far to cave, I really don't know. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep pausing the puppet, man. I'm giving you a breather. When I played Mr. Pun with Seru, I mean, you've already heard me say it, like, I wasn't really feeling the Crossworld gimmick, and the more Seru played the beta, the more he soured on it. But by the end of our beta stream, he was like, yeah, it was pretty good, I guess. And then he told me later in VC that it was actually garbage. And he hasn't picked up the game yet. And neither have I. I'm waiting for it to go on sale so I can play Pac-Man. And then I can do streams of it where I literally only play as Pac-Man. Maybe I'll play as Vector, because I think Vector's cool. My favorite Sonic characters are the ones with no fur whatsoever.
But yeah, they've increased the frequency. I haven't checked it out myself, but a few comments I've seen people say, like, they do... What was the percentage before? It was like...
You can't data mine the game, so nobody knows what the percentage is. It's all schizophrenic guessing.
I don't know, I saw a few people be like, oh, I did like 5 races and like 3 or 4 of them
were
traditional lap races. So like maybe a little bit more than half now.
So that's a good thing. So is the game fixed?
Cool.
Wait, if that's... Okay, we need to do people need to test it now. Do 10 races. How many out of those races are regular lap courses versus intermission courses? If it's more than half, is that not a good change? Is the game fixed now? Will people go back to it instead of pretending that it's dead? Except it's not dead. It's still lively. People are just want to pretend that it's dead. Or are you gonna act like the game is lively now because you can do 10 races and more than half of them are lap courses? Now you can actually play the game, guys. Or we're gonna still LARP like it was dead. Because that wasn't the whole point the entire time. The whole point was to make Nintendo look bad. No! Oh. Almost fucked that up.
Yeah, still not like an absolute choice thing. They may never give us the ability to just choose it. Absolutely.
My issue with the game is 24 players. Everyone's always right near each other. It turns into an item spam fest. That's a more...
that's not bad.
I feel like that's a bigger issue than the lap courses intermission thing. But it's discussed less. Like, there's more room for mayhem and chaos, I guess. And it's a boon for streamers and people who want to do lobbies with viewers and all that nonsense. But in the long run, it does... like, the chaos after a certain point just... I don't know. Like you get into issues, especially in the middle of the pack, where you're just getting fucked, and it seems like there's no way to go for it. And it feels like the items in the middle of the pack aren't as good as like in the back of the pack. You don't really get like the good shit. And then you have Sakurai making it so Kirby Air Riders is only 6 racers. I know Kirby's like a different ballpark, but the difference in philosophy between him and the guys at EPD is kind of interesting to witness. And he even commented and said, oh, like too many racers would make the race too chaotic. Yeah, I'm excited for Kirby. Oh yeah, Knockout Tour was fun. Oh yeah, since I bought the DLC for this now, I'm ready for the Sonic level stuff. Apparently it's gonna be later this year. I don't think I get the Sonic costume until the DLC actually comes out, though. Hey, Scrumbles. Yeah, Dingus in the daytime again. Thing is, a lot of these Mario Kart hate accounts are actually Nintendo hate accounts in general. Don't really care about being consistent as long as they can duck on Nintendo. I said that the other day. I think I said this on stream. Nintendine, I talked about it with Goon. Nintendine was glazing Wolverine because it's like, oh my god, this is how you sell a console. This is how you sell a console, Nintendo fans. Wolverine looks so heckin' cool. And then it's like, well, brother, what? It's okay. The game comes out in 2026. It took 6 years for them to come out with a good exclusive that made you say, wow, this is how you sell a console, Sony. And then I just feel like if Nintendo took 6 years to put out a game on Switch 2 that he genuinely thought was good, would he extend that same charity to Nintendo? No, he wouldn't. This is how you sell a 5 to 6 year old console. There are things you can criticize World for, but a lot of big accounts that are criticizing World don't really care. It's dead to them. Oh yeah, Sweet Baby Ink. Some people in the comments were upset that he was not commenting on Sweet Baby Ink's involvement with Wolverine. And when he was reading the comments and replying, he was like, I don't know who that is. Lol. I guess you have to wait for the Synthetic Man video trashing Wolverine in order to get your anti-Sweet Baby Ink commentary.
And then, of course, you've got your usual bug fixes and whatnot.
Sorry, but there is no Discord.
That's really it. People don't like the in-between races, the courses, so they increased the frequency of the traditional ones, gave us a easier time unlocking characters, made it so that we can join friends with Knockout Tour. So yeah, it is a lot of good stuff. And, you know, I'm seeing... It's really funny, the whole conversation behind this game, you know, it's like, is this enough to save the game? You know, see a lot of people like, the game is...
You can kind of see it now with Digimon Time Changers. Even though I think it's a fantastic game, there are a lot of people that just glaze it because they see it as competition for Pokemon Z-A. Well, that's kind of always been the case with Digimon, right? I feel like if you look into... Oh, it's Cowboy Pac-Man! If you look into the nitty-gritty of it, Digimon and Pokemon, like, are kind of their own entities. Like, they physically, factually are, but people like to... say they're closer, they're closer than they actually are in order to prop up the rivalry. Dingus's Discord is secret and a lot of us are not welcome there. No, it doesn't exist, guys. Gaslighting you, it's not real. I'm a fucking bum, I just bum off some other dude's Discord.
Saved, and that very idea that a Mario Kart game would need saving is funny, you know, because it's like,
Yeah,
it is true.
it doesn't
there is a
need saving.
between selling a lot of copies, because like, you know, the game's gonna sell a lot of copies.
It already did.
It's gonna be the #1 best-selling game on Switch 2, whatever that ends up being. It's still gonna be an overwhelming success.
I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing like Mario Kart's #1 for Switch 1, Animal Crossing's #2. I'd be interested in seeing what Animal Crossing on Switch 2 is gonna do, because that got like literally the biggest possible COVID bump you could have asked for. Like literally right as that shit started infecting the world, the populace, that game released. Dude, is the next Animal Crossing even gonna do half of that?
But there's a difference between selling a lot of copies and having a thriving online community. People don't want to.
But
just
it is
buy
thriving
Mario Kart
online.
So that it's
Oh, you
some
mean
fun to
thriving
mess around
on
with
Blue
their
Sky?
friends. They want to like play it.
Howdy,
you know,
y'all.
They want it to be alive. They want it to be a real boy multiplayer game that they can play.
But you can boot
regularly,
it.
and That's why these little changes they do make.
Do these
a big
motherfuckers
difference
play the
for a lot of
game?
people.
Queue up
It's
now.
not gonna be
Queue
like
up right
everyone.
now.
The game's not literally gonna die without these changes.
Oh, it has to be
But it will mean
spiritually
that there are
alive.
more people who
I
feel
need
like
people to
playing
talk about it on
regularly,
Blue
and that
Sky
is a-
with.
And that is a very good thing. Even then, though, you know, you look at these good changes. Like, is that enough? Like, a lot of these are relatively
PBR Joe.
slight tweaks. You know, yeah, okay. So now it's easier to join a friend playing Knockout Tour. Like, is that going to be that big of a difference? Now you can
No.
track your collectibles. I think that'll probably make it more fun for more
Why did he
people
title?
to
Wait,
collect the
wait.
Stuff, but like, is it going to be that?
Why did he title the video, "This massive Mario Kart World update fixes so much"? And then you watch the video, and it's him saying, "Does this really change the game? This is really improved the game. Is this really going to make people go back to the game?"
Much more if they increase the frequency of traditional 3-lap races by a certain percentage. Like, is that specifically, like, you know what I mean? Like, all of these things, it's kind of just bits here and there. It's not like any one super duper dramatic thing to like completely turn the entire situation around. So yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, it's gonna come down to the individual person, but it is really good that Nintendo is doing this, because they have not been doing this. They've been really screwing up.
Oh, hopefully
really,
Digimon
really
does
screwing
well
up
in spite of the
with Mario
toxic
Kart
comparisons.
World. And it really seemed for a while that they were not gonna budge on a lot of this stuff, and they.
The thing is, the people like propping Digimon
So
up,
that's
like,
good.
hopefully
And,
they actually
you know,
buy
only
the
time
game.
will tell if they will continue to budge. Is this going to be like, nope, that's it? Like, that is the like. I would not be surprised if, at least when it comes to like the 3-lap races thing, I bet this is it. Like, I'm calling it now. This is where they're gonna stop. They're not gonna give us the option to always choose it, and they're not gonna increase the frequency anymore. I think this is probably the best balance, where we get mostly what we want, and they still get to hang on to a little bit of what they want. I don't know. That's really just a guess. But yeah, like, I don't know. Other stuff,
Yeah,
are they
man.
going to keep adjusting it? Are they going to do any more for the open world thing? Or is this really it until they give it, you know, inevitably make us buy some DLC later for the open world? And this may be the last that okay, we'll let you track the collectibles, but that's it. I don't know. We really don't know. I would still say that the Mario Kart World situation is a little bit weird. It is still a little bit surprising.
He's too
what
afraid
they
to
did
comment
with the
on
game
it.
and the open world and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
Come on, Arlo, just crucify
Making
the detractors like I just
And
did.
that's good. I
Call
hope
them
that
out.
Many of you listening to this were pleased to hear this news, and will be pleased to open the game again and play it, and have even more fun now that these changes have been made. I hope it brightens your day. You being here and watching this video
guys like
has
this?
certainly brightened my day, so I thank you. This has been in Piarlo. Next up, a feature on cave moss that traps you in your driveway for 20 minutes when you just got home and you're trying to go inside.
All right, it took that long just for the first video, and it's just him reading off updates and then basically lying to us about the video title being about how it saves the game and fixes the game. This update massively fixes so much! And then open the video. Is this actually gonna save the game though? I don't know. And then the game's not even dead to begin with! It's not! Hey, Nurgle. Oh yeah, I didn't even watch the Sonic video on stream. Let's do that. Yeah, we're already. It's Mario Kart related. I mentioned it. I talked about it. I didn't watch it on stream. Yeah, this is tangentially related, so let's go right into it. So you'll see the problem with the video as soon as we start it up. The video title is Sonic Racing Crossworlds is absurdly fun. Hey, take it easy, BR Joe. Thank you for keeping me on in the background. Thing is, do I hate watch this dude or do you actually like him? I watched him. Oh wow, really? That was a gold? I watched him a lot back in the day because he used to be an unironic Nintendo hater, calling out that. Oh, they're half of all missions. Okay, he used to call out Nintendo for their bullshit decisions with, like, say, Paper Mario, 3DS Pikmin, which was just a side scroller, shit like that. He used to actually put them to task. But ever since he became his official sponsored partner with Nintendo and kind of reevaluated his old content, he got like Troll's Remorse, and now he's like a big sweeper for Nintendo. You guys think I sweep for Nintendo? This guy sweeps for Nintendo 24/7. And when Nintendo objectively does things wrong, he tends to like hem and haw, like be really indecisive about whether to call them out for it or not. But he'll explicitly say, "Oh, when they fuck up, I'll be there. I'll be the first one to call them out." And then when he calls them out, it's just kind of like a half-hearted fence-sitting kind of call-out.
This video was sponsored by
So it's a sponsored video. Yeah, the one video he did where he called them out for the patent bullshit, which I watched on stream. One of the only copies of that video visible only on the Dingus channel. I really got to clip it out. I meant to do that. I completely forgot. He deleted the video calling out Nintendo for the patent bullshit, patenting like the summoning of characters. He deleted it, and he never brought it up. He didn't mention it on any social media, didn't mention it on YouTube, didn't mention it in a different video, didn't mention it in a community post. He completely memory hold that video, and a copy of that might not exist anywhere if it wasn't for me watching it on stream. Hey, I don't know, do other people watch Arlo videos on stream? I don't get the impression that motherfuckers on like Kiwi Farms are archiving Arlo videos, you know? So you can watch it on the Dingus VOD channel. Now sure, you gotta listen to like Jack and Daxter sound effects in the background, but a copy of it exists. Alright, I gotta find all the fruits. Oh, he's gonna start out with a skit. You guys like skits, right? Not exactly Kino Casino production quality here. You are now entering the Arlo zone. Do 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 do. Zip. You skit so frenetic.
That's right, it's your boy, Sponic the Hedgehog, the reasonably fast blue character Sega calls for sponsorships.
Cringe.
And this time, they want me to tell you about Sonic Racing Crossworlds, starting with the fact that the game is available... Wait, what day is it?
Count how many times he mentions Mario Kart in this review.
Right now on PC and all major consoles. Additionally, cleverly staying true to the whole Crossworlds theme, the game features full crossplay across all platforms. Does not matter which version you've got, you can play with everyone else. And you
Wow,
can thank
that's so cool,
me
Arlo.
for that. Yeah, they were like, hey, I don't know if we can do crossplay. And I was like, you gotta do crossplay. And they were like, okay. So, You're welcome. Anyway, hit the link in the description to pick up the game for yourself. And in the meantime, here's an
Do I get a
impressions
discount?
video. Sonic-y Transition Zoom. Many years ago,
20% off with code
for
Arlo?
Sonic Racing Transformed, and I really liked it, and I heard the game was great, but I never got a chance to play the whole thing, and I have regretted this ever since. So I am pleased that...
As some DSP logic, I never played Transformed, so I just waited until they made a new one.
Now I've got a chance to right that wrong and finally dig into a whole Sonic racing game and see what kind of stuff I've been missing. I'll start by saying that Crossworlds feels really, really good to play. I am not good at racing games at the best of times, yet I was really surprised by how quickly I got the hang of this one. Different carts have different stats and control a little differently.
Whoa, no other kart racer does that. Different stats.
To find one that worked, and it just felt really good. I love how this game feels. I love how it responds to my inputs. The drifting just feels right to me. And there are certain other kart racing games out there that feel really rubber bandy, like even if I do really...
That's so weird. Like, was Sega trying to be nice to Nintendo, and in the guidelines for the sponsorship was like, okay, but like, can you give the big ups and talk good about our game without comparing it to Mario Kart? Or is it just his conscious choice not to compare it to Mario Kart because he doesn't want toxicity in his comments? I don't know. I honestly could see it being either or. Like the Sega like affiliate was like, okay, but like when you do the review, please don't mention Mario Kart because you know Nintendo is actually our partner and we want the game to succeed on its own merits without being compared to Mario Kart. But I don't know because like they made ads mocking Mario Kart World. So would they really have that as a stipulation? That makes me think, okay, that could be more his own personal choice to not include explicit references to Mario Kart.
Well, I never get ahead as much as I feel like I should, but here, getting the controls down, learning the tracks, and mainly handling drifting and turning correctly is immensely rewarding. There's a real sense of momentum, like you can get going so fast when you don't make any mistakes and you take the turns just right. I appreciate how the game really rewards skillful playing. It doesn't just feel like luck of the draw, you know, like what items you get or what items your opponents get. Don't get me wrong though, there is some of that luck element. This is a kart racer. Like, of course, the items are very important. But on that note, I am not a competitive player.
Just put on the gadget that makes your car a monster truck right away.
It feels like the item balancing is decently good. You do slow down a lot when you get hit, but at least in my experience, it still feels like driving well is the most important thing. There is that chaotic element. There is that random chance. Players will make each other very, very angry. Again, it's a kart racer. It's kind of necessary. But that chaos doesn't dominate the game as much as it could. You know, like you've still got to have really good timing and aim to use a lot of these items. Players in higher ranks still get pretty good items, so the person in first doesn't just dominate the whole race. And what probably helps the absolute most, there are multiple defensive items. You know, there are a lot of items that target you, some that are mostly unavoidable, but you can hang on to a shield or a tornado to save yourself. And this gives you that much more agency, that much more protection against the random chaos. And I think it works really well. Like, this isn't just something that happens when you're lucky and you happen to get one of these items. No, like, they're really common. This is actually a really big part of the game. The game also gives you these nice little pop-ups that remind you when you've got an item that can save you. I really appreciate that.
It's the Arlo catch-up stream, yes.
Person. And you see, it is in these thoughtful little considerations where Sonic Racing Crossworlds shines, in my opinion. It acts like a standard kart racer in all the ways you'd expect, which made it easy for me to just pick up and start playing. You know, you're drifting around corners, you're throwing items around, you got your Grand Prix and all that. Like, it's all comfortably familiar. But I love the Sonic personality injected into it, and I love all of the...
No, Jay Frosty said it before I said it. Like, unlike in Mario Kart, in Mario Kart World, you actively don't want to be first place because motherfuckers are just gonna use every fucking item on you.
Bits that make it unique. Probably my favorite, like this genuinely
I'll probably do
might
RE1
be
tonight,
my favorite
Coggers.
thing about this game. You know how generally the longer you drift around
Really
a corner,
giving the viewers
bigger
the
your
content
boost
here.
when you release the button? This game actually gives you a gauge showing you what level you've built up and how close you are to the next one. And I don't know,
Enter
I don't know if
Gazelle.
this is new to this game or what, but it's the first kart racer I've played that does it. This is not only incredibly helpful, but it also just compels me even more to build up good boosts. I don't know, like it just makes the whole
We need the
idea
on-screen
that much more
visible
satisfying.
gauge.
Some like psychological.
Well, first of all, Mr. Muppet Man, Crash Team Racing also has an on-screen visible gauge that allows you to determine when you should use your boosts.
For me, it turns every single corner in the game into like a little mini game that I'm like super focused on. I also love how when you let
Resident
go
Evil's
of the
Tonight
drift
Knock.
button, there's like this.
I was being I was being a Phil about it. Oh, I don't want to play Resident Evil now because nobody knew I was going to boot up. Oh, they're going to get so bad.
Tiny little fraction of a second delay before the boost happens. And I don't know why I like this as much as I do. I guess it's just like this extra little split second to make sure your trajectory is right.
Split second of dopamine is
Maybe
what it
it's
is.
a feedback thing as well. I don't know, it just feels great. I also like how much the game has you switching between kart, plane, and I guess I'll call it hovercraft modes. Like you'll be doing plenty of all three on just about any track, and it moves you between these modes a lot. I just love how much variety this adds to the gameplay. Each mode is so different. Plane mode gives you
Oh,
sort
that'd
of a
be
breather,
interesting,
you know,
Red Check, for
nice
like a
little
side
moment
mode.
to focus mainly on your aim. It's not quite so crazy with the items. But then hovercraft mode is nuts. You can build up a boost even if you're not drifting, and you jump when you do it. And I haven't even mentioned yet, tricking. Whenever you're in midair with your cart or your hovercraft, you can flick the stick to trick, and this builds up crazy boosts when you land. But then when you're on the water, you're constantly charging and boosting and jumping and tricking, and it gets absolutely bonkers. It's tricky to do right, but it's so much fun. So the gameplay is phenomenal. It's fast, it's rewarding, it's always changing, but the whole experience is lifted up that much more thanks to some extraordinary tracks. Design-wise, these tracks are just so impressive. Every single one is a gem.
What do you like
And
most
I
about the
mean
tracks?
that. They all feature
Oh,
great
don't tell me that's the
mixes
orange.
of
I
your
missed it at the
tighter,
very start.
twisty turns
Fuck.
and your wider curves where you can build up huge boosts. They've all got unique features and loads of variety. Just like a good Sonic game, there are tons of branching paths. Sometimes they branch really wildly. You'll even take different vehicles in different directions. But even when you're all on one path, there are always so many different options to choose from, different strategies to consider, and then sometimes things will...
It's kind of silly that he's praising the customization for Sonic Racing, because when it was announced Mario Kart World was getting rid of the customization, people liked that. They were like, oh my god, I'm so glad I don't have to fuck around with the carts anymore, because it's like another thing I had to worry about.
Change between laps,
and it
even,
honestly
like,
really didn't add
items
that
and rings
much.
and stuff. Rings.
And then you know what else? I hate that I keep pausing. You know what else? It just resulted in motherfuckers using the exact same build. I guess you still see that in Mario Kart World, with everyone was using Toadette and Baby Blooper. But I guess technically it was worse than it was worse in Mario Kart 8 because everyone was just using Waluigi on the Wiggler.
Increase your top speed, and you've got a really high cap, so they're all over the track. You're constantly collecting them, and they're really thoughtfully placed. You're always figuring out on the fly if you want to go for the rings, or the item blocks, or the boost pads, or the ramps so you can trick. Drifting around big turns is even more fun when you've got...
No, customization has only been in for Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8. You're talking about customization in like, oh, we get to choose what different cart we use, like we're not locked to the old school cart. Like, that started with Double Dash, you being able to change the vehicle that you ride on. That's not... When I say customization, I mean, like, change the wheels, change the body, and change the glider. Which only 7 and 8 have.
Got all these strings of rings to aim for. Collecting them is constantly satisfying. They can kind of help guide you through a track as well. I'm consistently surprised by how well designed and exciting these tracks are. And of course, there's the stylistic element. Ever since I was a kid, one of my favorite things about Sonic games was the environments. The franchise has always excelled here, and Cross Worlds is pretty much as good as it gets. It's the mix between these sleek, futuristic urban places.
I bigged you up earlier. I said this was the Eddie B friendly stream.
It's the weird ruins and cities where you wonder who even lives here. It's the grand Eggman style industrial places. It's all just so imaginative, just bursting with creativity. The art design is superb. It's so colorful, and I'm playing on PS5, and the image and all the texture work and everything, it's sharp as a tack. I have moved through these tracks however many dozens of times by now, and I never get tired of taking it all in. Even more, this is Crossworlds.
You Smiling Friends is out,
The game's whole
Nurgle?
hook is that you've got these ring portals that can transport you to different tracks. And I must say, this is a genuinely cool idea that impacts the experience a lot more than
Just
I
finished
expected.
work.
The beginning of lap
Well, I'll
2
be live for like
always
4 hours
presents
or
an
so.
option to the player in the lead. Depending on what they pick, the whole lap takes place on a totally different course. There's a whole
But you can't
separate
race on the
selection
course
of
by
these
itself, Arlo.
crossworlds, and then later you even unlock the ability to have lap 2 be on a traditional track as well. And the last race in a Grand Prix is always the previous 3 tracks all stitched together. So it's kind of like a little
I thought that was kind of a weird feature. Like, it's just 3 courses per cup, and the 4th one is just a remix. I did not really like that when I played the beta.
which I think is really clever. So in every race, you're always changing location, always dipping into new places. It brings that much more variety to the game. And every track is so delightful that it barely even matters what gets picked. It always feels good to go through the portal and emerge somewhere else. It's a little like bumping into a friend at the grocery store, you know? Every time it's just like, oh, hey, it's this track. Oh, yeah, I love this track. I just love it. It's such a wild card. It makes every race feel that much more unique. It's also very funny how the other racers will like make fun of your choices or get mad that they didn't get to pick. So it will come as no surprise to anyone that I really like what Crossworlds offers a solitary
It still hasn't mentioned
player.
Mario
You've got
Kart.
lots of customization options. You can unlock a whole bunch of different machines, and you can change out their parts to alter their stats and their looks, and you can change the color palettes and the decals, all that. The absolute best, though, is the gadgets. You can soup up your machine with all sorts of gadgets that give all sorts of bonuses. Starting
I thought
the
this
race
was an
with
okay
certain
mechanic,
items,
though I didn't
making
unlock
certain
many of the
items
gadgets in the
stronger,
beta.
giving you bonus rings when you do a certain thing, increasing your maximum ring limit, adding a 4th level to your drift boost. They come in lots of different categories and strengths, and you increase the number of gadget slots you've got as you play, and the better ones take up more slots, so you gotta be kind of strategic. And perhaps predictably,
It's like you're doing Resident Evil 4 inventory management.
Me kind of thing. I love this kind of customization. I love trying out different loadouts and coming up with something that fits my own personal style. The bonuses you get can be so strong. I can't wait to see what the community favorites end up being. And you keep unlocking new gadgets as you play, so there's always something new to try out. You also earn tickets pretty much all the time. That's like your main currency, and you can use these to buy stuff like machine parts. You can also use tickets to retry races in Grand Prix, which is really, really great. If you mess one race up and you don't want to redo the whole thing, I appreciate that. There's even a side thing
I really
where you
appreciate that,
spend
man.
tickets to make the characters like you more, and they give you stuff. It's weird.
This is
but I
visual
don't know,
novel
it's
mode.
cool. I'll spend money to make Shadow like me more. Sure. You've also got a whole list of challenges to work toward with its own set of rewards. Every track has a collection of red star rings to find. I think that's really neat. I've never seen that in a racing game before.
Crash
And
Team
even just
Racing,
the
Diddy
Grand
Kong
Prix
Racing.
themselves
Collect
offer
the
a pretty
things
good
on the
amount
track.
to do. Lots of cups,
Come on, Arlo.
multiple difficulty options. I won't show it here, but supersonic speed is crazy fast and crazy fun. And then there's this fun little rival thing. Instead of just trying to beat a Grand Prix, you're trying to beat a rival. If you want to, you can increase their level to earn more rewards if you beat them. And I haven't done it yet, but there seems to be some sort of reward for beating every rival, so that's another thing to work
Just means he's
toward.
never seen
I
that
like
in
how you
Mario
get
Kart
these cute
before.
little
But then
character
it's too afraid to
interactions with
talk
your
about Mario
rivals.
Kart.
There are lots of unique combinations between characters. It's cool, even if the game is mostly about the racing. I like that you've got all these little things to earn. You know, new stuff is always coming in. There are indeed some side modes, though. You've got time trials, which is always nice to have. And then Race Park is kind of like the party mode. These are still races, but you race in teams with special track conditions and goals. Like, for example, one of them is all about hitting your opponents with items. And every time someone on your team hits an opponent, you fill up your gauge a little bit, and when the gauge fills up all the way, the entire team gets one big boost, which is really cool. Race Park is more of a fun little diversion when you want to mess around around with your friends or take a break from regular races, but I like it. If anything, the whole team element with the team boost thing, it makes it fairly unique. And I didn't get to play
like that should have been
before
the
the
last
servers
Sonic
went
Racing
live
game.
for launch,
Team
but it
Sonic
must
Racing.
be noted again that this game supports full crossplay.
Yeah, he's got fucking
anyone else on
KO
any
Gaming
platform.
voice on,
And
the radio
considering
voice.
This game is on essentially every platform. I think that's quite nice. All in all, I'm really impressed with Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. The gameplay is tight, the drifting feels perfectly
So many
tuned.
buzzwords,
the tracks are well designed, the overall
Even when he gets into specifics about the game, I feel like he's being vague.
Of the kart racing genre in
Filler
all the right
word.
ways, but then brings in its own little spins and adds its own thoughtful little details that really lift up the experience. Honestly, I can't stop picking it up. I've been having a heck of a lot of fun with it.
It's my fucking hero, Espio.
Transition back to me. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is available right now on
didn't say
all
anything about
major
Mario Kart.
platforms. I may have said that already, but I don't remember. I'm too fast. I'm too fast to have a good memory. I'm looking ahead. I'm looking to the future. There's no time for the past. And if you want to pick up the game for yourself, just hit the link down in the description. Did I say that already too? Who knows? I don't know. I'm already past it. See you later. See ya.
Sounds like the landscapers are here.
Can someone check and see if I'm gonna hit the curb?
I did have I did pre-watch that one because I had talked about it when I had watched it off stream on an earlier stream. This one I did not pre-watch. I feel like while we're already on the sponsor train, may as well watch this one because I don't know why he accepted the sponsorship for this one. This one is entitled a 90s Kids Thoughts on Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. Not that Destiny.
Many thanks to Game Mill for sponsoring this video. I like it. If you've seen my previous videos on Nickelodeon games, you'll know this already.
I haven't. I didn't know you made any.
For context, I do want to remind you, the impact that Nicktoons had on me as a child is...
Did we watch a Synthetic Man Silent Hill video? We did not. I still have it in the playlist. Debating whether I want to watch it on this stream.
Difficult to measure. This was the most impressionable time of my entire life.
I also have his Borderlands video I have to watch.
My very personality, the foundation of who I was. If I may reuse a joke real quick. By the closest estimates science can offer, roughly 39% of Arlo's essence is comprised of Nicktoons. My DNA
really?
is
He's
essentially
never
made up of
referenced
green
them on
slime.
stream
Between the
or in a
TV
video.
channel and the movies and the magazine. Oh, how I loved that magazine. Never has a person on this earth felt more seen and catered to. So whenever a Nickelodeon-related project presents itself, I jump at the opportunity. This time, I have been tasked with playing Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny and giving you my honest opinion on the game. This was particularly exciting because fighting games and kart racers, they're all well and good. You know, I like them fine. But a fantasy ARPG, that is way more up my alley. Just so you know, Nicktoons
Yeah,
and the
like
Dice
kids
of
gonna be
Destiny
down
is
for
out
that?
right now
That type
on
of genre?
Switch, PS5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC via Steam and the Epic Games Store. Hit the link in the description to learn more and grab the game for yourself.
Make sure to grab your copy from
I
Epic.
tell you what I think about my time spent with the game so far. A whoosh. Getting the whole gang together for a big crossover just for the sake of doing it is perfectly fine, but I like how in Dice of Destiny, it's all...
Hey there, Patchy. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Welcome to the daytime morning stream. I'm grinding some Pac-Man costumes while watching Arlo. It's the Arlo catch-up segment.
All part of the story. Timmy Turner is playing a tabletop RPG using some nefarious...
Oh, that is okay. No, this is some scuffed as fuck animation for the intro here. That's not how the Fairly Odd Parents looked.
various dice supplied by Cosmo, and this opens up a portal and kicks off a whole adventure. Several Nicktoons characters have been brought to this game world.
That's
and
not how
help
SpongeBob
recover all of the
looks.
dice. Obviously, it's all very meta, but it's still grounded in its own kind of way. Nobody is here just because, you know? Every character knows they're a part of the story. There are loads of little interactions between
Hey,
them.
Jan.
They bounce off of each other. They reference
Arlo's
stuff that
reviewing
happened
some
in their
Nicktoons
shows.
game. I don't know.
It's a real crossover, you know? Like, this is SpongeBob and
Yeah,
Susie
that's like-
Carmichael
wait,
and
that's
Katara
right.
having
That's right. The characters look like they're from Steven Universe, which isn't even a Nicktoon.
conversations. It's pretty surreal. And man, I was really surprised to see that basically the whole game is voice acted. Like everything. There's the main like animated story cutscenes, and then
It's
the
a
more like
Nicktoon
regular
game. It better be
in-game
voice acted.
cutscenes, NPC dialogue, even things like shopkeepers.
Isn't that like the bare minimum for a cartoon game you get for your nephew, that it's voice acted? I know these newer games, they're fucking cheap. They don't want to pay the voice actors to do the lines. Wow, I'm so surprised the game is voice acted. Fuck, it better be. That was like the bare minimum expectation for a licensed game on the PS2. Now it's a luxury for a licensed game on PS5.
Every single line so far has been fully voiced. These are all the official voice actors, too, and it's a real treat. Carl Weezer as a fantasy shopkeep asking you to go find him some clean underwear. Come on, that's just funny. Like, when is it not an absolute delight to hear Rob Paulson in anything? Seth Green as Leonardo is another standout. I just think Seth Green is a really cool guy. I love hearing his voice pop up in anything and everything. I met him once. He's super nice, super chill. Anyway.
Whoa.
There's just a
Disclosure.
real authenticity to the voice work here. It's really cool seeing these characters that you've known just for decades.
Some of these shows aren't even 90s. Like, well, I saw Avatar. Avatar is not 90s.
And they're there, and it's the same voice that it's always been. Obviously, they change a little bit over the years, but like, there's just such a nice familiarity to it. It's like slipping on an old pair of shoes.
Man, Fairly Odd Parents must have been 99.
No, real comfortable. So the game pulls in all these characters, but the fun thing is that each one is unique from a gameplay.
To be fair, many licensed games back then just used to use compressed video clips from the movie show, but they would still talk during the gameplay, like SpongeBob Battle from Bikini Bottom or the movie game. Like, there's dialogue recorded specifically for the game. Simpsons Hit and Run, etc., etc.
Perspective. Each one is essentially its own class. The designers were very faithful and clever when adapting these characters and giving them moves that kind of make sense with the characters and their own worlds while still fitting into these typical RPG niches. For example, SpongeBob, he's a pretty straightforward knight character. He's got some simple but effective moves.
Is SpongeBob okay, he says, like, okay, the classes are faithful to what the characters would be, you know? Is SpongeBob as a knight faithful to the SpongeBob show? Or is he only a knight because he's, like, the main dude? You know, he's the most popular Nicktoon, so he has to be the generic knight. He has to be the protagonist.
He uses his spatula as a sword, because of course he does. Then Jimmy Neutron's whole thing is laying down turrets and, like, putting them into overdrive. So, you know, a little bit more complicated and technical. Timmy is a wizard, and he's got a bunch of ranged spells.
Yeah, Danny Phantom's 2000s.
I really like his moveset,
Same thing with
and
Teenage
he
Robot.
Feels a little bit like the
If
main
Zim is in
character
this,
of
Zim
the
is
game, because he
2000s.
kind of, like, started off this whole thing. So I like to stick with him most of the time. But there are characters to suit pretty much any playstyle. All of the major classes that you would expect are here. So Dice of Destiny is basically a dungeon crawler. Various Nicktoons locales have been converted into D&D style dungeons. Some are a little bit more straightforward, like they're already pretty well suited to being in a dungeon crawler RPG, you know, like Fire Nation is pretty much just Fire Nation. But then the game starts in Bikini Bottomshire. Very cute. I like it. And so you move through these places, you know, you're fighting enemies, you're looking for treasure, you're pulling switches to open doors, completing little side quests, and smashing boxes. There's a whole lot of boxes to smash if you feel so inclined. The combat is fun. Every character's got an MP gauge for their special moves, and it refills really quickly with regular attacks. So it's just limited enough that you've got to be careful about your timing and, you know, pay attention to your cooldowns and and all that.
Ah, yes,
but then you
a
can
D&D
still
style
use all
dungeon.
of your moves pretty freely without really like worrying about anything. Like you're really encouraged to use all of them. Once you level up enough,
As opposed to a Zelda-style
you'll have
dungeon.
a really nice little pool to pick from, and it feels pretty good coming up with a system. You know, figuring out how best to use these attacks together and figuring out all the timing and whatnot, depending on what enemy you're fighting. Everyone's got a basic dodge roll with some iframes, so you know that's always nice.
Great, Nick
Once you're really
Souls.
comfortable with a character,
That's what I
feels
wanna
good
get
to
for my
mow
niece.
down waves of enemies. And I must say, the bosses really step up the difficulty. Like sometimes I will be kind of over-leveled and still find myself surprised by how tricky it is to bring one down. They're just like really aggressive.
He's bad at a children's game.
Fast, and so this is where dodging is very useful. The game definitely knows that the bosses are the real challenge too, because you know, there'll be side quests that are really simple. They'll just be like, oh, I dropped a precious item in this level, so go and do this level, and while you're there, pick up the item and bring it back to me, and it's real simple. But then after each boss, there's always a side quest that's like, go and fight an even harder version of this boss, please. They're not usually
it's one of those
if
games.
you take the time to level up and get new gear and stuff, and then come back. But it is really nice to have the option. And for anyone who's worried about the difficulty spike, it's cool. Every single level, when you go in, you can choose between 3 difficulty levels, and the game will always give you a recommendation based on your current party level.
Try
which is
game
really
journalist
nice.
mode, Arlo.
Anyone who's not looking for a big challenge can adjust this as needed, and then it's also worth noting that you can always go back to previous levels to grind and get stronger. So yeah, if you're feeling
Why do
like
I
the
have
game
to
is too hard,
grind
you
in the
can even
Nicktoons
select
baby
the lowest
game?
difficulty. You can grind and over-level yourself. There's a lot of leeway here to play however you want. If you want a challenge, you can always just select the hardest difficulty and always charge ahead without really grinding. So the overall gameplay loop is pretty simple.
Yeah, I did not understand why this got a very big reaction, a big segment at Summer Games Fest, because I agree the audience for that would not have been watching that program.
As you fight, you level up, which automatically increases your stats depending on which character you're using. And you maintain your XP and your levels across all characters, so you can just switch between them at will. Your main customization options come from your weapons and armor, which can be found or bought, and you can even upgrade them a little bit. There's not a ton of fine-tuning to do, so, you know, hardcore RPG fans might not find a lot to sink their teeth into. However, I do enjoy simpler RPG experiences from time to time. I think they're refreshing. You know, you fight bad
I like the
guys,
game.
and
I
you
think
get
it's
stronger,
engaging.
so you can fight harder bad guys, so you can get stronger. That's enough for me. And this is definitely going to work well for younger or less experienced players. I wasn't able to play co-op, but I'm sure it's pretty darn fun playing with
You
friends.
didn't invite
the
your
different
fucking
characters
relatives to
and
play
all
with
their
you?
Unique moves.
I think he has nephews. What the fuck? Wait, wait, he gets a chance to review the new baby Nicktoons game. He doesn't let his nephew play?
Can absolutely play the game solo. I've been having fun solo, but you can see that the game was designed.
Yeah, I like Mario,
for
Luigi, and
multiple
Paper
players.
Mario Jan.
You've got the aggressive bosses with all the attacks. You've got the big swarms of enemies, the loads and loads of boxes to break. I'm sure the couch co-op is ideal here. Really, I've only got a few little complaints. There are so many objects in the environments that every once in a while it can be a little hard to see where you can actually navigate. You know, like you'll be like, is
Needs
this
more
the path?
yellow paint.
Oh no, I gotta like go around this thing.
Where's
you
the
know?
yellow
You gotta
paint
rely
at?
on the mini map in times like these. Not a big problem and something you get used to, but worth mentioning. Enemy variety leaves a little something to be desired. I think that mini bosses would have helped. You know, something between the regular enemies and the bosses. That would have been nice. And a couple UI quibbles, little things I might change if I were in charge. Worst of all, though, and this is nearly unforgivable, where on earth are Ren and Stimpy and Rocco? I'm a 90s Nickelodeon kid with a weird sense of humor. Those are always going to be my main go-tos.
Well, the Ren and Stimpy man
in
got
all
canceled, didn't he?
seriousness, while it may be slightly disappointing that not every single Nick property is represented here, it's really not actually a bad thing.
I guess
Like
they were
said,
in the
instead
fighting
of just
game.
cramming every character together, Dice of Destiny's plot brings together a core group. It narrows things down to a collection of shows and characters that could be adapted to this whole fantasy RPG style, and then it sticks with that collection. And I think that's smart. It makes the game feel a little more grounded, more focused. This isn't just Nicktoons universe thrown into a big soup. It's
yes,
like
it is.
SpongeBob World and Avatar World and Danny Phantom World and a couple
Oh,
others.
this is the They told him to say. They told you to say this.
As they are pulled into this world. Overall, Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny is a solid experience. It may be a bit on the simple side for enthusiasts, but for anyone looking for something a little simpler, or maybe a youngster without a lot of experience playing action RPGs, it's a good time. And especially for anyone who
a lot
loves
more like
these
without
shows.
any.
Like, obviously, you're gonna love seeing these characters interact with each other, hearing all the great voice acting and everything. Again, not as many as my personal favorites are present as I would like, but I feel like even just between, like, SpongeBob and Avatar, you're gonna get a whole
No,
lot of
I can
fandom
safely say I
crossover.
never wanted
All of the
SpongeBob
most
to ever talk to
important
Korra.
and iconic ones are here. And Nickelodeon was so incredibly influential to me when I was in grade school, so it's always fun to see its characters come together in any form. A reminder that Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny is available right now on Switch, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Link in the description. You know the drill by now. Thanks again to Game Mill for sponsoring this video. And if anyone at Nickelodeon is watching this, just hear me out. Just hear me out 1 second. Next big crossover game with lots of characters. Sniz and Fondue. Like, just consider it. Just consider it. I would also accept Pete and Pete. Or just
I vaguely remember
spitballing
Pete
here
and
again,
Pete.
like, just consider it a AAA Action League Now hero shooter / visual mystery novel.
I thought Action League Now was a fever dream I had, but it turns out it was a real show. Hey, Krusty Punky. Welcome to the morning stream. Capsule Amateur, 60 capsules within stage? What? Gotta fire whoever translated that. Alright, this one is... A second Simpsons movie is coming, and I feel ancient, since we're talking about him being old. And he's a 90s kid over here. Is he gonna make fun of Marge and say she sounds old? Because she does. Sometimes, look, guys, I get it. Keeping the OG VAs, legacy voice actors, not replacing them unceremoniously. But then you have people like Marge's voice actress.
There are a lot of opportunities to make jokes about feeling old. You know, I think it was probably my generation was really the first one to like really get on the internet, you know, to kind of grow up on the internet. So I think I was there for the beginning of feel old yet jokes. But the thing about them is that, like, then you keep getting older, and then it kind of reaches a point where it's like, all right, I can't keep making this joke. Feel old yet? No, I really, actually, yeah, like, really seriously. But, like, I think that's just kind of like a
Doesn't
thing
sound
that
old. Sounds
happens
like she's in
to
pain.
a person, you know? Like, I can't just make
Yeah, I
jokes
think
about it all
she's
day.
over 70.
I can't always grab that low-hanging fruit.
I'm in pain
And
listening
yet,
to her.
there are times when something will happen or be announced or whatever that is, like, particularly intense, you know? Something that really actually makes you just go, oh, my life. Really, you know what I mean? Disney just announced that there's gonna be a second Simpsons movie, and it's
God,
coming
it hurts
out
to
in
hear that sentence.
2027.
Dude, Simpsons used to mock Disney all the time. What happened?
20 years after the first Simpsons movie. Now let me tell you my perspective.
Simpsons got a second movie
on the
before Family
Simpsons
Guy.
movie.
Bob's Burgers got like a movie at all before Family Guy.
I have not seen it. I don't think I have a desire to see it. But let me give you like my
Wait, you didn't see the first
perspective,
movie?
my story when it came out.
Dude, I saw the first movie in theaters with Papa Dingus. Yup, we fell for the Spider Pig marketing. It was, I remember thinking, like, really? That's the movie plot? This felt like an extended episode. Hey, Y2 Kilo. That was back during the summer of Dingus, where Papa Dingus would take me out to the movies every Sunday to watch a new flick, a new popcorn flick, and we would go eat at CC's Pizza after.
Yeah. So like, The Simpsons, growing up as a kid, humongous influence on me. I was completely obsessed. I would tape the shows. I would watch the reruns. There were like 4 episodes on every weekday. I'd watch them all.
Oh, same.
Every episode, 100.
My local affiliate would have like 2 Simpsons episodes on every weekday at 6. So I basically, like, just through that, over the course of the Dingus childhood, probably watched most episodes from the beginning up to a certain point when they switched to the digital animation, like maybe like the mid to late 2000s episodes. Then they would repeat and go all the way back to season 1 and go in order and just air all the episodes in order again every weekday until they hit that. I guess the end of the episodes they were contracted to air, like they couldn't air like the new seasons that were airing at the time, but they would just air what they could and then just restart all over again. Hey, Ostrava. Welcome in. Hello. I'm grinding in Pac-Man. Because I'm grinding in Pac-Man, that means I'm doing time trials, meaning there is technical Dingus speedrun content on the stream right now. Unfortunately, you must listen to me watch Arlo as I do it.
Hundreds of times, all the time. So I was a huge fan, but then around like 2001, the show just got too bad to watch anymore. Even as like a 14-year-old, I was just like, this is trash. You know, I could just like, there was no heart left in the show. The humor was so obvious. They didn't understand the characters at all. It was just bad. It became bad.
You saw the Lady Gaga episode?
I went from being completely obsessed and watching it all the time to just being like, all right, I'm actually done. Like that was it. 2001 was the last time I like
Yeah, Jan, we're schizophrenically multitasking.
So the movie comes out in 2007, and again, despite being absolutely obsessed with The Simpsons, I have no interest in watching it because I can see the trailer, I can see the marketing material. It's still just not The Simpsons that I liked. It's just not funny. I just think the jokes are bad. I think they are badly written. I think it's just a bad show.
Thank you, Infamous KS, the 25-bit cheer. Whoa, buddy! Another early style Dingus stream. I enjoyed this. Ooze, he's awake! He's awake! He's alive! I had maybe 5 to 6 hours of sleep. I am only live because I got a late shift tonight. And I was like, well, I'm awake. I got nothing to do. I have gotten all my ducks in a row. I have nothing really to do. I am literally just waiting until I clock in. May as well try a morning stream. See if it gets a different crowd. See if it gets more people attending, engaging, and supporting the AES. I just want to see how it would work out versus like trying a night stream that goes all the way like 5 in the morning, fucking up my circadian rhythm.
You like it? That's fine. I always gotta throw that in there. But like, no. So
I'm
like,
missing
they
this
make a
orange.
movie, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not gonna watch. Like, I spent so much of my life wishing for a Simpsons movie. You know, especially back in the '90s. That was always just like, because now we get movies.
He's
for
a mark.
everything. But back in the '90s, it was like, are you gonna be lucky enough for your favorite thing, your show, to get turned into a movie? There was, oh, why don't they do a Simpsons movie? Oh, it's been so popular for so many years. And so, even on top of the movie just kind of not looking good to me, there was also like this feeling like it was just so long after the fact, you know? The Simpsons was such a humongous cultural force in the 90s. It was a phenomenon. It was crazy. And so, like, 2007 is when you finally decide to do a movie. Most of the original people who worked on the show initially, like, aren't even working on it anymore. That's part of the problem, part of the reason why it's not good anymore. All new writers, all new everything. So, like, you're doing a movie now. It's been years and years. You're doing a movie now. Why?
What do you think about that?
And it is funny because, like, you know...
That's right, I'm doing a movie,
you know,
fucking 20 years late.
The slower time moves, and even as a young adult, obviously time was still moving very slowly, because I'm like, oh, all these years later, it's 2007. So, like, I'd stopped watching the show for only 6 years. So, yeah. Point is,
in my mind, I can't let this go. I know it's wrong, but in my mind, the Simpsons movie, the initial one, is still this new thing. It's still representative of new era of Simpsons that I'm not into.
Moral of the video is he's old.
To see that they're doing a second one, and the whole thing about it, the whole like, oh, like this is interesting.
What does this have to do with video games?
It's coming 20 years, not after the show started airing. Certainly not. No, 20 years, a significant amount of a person's life. 20 years after the first movie. After the first movie, that's the thing. It's been 20 years since the first movie, which to me was so long after. So yeah, so this is one of those times where like, oh, feel old yet? Like, no, this is one where you see that, you read those words, a new Simpsons movie, and the last one will have been 20 years ago. Like that, you really just, all right. Yeah. Yes. You are correct. I do feel old yet. I feel that compared to before, when the first Simpsons movie came out, I now have a firm grasp on the concept of my own mortality. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. So all of that is really the main reason I wanted to bring this up. I don't even really have much to say about like the movie itself, because I have continued to not watch The Simpsons, and while we're talking about it, it is one of those subjects that I have a lot of opinions about, but it's not like...
I'll be controversial too. Some of those Family Guy funny moments on YouTube, they are actually funny moments. Losing your gaming skills? Oh no. Can I borrow them? Can I borrow whatever leftover skills you have left?
Video game thing, so it doesn't really come up a lot, so I may as well use this opportunity here. I do think it's amazing that, like, I remember reaching the point where I was like, wow, The Simpsons has now been bad for as long as it was good before.
At least you'll still have those old seasons.
And that felt like a really big, depressing milestone. That was like, can you believe this? Can you believe this zombie Simpsons is still going? It's been bad as long as it was good. That's nuts. It was good for so long. They had a good 12 solid seasons. Show started in
I think most people would say
2001 was when I just couldn't do it anymore. So like a good 11, 12 seasons of just.
I think actual fans would be a little bit more critical.
Those last couple years, obviously, a little bit shaky. A lot of people have the opinion that the episode where Skinner,
yeah, that's the point of no return.
Identity comes out. A lot of people found that to be kind of a turning point. I kind of disagree there, but like absolutely, the last couple years were a little bit, but like whatever.
That was just a bunch of artists complaining that couldn't take a joke.
2001 as the cutoff point. That's fine with me. Let's say they had 12 good years, and so then that
I'd say like 2002 maybe. For like absolutely like palatable episodes.
What the world has come to? Can you believe The Simpsons?
Me being generous,
as long as they were good, and that was. Oh, let me check my watch. Oh, are we? Oh, it's basically. I didn't notice until just now. Until just this second. We're basically on the anniversary. It's been 12 years since then.
You know what really, to really make you feel old? American Dad has like over 20 seasons now. And it's going back on Fox. They bought it back.
That means that The Simpsons have now been bad for
wow, that was an easy gold.
The time that they were good. Twice as long. They were good for a time, and then 2 times that time, they have been bad. Wow. Wow. Feel old yet? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think with season 1 Simpsons is it's them finding their footing. Story's a lot more grounded. See a lot of that continuing into season 2. Season 3 is when it finds its footing, and then season 4 is kind of when it transitions into more of an ensemble cast show.
Oh, that's something. Yeah, no, I haven't. I have not. I actually don't think I have watched an entire episode, front to back, since 2001. Since I stopped. Not even once. Not even just out of curiosity.
And so you could argue.
So why
that,
does
how
this
do you know
concern
it's
you?
So bad?
It really
I
is a
can
midlife
still-
crisis.
I see clips. I hear things. I even just recently I randomly picked some video and it showed me a clip. And it's just like I still can't. I'm not saying that nothing bad has come out of the show. I've actually heard that they've had some like surprisingly I don't know, like sentimental, sensitive kind of episodes about stuff, kind of digging into the character stories or whatever. So like, I'm sure there's been some good stuff in there. I don't know, just overall.
Like Bob's Burgers. I feel like Bob's Burgers fell into it got to saccharine. Like all the fucking episodes are about like shitting now. At least when I stopped watching, literally every episode was about shitting or pissing or farting. It feels like it lost its edge.
The spirit is not there and has not really been there. Apparently, Edna Krabappel was with Ned Flanders at some point, and then she died. I learned about this very, very recently. I know the voice actor died, but then apparently, she is dead canonically in universe. That was like 2013 or so. I had no idea. Absolutely no idea. So much has been going on in the canonical, yet not actually really canonical universe of The Simpsons, because they even talked about, there's like a whole episode apparently where it's like a speculative episode where like, what if Marge died? But they're like, it's not canon though. Nothing is canon. There isn't a canon. It's weird. It's all things. So anyway, point is, what's the point? I don't know. I guess I'm just blabbing about.
I guess that's a benefit of having a show go on for way too long. You can just do like fucking non-canonical episodes and you just don't even give a fuck. Yeah, let's just pretend Marge is dead for like 30 minutes. Who cares? No one's watching this anyway.
Simpsons now. I don't see myself returning to it, and I don't see myself watching this second.
Synthetic Man does. Oh, and hello, Strange Times. Synthetic Man does like Futanari. There's allegedly, I think it's a Donkey thing where there's like a porn video and it sounds like Donkey's voice, so people like to pretend that it's Donkey to make fun of him. There's a Synthetic Man alleged video of him sucking on a dildo, and people joke that it's Synthetic Man to make fun of him. But it might be Synthetic Man, but I've not seen hard confirmation that it is Synthetic Man. I don't want to watch the video to find out if it is Synthetic Man. I think that's what you're talking about. It shows him in like a setup similar to his office, but like from a different angle. That's why another reason why people say, oh, is that Synthetic Man? He's like, but I don't know if that is Synthetic Man. Is that what you're talking about? Hey, Strawberry Shorty. If that isn't what you're talking about, I shudder to imagine what you are talking about. Okay, it's that one. Yeah, that's been old news in his sector for a while. That's not confirmed to be him one way or the other. I think it is just like the donkey thing. The donkey thing is a girl is getting fucked by a black dude, and then you hear Donkey. You hear what sounds like Donkey's voice in the background. It's like, keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it. So whenever people try to talk about Donkey or like force discussion of him, you see someone say keep saying it, it's in reference to that porno.
The movie? I think it's too late for The Simpsons, as far as I'm concerned. For me, from my own perspective,
It's kind of Kino because it prevents people from talking about Donkey
think that
in any meaningful manner.
It's kind of a weird subject. Maybe you could even call it a sensitive subject. Voice actors who get older, and it affects
he's gonna
the quality
A-log
of their
Marge.
voice.
He's
I have
A-logging
seen a couple
Marge
clips from recent seasons, and you know, it's no good when a company is like, no, we gotta replace you. You know, like Nintendo or like with Chicken Run, like, no, you sound too old. We gotta get someone like that's like no, like use the original voice actors whenever you can. But like, it is getting very not multiple of them, not just Marge, not just Julie Kavner, but like a lot of them. It is because like I honestly I don't know how long you can make The Simpsons and keep using all of the same voice. It's kind of all of them now. It's kind of
they're paid $1 gazillion per episode. They kind of have to use them.
it's starting to really, really affect the performances. So, like, yeah, I don't know. There is something to be said about being, staying true to the characters and letting the original voice actors continue their legacy.
Wouldn't staying true to the character be like have them sound like how they used to sound, how they always sound, and sometimes that may have to be recasting the character.
But it's just so interesting that the show has been going for so long. Yeah, since '89. Since '89. That's so long. And like they've still got it's cool. They've still got the original actors, but just like
no, it's not.
Like 30 something. I'm older now than there's another feel old yet thing. I am older now than like Marge and Homer are in universe. But then yeah, you've got these like 30 something characters being played by people literally in their 70s and 80s, and it's like a new movie is coming out in 2027. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm not even saying like they should fire everybody and replace them. I think if anything, it just highlights how strange it is that The Simpsons has been going for so long, and we are getting a second movie so actually long after the fact. Why did it take so long? You know, like it's one of those. I don't know. I don't want to go too deep into like the value of The Simpsons, but it doesn't feel like they care much about it.
I can't see this orange.
Especially now that it's a Disney thing, it really is just kind of an IP to leverage. So it's just like, where is this like essence, this beauty of The Simpsons that you've been protecting for all these years? Oh no, I'm not going to make another Simpsons movie until I have a real idea. Like there is no essence to The Simpsons. There's no like integrity that you have to maintain. The show, it's gone completely off the rails. It's been off the rails for so long. Nothing matters.
So it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they make a new movie.
The characters.
Next
I don't
video.
know. Maybe this is just a little bit too old man.
Yeah, Homer and Marge are supposed to be in their 30s.
If you've got the IP and you think that a movie is a good idea, like,
they're not even in their 40s yet. Homer and Marge are canonically supposed to be younger than Ralph.
Very slowly in the film industry, and Fox has not owned The Simpsons this entire time. Could be that. It could be like they just finally, everything went through. It takes a couple years to work things out, and then they, all right, let's get it going. But I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say about it. Yeah, The Simpsons. It's a really, really incredibly big thing. I spent probably a disturbing and unhealthy amount of my precious formative years just sitting on my bed and watching Simpsons reruns.
Most people did.
When they aired after school or just on my tapes. I had just a whole stack of Simpsons tapes. I
didn't have any Simpsons tapes.
Again and again and again. And now I am in my, I'll still call it mid to late 30s. And they just announced a
He's old! He's almost
movie,
40!
20 years after the first one. And the great chasm of oblivion yawns ever closer.
Thank you for that midlife crisis video, Arlo, that barely had anything to do with The Simpsons, if I'm being honest. Hey, Bache, found a future Dingus playthrough? The Pac-Man official gameplay? Oh, is this Clock Tower? Is it like Clock Tower? Or Game Awards? Oh, I heard about this showcase. It was last week, wasn't it? Okay, I'll keep an eye on this. Thank you, Bashe. Never sat and watched a full Simpsons episode, was never interested. Old seasons were good. Old seasons are genuinely good. Season 4 is the most, all-around, consistently great season. Stopped caring about Simpsons for a long time. The moment that made me go, yeah, I don't care anymore. So around with the VA Bart when to place to order something. I think it was Subway or something. She starts talking to her Bart voice and the dude doesn't care. I want that, but with Mario. And not even the new Mario VA. I want that with the old Mario VA. He used to have an Instagram where he would just do all of his Instagram videos were just schizophrenically in the Mario voice. Alright, the next one is... Alright, we got some coat. Red Animator would like this one. I'm worried that Pokemon Legends Z-A isn't hiding anything at all. Dun dun dun!
Ever since they announced Pokemon Legends ZA, I have been on board.
Completely.
He always does this with a first-party game coming out. He's like, oh, I bet they're hiding something really cool about the game. They're waiting until the next trailer. To be fair, Donkey Kong did have that. The first trailer didn't show Pauline, but then the next trailer did. But not every game does that. He was like, oh, I bet you Mario Kart World is hiding something under the hood that they're not telling us about. And then it wasn't. And it just kind of came out. And now he's gonna do this for Pokemon. Oh, I don't think they're hiding anything for Pokemon.
With the whole entire concept, I am one of those people who absolutely loved Legends Arceus to pieces, so just any kind of follow-up to that at all, absolutely cool, great, active.
Are you gonna hide a Mega Evo? Well, obviously there's gonna be some Mega Evolutions that won't hit the marketing cycle, so they'll just be revealed when the game is out. But he's talking about like substantial feature. There's a substantial gameplay feature being hidden. He means something like on the level of Pauline was hidden in Donkey Kong until like the second trailer, but she wasn't in the reveal trailer.
Battle system, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Takes place in a city. Okay, it's a weird idea, but I'm still open to it. You know, I'm having a hard time seeing in my head how you gonna do it, but like I am open to you proving that you can. When they first revealed it, they only showed Pokemon wandering around these wild quote-unquote wild areas that were really just city streets. And I'm like, okay, like that's fine. I don't want it to only be that, but again, like I'm open to you like proving that you can do this.
Legends Key Room. I would rather than not ruin
trailer after trailer.
Gen 5.
Like I keep waiting. The next one is gonna be the one that really sells me on the city idea and makes it not seem weird. You know that because that's the thing. Up until like this entire time, it's just seemed weird. After every trailer, it still looks a little bit weird, and I'm just like, okay.
Arlo's waiting for like the Kalos trailer.
Maybe next time. There's just been this.
You can visit all of Kalos, actually. We just never talked about that until now.
Finally addressing the whole entire thing in a video.
Dented for the marketing, I'd say.
It just seemed like they were holding back something. You know, like it looked so strange. Seeing a player running around and catching wild Pokemon, just like regular old city streets. It's got to be something else. I'm waiting for the something else. I'm waiting for even just slightly more natural looking areas. Obviously, it's not just city streets. There are like, okay, there's like the little creek reservoir, whatever you want to call it. There are places with a little bit more grass or trees, a bit. But I'm waiting for more. Waiting. Always waiting for more. And they just released the like pre-launch overview trailer. You know, there's always like a kind of a...
Yeah, X and Y had Lumio City as a hub, but the whole game wasn't centralized around Lumio City. It was just kind of like a big extra that you have this giant city to explore.
Longer overview trailer. We'll probably get one more pre or launch trailer. But a launch trailer never really reveals anything. It's just kind of like the final trailer before it comes out, just to like remind you of all the stuff. The overview trailer is kind of like where, if there's anything else to tell us,
I don't want to click that just based on the thumbnail, Nurgle.
Usually not a lot of like
new
stuff. Like basically we're long enough in the process. The game is very close to being released, what, a couple weeks now, that like, I think we've seen it all. I think we've probably seen everything that this game has to offer, and yet here I am watching the overview trailer, and still that extra something.
Yeah, you nailed it, Jan. Like, what would be the advantage in the marketing? If Arlo was right and they were hiding something, what would be the marketing advantage when we've gone like over a year and a half since the game's been revealed, with people concerned that it would only take place in Lumios? Like, what would be the marketing advantage to say, oh yeah, actually, the whole region of Kalos is in the game. We just didn't tell you until like a week before the game came out because we thought it would be hilarious.
Not there. That extra little
obviously they're not confirming that there's other areas because there are no other areas. It's just Lumio City. Now perhaps you can make a whole game out of that and it'd be a good game, but this remains to be seen. What doesn't remain to be seen though is my follow from Deuce. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm watching your favorite YouTuber Arlo while playing Pac-Man because I like Pac-Man.
Makes sense.
Hey, Chrono.
A bunch of wild Pokemon.
I slept for 5 hours. I'm just trying something new.
City streets next to sidewalks and piles of garbage and stuff. Like it just I don't know. Just kind of felt like this was sort of their last chance.
And so now, yeah, I'm really just like, yeah, I think this might be it. I think this really might be it. So I mean, obviously, like, we've got to address the whole idea that there could still be something
There
that they
won't
are
be.
keeping a secret.
If there is, it would be
Naturally,
bad marketing.
Catacombs comes to it. That's really like
underground.
That's the big thing that
Red
we're all
Animator said that was
crossing
leaked
our
already.
fingers about, because like Lumio City is
Feeling
based
Garfield that you
on
like Pac-Man.
Harry.
We're gonna have the Garfield and Pac-Man crossover when he gets into Sonic Racing. You know, Garfield is Nickelodeon. It is possible.
France and under Paris. It's hard to say.
Dude, Alvali, that's it. That's what I was. Oh my God! Look at the look at the cowboy variant costume here. That's what I'm thinking of. Not just the Donkey Kong thing where it's like, oh, or the Mario Kart thing. Oh, I feel like Mario Kart is hiding a hidden feature that we don't know about. He did that for like. In general, he'll say that for their games. I think Nintendo has a secret holiday game that they're not telling us about. And then there is no secret holiday game that they're not telling us about. The only secret game was the Mario ports, but he was acting like it was going to be a big, non-remastered, non-port, all brand new first-party title that they're holding back. They're going to reveal it in September for release in November, because there's no way Kirby Air Riders is the big holiday title. The big holiday title is Mario Kart, because people who buy the Switch 2 for the holidays are not going to have Mario Kart, so they're going to buy Mario Kart. Your first fucking game is going to be Mario Kart, you dumbass. Wah!
Catacombs. There's like, you know, however long ago they dug out these just like humongous catacombs. I'd love to visit someday. It sounds really, really scary and really, really cool. But yeah, like there's this big underground network under Paris. Crazy, just absolutely crazy to imagine it. And you know, like the Pokemon Company, they really,
Metroid.
really like
that was before
to,
Metroid got its release date too. I guess he thought
they really
Metroid would be
run
delayed.
with their inspirations. You know, everything they do is very, very deliberate. All of their, really everything they do. The Pokemon designs, the world designs, you know, we get on their case for being like cheap and not cooking their games enough before releasing them, yada yada. But like,
They're
they
not cooking.
never ever skimp in this department. They always deliver when it comes to just that, like, that conceptual development, the you know, the lore, so to speak. So it seems like a really, really good chance that if they're gonna make a big game like this that's focused entirely on a place that's based on Paris, of course they would want to utilize the catacombs. And so it's definitely possible that somewhere in the game it'll be utilized. Maybe that's where like the end of the game, like, oh, the last boss went underground and you get like one little area that's like the catacombs or something, maybe. But of course the hope is that there's a big catacombs area to explore, and they have kept it a secret. And I think we probably wouldn't have even imagined this. Like, I don't even think this idea would have been on the table. Like, game companies don't usually keep secrets. They want
send me
to
the sewer
give
stuff?
you all of the information, especially visual information, that may make you more likely to play a game. You know, when you're showing the trailer, that's why we have these problems sometimes, you know, Nintendo, last generation especially. There were a few games where they just spoiled everything in the trailer, because that makes for such a good trailer when you're just assaulting the viewer with all of these different places you can go and enemies.
So you want a
can fight. I
dopamine
really
rush,
can't blame
okay.
them. It
That's
does
why you're
make for a
scared
really
that there's nothing being
exciting
hidden.
Showcase of a game. So yeah, we don't usually get secrets, and the only reason we're even considering this is because of Tears of the Kingdom. It's a very similar situation. Not only did Nintendo keep a secret, but also a secret about an underground place. Until they launched Tears of the Kingdom, we did not know that the depths existed at all. And I still think that's amazing. I still, like, you know, like, I have my criticisms about that game, sure, but like, I still think it's awesome.
Still hasn't reviewed it.
Nintendo was willing and able to pull that off. Incredible. And there was
They didn't
so
talk
much
about the
more
depths
the
because there
game
was
that
nothing
they
in
showed
it.
off, and it already looked like a big game. And then you play the game and you discover that it was amazing. So there's at least this chance, because we have that prior experience. Okay, well, like, maybe there are catacombs in this game. Maybe that's why these trailers feel a little bit weird, a little bit bare bones, is because there is something about the game they're not telling us, and it's a secret. But like, I don't know.
that idea. It seems unlikely that they wouldn't use the catacombs at all, but I think it also seems really unlikely that if the catacombs are a really big part of the experience, Pokemon would want to keep that a secret. I don't know why Pokemon would want to keep anything a secret. There's no... Pokemon, they like to sell games. They like to make the money with the games.
That's why they officially reveal the final evolutions of the starters before the games come out, when they didn't used to do that.
Like, it just has more going for it. Like, why would they hold that back? So I really don't know there. And I am certainly hopeful, because that would help. That would really help. Especially because they could do whatever they wanted with the catacombs.
I'm not failing the time trial.
Size. You could have bigger, more cavernous areas, and I don't know. It would be cool. You could even have like a little kind of a dungeon system. I think that'd be amazing. It'd be a huge missed opportunity if they didn't use that. But here's the thing, though. Even that would not necessarily be like a miracle cure to this whole thing. It would be great. It would definitely make the game feel more full, you know, like complete. Like, I just think the game does look like it has a lot going for it. And like, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I am still excited for it. I really have to make that clear. I think feature-wise, the game still looks great. Love the battle system. Love the whole...
Yeah, my excitement's all gone.
GA Royale system. It looks like there's still going to be a lot of content, a lot of Pokemon to catch, a lot of trainers to fight, a lot of story to get through. Sure. It's just that, like, any game needs variety. You need a variety of areas to explore, and that's been the problem here, is that there's, like, no variety in any of the footage.
Where's my variety?
The first trailer to the most recent trailer, they've all looked the same. They've all looked basically identical. You're moving through these basically identical city areas.
I agree with that.
And the frustrating thing is that
actually, I do agree with that.
What we have seen has not even lived up to a very basic idea of this kind of game that anybody could imagine. Like again, Pokemon, they're usually really good at taking a concept and a setting.
You've seen one trailer for this game, you've seen them all.
And really delivering a lot in that department. And yet, we're looking at these trailers and being like, all right, a Pokemon game where there are wild Pokemon in a city. Like, just say those words, and what comes to mind? I'm imagining... Okay, well, here... Did you know... Did you know that cities have these things? These things. Maybe you've not seen one. Maybe Pokemon Company hasn't seen one. They have these things called parks. They have parks. You take a city, and even though it's a city, oh, it's all streets and cars and buildings, just buildings, big cities, skyscrapers, all over the place. It is so urban here. We are so in the city. We are not in nature. And yet they can take pieces of these cities and like put trees in them, put like plants and rocks and dirt and or usually, like, you know, when they're making the city,
he's putting this game on blast.
Like,
he fucking hates Pokemon.
Like, they'll just not destroy this little piece of nature.
I don't know. This is negative, Arlo. You won't get me to shit on this,
because like we have some really beautiful parks, just amazing parks. Like you're in the city, but then like, oh, I go over here and suddenly I'm in this like old growth beautiful park, and oh wow, that's amazing. And then like you realize, oh yeah, this is how the whole place used to be. This is how this entire miles and miles and miles and miles.
Oh, that was cool.
Was just this. And when they made the city, they just went and they just like kind of cookie cuttered out these areas and left them alone. But point is,
he doesn't mean variety of gameplay. He means variety of environments.
So when you say the words, it's a Pokemon game, but it takes place in a city, but there are wild areas where you can catch Pokemon. I'm imagining a park. I'm imagining some areas. It doesn't even have to be like biomes. It doesn't even have to be like, oh, well, this...
it's too late for the leaks, Skokie. They're already out there.
There are going to be like chunks of the city. This chunk over here is the desert biome. You know, they've done that in Pokemon. They did that in like Scarlet and Violet and stuff. Like they've done that plenty. I imagine that would probably happen, especially because the first teaser trailer was showing like this blueprint schematic, as though they were like building Lumio City, and it looked all like futuristic. Oh, well, definitely they're gonna have some high-tech zones. But okay.
No, I agree. Look, I kind of agree with him. So maybe he'll drop the ball, but like, okay, Arlo sucks, but like Game Freak also sucks. No excuse for a $70 game. Switch to $70 game, one city. very few environments to travel in. All the trailers look the same. Nintendo game.
If not that, the next best thing, I don't even need that, whatever, that's obvious. How about just like more natural looking areas? Parks. Basically, an area that's a little bit more spread out. There's still like people. It's still kind of urban. You can still see the buildings around, but it's like, yeah, this little carved out place with some grassy hills and some trees, maybe even some denser areas with like a lot. Maybe you can't see the
Gosh, you guys are dense.
Parks. And so that's what's so strange about this is the game's coming out in a couple weeks. They just gave us the overview trailer and it's still the same thing. The absolute best we get is like little chunks.
It's like every trailer starts little snippet of the dudes running around the city, and then it shows like a new Mega Evolution, whatever Mega Evolution they're talking about. And yeah, that kind of just has been every trailer. Only recently did this trailer start focusing on story. I think there's like maybe 1 or 2 story-centric trailers, but for the most part, it's trailer opens, you're running around the streets, and then you see a new Pokemon Mega.
Of grass. It's called the Hell Strip.
Hey, Biscuit Bun Cream.
In a city. It's just this like little chunk of dirt that was left over with street around it, and it's really hard to take care of because it's so isolated, and like that's the best we get.
I only like that they're doing X and Y instead of Unova,
chunks of grass
because I did
this
think X
street
and Y
is a
was
little bit
undercooked.
wider than the other ones. Oh, hey, look, there's like what is it, a reservoir? It's just like there is some water. There is a bridge going over some water, some sort of river system. But that's like the most natural.
Thank you, Infamous Chaos, the 5-bit cheer. Now, guys, we have lost Dinger to the Arlopignosis. He's dented! He's no longer a shill! Ah! You lost me to the Arlopignosis, but only because he became negative Arlo again for a millisecond.
That we get.
And he only becomes negative Arlo about Pokemon, one of the easiest Nintendo franchises and IPs to criticize.
And it all really does look the same. There aren't even, and that's another thing about a real city, is like there's going to be chunks of the city that look different. There's the downtown area. There are places that are denser or more spread out. And maybe there will be stuff like that in Lumiose. I'm sure there's going to be at least some personality somewhere, but like they're not showing off a lot of it. They're not showing off a lot of variety. And it's just, why would you have a city with a bunch of wild Pokemon? At least maybe that'll be a plot point. They're like, we want to create a place where people and Pokemon can get along. So we just scooped up all these
I think that
Pokemon
literally is the
and
plot.
just dropped them in the city without making any changes to the city.
No, that is the plot, though.
I don't know.
I mean, there's only so many ways you can contextualize that in a Pokemon game without going M-rated.
The basic execution of this idea that anyone could imagine. And that's not to say it won't be a good game. And that's not to say that they won't surprise us in
Stop
some
sweeping
way.
for your puppet lover. I think he's being sensible. But okay, I'll push back. The criticisms are not unique to him. You could go to any Pokemon YouTuber and have them say the exact same thing about this game. The ones that aren't shills. The ones that, like, all their videos are just complaining about the state of the IP. Go to the Pokemon version of Nintendine. He would be probably saying this about Legend Z-A. Oh, you guys are getting hyped. It's gonna suck.
Gonna be something. They should have shown it to us by now. And if they haven't, that means they're keeping a secret. Well, then if that's even possible, then it's gonna be something big like the Catacombs or whatever. But again, even that, it'd be great. That would be more variety. That would be more exploration of the idea.
Great.
But like, I just want some parks, man. I need it to feel a little bit different. When I go into a wild area, what makes it a wild area? They moved the cones that, like a big sign that says Pokemon can't come over here. Pokemon have to stay over here on 3rd and Broadway. From 3rd and Broadway to the Jimmy John's.
Pokemon Legend Z-A situation is crazy.
That's your wild area. What's wild about it? I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to talk about that a little bit. It's just weird. I'm still excited for the game. I think the game will probably still be good. If it's anything as good as Arceus, I will enjoy it fine. It's just weird.
Was really hoping.
No,
that
he's not
Pokemon
excited
Company
for it.
was
He just
hiding
said that
something.
to so
Any
people wouldn't
trailer
get
now,
mad.
They're gonna give it to us, but like, nah, they haven't. I'm still hoping to somehow be surprised, but like we have. And okay, and I do also have to mention, there is something to be said for the idea of catching Pokemon in a city. There is some value there, even if it doesn't live up to the idea. There is something there. I was just watching the hands-on impressions video that Steve from GVG did, and he got flown to an event and got to play the game like a whole bunch. And you know, in that, even knowing that he played the game for several hours, that still didn't reveal anything like we're talking about. However, he did have good things to say about just the idea of
why would
fighting
they
trainers
give the
and
exclusive
catching
to a
Pokemon
YouTuber about
in a
new
city
content?
place, because it is different. You know, you go from like wide open areas to smaller areas. Now you're like fighting and catching Pokemon like around corners and up and down stairs. So it's more limited, kind of constrained, but there's also like more verticality. So like that is interesting. I do think that's interesting, and that could give the game its own kind of value. I think I just want to mix, you know? I just was looking forward to like just kind of a mix of ideas, not just the city streets. But yeah, I don't know. We will see soon
I guess
enough.
we'll see.
Game comes out pretty soon.
All right, well, there's the video. I mean, we know the sewers are in the game now because they officially revealed them. I guess he didn't watch that trailer. I gotta look at when the video was uploaded. Maybe we can sweep and say that that video came out before that trailer was released. But I think this is only a couple days old. I will check on the upload date shortly. Keep in mind, all of these videos are a little bit dated. That's why it's a dedicated video catch-up stream. See, it's not like this was uploaded today. Well, I go in gamer mode, man. Probably supposed to go to the left, right? Oh, no, there's nothing there. I gotta get at least, bronze? Alright, video was uploaded October 2nd. Okay, he's a bit late on the draw. Hey, Gondola. Yeah, I slept for like 5 or 6 hours. Welcome in, welcome in. He stole Mario's line. Hey, Pabuku and Pipimi. Hello, D-Day Live. How's Pac-Man treating me? I already beat the main game. I'm pretty much going for completionism here. I gotta do some missions to get some costumes for old Pac here. What's that outfit? Let's go! How long am I going for a dinger? Maybe 2 more hours. It won't be the longest stream ever. I just want to see how a morning stream would fare. I do appreciate everybody being here, even though it's like so early. Though I suppose now it's the afternoon. Ow. Alright, the next one is... But yeah, the game is pretty good. I do recommend this game. I'm not talking about it a lot because I already beat it. I already had 2 streams of it. I've already completed the main campaign and the post-game. But this game is $30. You get a full game, massive levels that are refreshed from the original, levels that are faithful to the original, remixed bosses. You get a whole post-game of content that the original did not have. You get time trials, missions for each level, like in Kirby and the Forgotten Land, customization, outfits you can give to the Pac himself, and it will get DLC with Sonic the Hedgehog. And the final boss is like Dark Souls, or should I say Pac Souls, and it's pretty fun, and it's only $30! Wah! Eat your heart out, Nintendo. As a British style, this is perfect for post-work cope. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I didn't buy a Pac-Man game to play Dark Souls. This is gonna be... this video is entitled... Super Mario Galaxy 1+2 on Switch 2 genuinely surprised me. How? There were no surprises in that game that they didn't tell us about beforehand. How did it surprise them?
Can you not? Greetings, friends. NPRlo here. Still trying to go easy on my voice.
Pac-Man has time to spend with Pac-Wife.
Soft and quiet.
Look, I wouldn't want to spend time with Pac-Mom-Wife looking like this. Why does she have those eyes? Why does Pac-Man have beady black eyes, but she has regular eyes? Why is her name Pac-Mom, but she's the wife? It makes me think that this is Pac-Man's mom, so it should be Pac-Grandma. Can we get Miss Pac-Man back? Like, I know it was just Pac-Man with, like, a bow, but, like, that was cute. She technically had slimmer legs and eyelashes. Slightly different eyes. You can see on the overlay right here, that's the soulful old Miss Pac-Man.
Today, hope that's all right. Hopefully you've got a nice warm mug of tea handy. Some light sprinkling rain outside. Recommended, but not necessary. So with a re-release like this, it's always hard to know how much you're supposed to review the actual games. You know, like...
Yeah, there's really not much new. Now, I didn't play all the way through Galaxy 2. Oh my god, well, that was so... Okay. Wait, Pablo, can we get a repeat on that? Okay, well, I guess you only get to see that graphical glitch once unless I reload the level. That was pretty bad. That was kind of jank.
It's Mario Galaxy. Like, you know, we already got a version of the first game a couple years ago.
It's no longer available, Arlo. They gotta sell it for $70.
These are such iconic games. They've already been talked about to death. Like, am I really reviewing two of the greatest platformers ever here in this video?
You need
just
content.
Because they're coming to Switch. The kind of thing I could spend just hours and hours and hours on. So I don't know. I guess we'll just like touch on the games themselves real quick. To be completely honest, I am not as much of a fan of these games as most people. I think that like first impressionable playthrough, like
whoa,
when
Contrary and Arlo,
they didn't hit me the way that I was hoping. That move away from more open sandbox Mario to more linear Mario,
You wanted
it
movement
didn't really
slop
quite
Mario?
sit right with me. The
Where's my
feel
dive
wasn't
move at?
quite there, so they didn't catch me at that critical time, you know. But I did really enjoy them, and actually over the years I have only warmed up to them more and more and more. I absolutely believe that even if linear Mario doesn't engage me in quite the same way, it is probably just a better and more pure version of Mario, and it makes for way more consistent experiences. You know, 64 and Sunshine were great, but like how much of my playtime is spent just kind of fumbling around with the controls.
Yeah, I know, I missed the timer.
You know, engaging with some of the less fun challenges. Mario Galaxy was when Nintendo really started to understand how to put Mario in a 3D space and how to design levels around him and his abilities. It's basically when Mario games became just good. I said
I
that
like
in
Movement
my
Slot Mario
2020
too.
at 3D All-Stars.
I had a lot of fun with Bonanza recently
when
as
Mario
well.
became just good, and I don't mean only good. I mean like only good. Almost no downtime, almost no frustration. It's just fun. Constantly. It's just well-designed platforming the whole entire way through. It's kind of like the difference between having your activities ranging wildly from A's to F's, going to just like consistent B the whole way through. You know what I mean? That's...
Thank you, Knock, for the what I hauled today. Look at all those Kirby's. Pretty good. Pretty cool, right?
Not to say I give the games a B. You know what I'm saying? It's an analogy. So yeah, I really cannot deny that these games are so incredibly, incredibly well designed. And they also continue to grow on me because of the overall space theme. I think I only like space more and more the further along I go in life. And so like every time I return to these games, I don't know, I love them a little bit more just because it's space. It's cool. It's Mario in space.
In
it's
space,
amazing.
no one can hear you. Bing, bing,
some
wow.
quibbles with these games. I do think
the
that
movement.
Out of all of the 3D games, Mario has never been more stiff than he is here.
It's because of the
movement
Wiimote
feels
control
a little bit
scheme.
stiff and stilted. The moveset is very limited, you know, especially coming off of Sunshine.
Not really, though.
It was a very, very different experience. Mario just cannot do as much.
He just
It's not
can't
a terrible
dive,
thing,
that's
and I
it.
understand why.
There are two moves that he can do in Sunshine that he can't do in Galaxy. One, the spin jump, and two, the dive, and all the moves that can cancel into the dive, I guess. Which is like, you know how like, you can do a dive and then cancel into a different move after. But that's like the moves themselves they can cancel into. Those are still in Galaxy, just without the dive, you don't get the movement tech. But you can still long jump in Galaxy. Like, I just played Galaxy! Don't gaslight me about what I literally just played. You can still long jump, you can still backward jump, you can still side somersault, and you can even do the ground pound, the homing ground pound, which hasn't been in any other game since the release of Galaxy 1 and 2. You can do the spin jump, which hasn't been in any other game since Galaxy 1 and 2. You can still wall jump. The only one, besides that, the only other move that isn't in, that was developed, wow, that was gold, because even with that I missed a timer. The only other move that was, you know, added in later games that isn't in the Galaxy games is the ground pound jump. Hey, Kamui. Ah, yes, we have now unlocked Pack Attack.
Why they did it. I think it's because in these games, so much more of the experience is about the stuff around Mario. Putting Mario in these situations where he's got all of these various power-ups play a really, really big part in these games. And then, of course, just the gravity mechanic itself. So I feel like they kind of had to just sort of rein in his overall abilities and movement a little bit. So I get it, and maybe it was necessary, but I count it against the game at least a little bit. I love the game.
It is because of the gravity mechanics.
Just like expressive and fluid and feels a lot more organic, you know. And then other like little things, the spinning. I'm always iffy on the spinning. I may just be spoiled by the more recent games, you know, throwing Cappy and you get like this huge range, whereas like when you're spinning and you're trying to hit an enemy, and like the range of the attack is very small and it kind of like halts your momentum.
The spinning was done on purpose to give Mario an area of effect attack, a very simple one. They went full Crash Bandicoot, but again, it was because of the 3D that they were working with, you know, Mario in a 3D space. It's like he just said that was when they really understood how Mario worked in 3D. As soon as they gave him a spin attack, it all just kind of clicked.
So every time I pick up the games again, there's always this like learning period where it's like I'm trying to hit this enemy, this basic enemy, and I like spin too early or too late or something.
The sunshine sucks anyway. Oh, hey, whoa, careful.
Way better. But even that, I'm just still a little on the very idea of the spinning. It's nice that you can use it to help control your movement in the air. But as far as like using it for an attack, there's just something kind of sluggish about it to me.
It's because of the cooldown.
I think a lot of the
it's literally just because of cooldown. If you could spam it, he wouldn't mind.
Like they're so cool that you just want them to last a lot longer, but they're behind you in like 2 seconds. And then the gravity mechanic can sometimes be annoying. I think they're like sometimes.
Dude, he fucking hates Galaxy. How did this game surprise him?
You know, like the issues that it presents.
Now he's older, he can appreciate it more.
They are not too plentiful, but they are there. You get the weird little thing where, like, you know, he spins around when you hold the control stick in one way. It can get a little bit confusing or awkward or whatever. And then probably one of my biggest problems with these games is the reliance on pointer controls. It's a cool idea, but like as I'm always
this version kind of fixes that. Removes some mandatory motion controls.
And so like here are two just
the biggest changes in the pause menu
that are brought down by this need. They're just more difficult to play than they need to be. You know, every time they re-release them, okay, well, how are we doing the controls? No. So now you got to use the gyro because we don't have a Wii remote anymore. So you got to always be tilting the control around and being mindful of the cursor. And I got to like constantly recalibrate.
I would say for precision, the gyro is worse than the Wiimote, but for general movement, the gyro is as good as the Wiimote, maybe a little bit better. I'm not a, you know, expert with the Wiimote, and I didn't grow up with it. It's just my take on it. Precision movement with the gyro, I felt in Sling Pod Galaxy, and Galaxy 1 is kind of wonky. I kept dying, man. I feel like maybe the Wii Motion Plus probably would be the optimal way to play like very specific precision segments like that.
The cursor, which is annoying. So it is another thing where I do kind of count it against the games. But that's enough quibbles because
yeah, you can play with a Joy-Con.
Overall,
I'm just doing Pro
Super
Controller.
Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, they really are just terrific. I mean, like, just that the scope, the pure spectacle of it. Mario going up into space and its planets and galaxies and universes. Like, what an incredible and completely unexpected theme for a Mario
It's just
game.
a bunch of platforms in a void, but Miyamoto said it was space.
That they did that,
Yeah, Mark.
and it's so cool because just like thematically it's great, but then that theming informs the gameplay so dramatically. The gravity mechanic isn't perfect, but it's pretty darn close to it. Like it just has such a huge impact on the design, exploring these 3D spaces, and there's so many spheres, you know, like you're so often on like a spherical shape and running around, or like it's a cylinder or a different shape, just all of these different spaces and how the gravity works. It's just such an interesting way to do it. We're so used to exploring these flat planes with regular gravity. This really taps into a different kind of part of your brain. And then because it's space, it's all, you know, black holes and comets and just, I don't know, just like rising suns shining over horizons. Just there's so many little elements here that the space theme just kind of feeds into. They play with it so well. The creatures are weird, you know, Mario's always got like fun baddies to fight, but here, maybe they're just like a little bit more weird than usual. And even if I complain about some of the bosses being too easy, that complaint arises from a place of love, because I also believe that Galaxy 1 in particular is when Mario bosses got good. It's when they got really good. It's just like the level design. This was when they just, I don't know, they had some sort of aha moment where suddenly Mario bosses didn't have as much like frustration. They were a lot more just like punchy and kind of, I guess cinematic is a word that you could use.
That's what I was just gonna say, like, what does he mean by that? But yeah, he means when, like, that's when they started getting, like, cutscenes.
Intuitive. You're not, like, dealing with awkward hitboxes.
I was probably actually gonna say that, like, okay, what is he at? How is he actually, like, qualifying that?
Or fumbling with the controls. He's just like, nah, it's just like, you gotta, like, hit the red part, or like hit the thing and bounce it back. It's just, it's so much more straightforward, and yeah, just a clean, nice experience. And then similarly, even if I gripe about the pointer controls, I cannot deny how unique they make the experience. There is something very satisfying about using the pointer to collect a whole bunch of star bits and having them fly. It's just like the sound effect, or
dopamine.
It feels so good. And then there is still something, at least a little bit novel, about pointing a pointer like actively and grabbing a thing and having that like pull Mario along or something. So like, yeah, you know, even if I'm like kind of annoyed by the necessity, it does make the game unique, and uniqueness is cool at the end of the day, you know. And then of course you've got that storybook, the famous storybook, you know. Even if the whole feel of these games was a little bit off for me because they were so much more linear, there was just less just natural exploration, which I really like. You know, I certainly can't deny that Rosalina's storybook did lend an incredible feel to these games. It really, well, you know, the first game, we'll talk about that in a bit. I don't know, it granted it a certain kind of atmosphere that really made the experience feel that much deeper. You know, I'll always go on about this stuff, how like you don't need a complicated story. You need just enough story, because even just something as simple as a little storybook,
Miyamoto disagrees.
Pages, a few words, can change like the context of the entire game, and that can have a humongous impact on how it feels to engage with it. You know, it's
whatever happened to him being
thing.
sick? We only had like one video where he sounded sore.
Here, and so naturally,
I'm just kind of thinking about it because he's getting a little somber here.
Question arises: which one is better? It really is an incredibly hard question. And this is, I mean, I've never been better equipped to answer it, at least. This is the first time I've actually like sat down and played both side by side. When I first played Galaxy 2, I had a huge problem with the story. Obviously, it's just the same story.
Because there were
again.
less story.
Disregards the first game. It just kind of tells.
Just like Tears of the Kingdom, disregards Breath of the Wild.
Again, it's like, hey, let's do the same thing again, but less interesting. And the
because it was supposed to be
observatory
DLC.
in the first game was a far cry from a true hub world, but it was at least sort of kind of close, whereas 2 takes you back to like a world map. Oh, come on, like it's a 3D Mario. We don't need a world map. Oh, I hated that. However, again, like the more I play these games and especially playing them next to each other, I do think that 2 might still be the better game. I think it might have better design. Overall, it just feels like a more refined experience. The design is so much tighter. It was already really tight in Galaxy 1. You know, that was when Nintendo really hit their stride with 3D Mario, but even then there was still something of a learning period, and Galaxy 2 is just like, oh, you got it. Like you got it. You know, there's no fluff at all. The intro is way shorter. I'm really recognizing that now. It really just throws you in and you start having fun and you never stop. 2 does have probably even more reliance on pointer controls because of Yoshi. So that kind of is a bit of a negative point. But yeah, I don't know. I could just say that because of the story stuff.
I guess he hated Yoshi, never mind.
Is closer to my heart. It hit me harder the first time I played it. But then Galaxy 2 is probably just more fun to play overall. So I don't know. There's probably never going to be a definitive
it's not
answer
fun, why
to
bother?
which one is better, because I will always just go back and forth in pros and cons. I mean, it's Galaxy 1 versus Galaxy 2 is basically Muppet Treasure Island versus Muppet Christmas Carol. I think that's probably a good way to look at it. Christmas Carol is probably a better movie. Treasure Island is probably a better Muppet movie. It's these, you know, it's these kinds of back and forth conversations that really never actually resolve. But ultimately, it doesn't matter, does it? Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are both just super duper good.
How did they surprise him?
Games. So let's finally get
the
to
title
these,
is the game surprised me.
Both of them have
and then the games is like the video is him shit talking the game
cool.
until he says actually the games are still good.
Just be like, whatever, who cares? That's not important. But like, you know, if you've ever actually tried to play games with really young kids, you recognize, oh no, this is the difference between some kids being able to play a game like at all or having to wait like 2 years. You know what I mean? It's very, very helpful. And then you've got the soundtracks, which is pretty cool. Like right there on the main menu, like you boot up the game and immediately you can just like pull up the music. I think that's pretty nice. And then again, just like the 3D All-Stars release, you've got gyro aiming to replace the Wii pointer controls. It sounds like you can use the mouse, but I didn't try it, and I think you can only do it in 2-player or something. Seems a little weird, but whatever. Gyro works fine, even if it is a little annoying how often.
Well, how would you play the whole game with mouse controls?
Pay attention to it at all. Obviously, it's less intuitive than just pointing my Wii remote at the screen, but it gets the job done fine. And if you're playing handheld, you can just like use touch or whatever. So okay. Really, your main selling point is the upgraded visuals. And honestly, I was surprised here. The visuals have been upgraded a bit more than I expected.
Have you ever never did Dolphin?
At a higher resolution.
Even I,
3D
I have
All-Stars
Dolphin
collection
downloaded.
on Switch 1. This is probably going to be pretty identical to that in terms of resolution. Good, clean 1080p. You know, 4 times the resolution of the original. It's already a pretty big upgrade. But then it runs at native 4K on Switch 2 and looks great. It looks really, it's just an incredibly
$70, 4K Wii games.
I mean, now you're essentially looking at 16 times the resolution of the original, and yeah, I don't know. It looks great.
What about the
graphics? Really smooth. You can just make
Goki,
out
unfortunately,
so
I probably won't get the new
detail.
Pokemon.
But it's not just that, though.
I felt it in my
Surprisingly,
pre-order.
Nintendo has indeed gone in and up-resed pretty much all of the textures. They've been improved a lot. The 3D All-Stars version of Galaxy 1, I think mainly like emulated the game, or it might have been one of those things where it's like a kind
half
of
emulation, half port with AI upscale textures.
But like for the most part, it was just running the
Because
original
this
game.
version is a proper
a couple
remaster.
little tweaks here and there, but mostly running it at a higher resolution. But these
although it's
are
also still half
full-on
emulation, half
ports.
port.
They have actually gone in and made actual changes to the games. It's they're essentially remasters. You know, it's not a dramatic remaster. It's pretty subtle, you know, they haven't changed anything about models, nothing really dramatic with the lighting or anything like that. But no, like really dramatically higher resolution textures. And it makes a really big difference. It really does. I mean, overall, it's still kind of subtle, but you know, you compare it to the original, like side by side, and there's a world of difference. And it's the kind of thing where you start to see it the further you go, the more you are exposed to these various textures. You just start to see how sharp they are. And when you combine the sharper textures with the overall higher resolution on Switch 2, it just
there
really
is no
makes for
substance, Jan.
Just
That's
a
why I like watching them.
terrific image. And you know what? Playing both
Eternal
of these
Sunshine.
games side by side.
Yeah, you're probably right. Hey, I got a gold. It's probably more of a re-whatever than a proper remaster, just like an upgrade. Having it in 4K is nice. A proper remaster would be like Metroid Prime Remastered, which looks so fucking good. You could say it's a full-on remake, because I think a lot of the assets are just straight up redone.
Has really made me appreciate more than ever how much better Galaxy 2 looks. And I mean, it makes sense, you know, they just had more time to refine the game and work on the art and all that stuff. And like, I could always tell that Galaxy 2 looked just at least a little bit better, just kind of cleaner. You know, like the cutscenes look better, just everything just looks a little bit better. But I really see it now. Like, these versions of the games make it so clear. And you would think that if one looked rougher overall, then it would have more to
Oh no,
gain
it's 60
from being
frames,
touched up.
4K.
But that's not really exactly
But
how
I
it
think
works.
it might be one of those
Sometimes
things,
when
Eternal
you see older
Sunshine,
games
where
rendered
like
at
the
higher
game
resolution,
logic is dependent on the frame rate. So if you make it too fast, it breaks the game.
it still looks great, but sometimes it can kind of reveal the flaws or some of the elements that maybe didn't age as well. You know, you definitely get that a little bit with one here. You're like, okay, I'm definitely playing an older game here. But Galaxy 2 just looks incredible. Like the overall more refined visual quality just shines through. The renewed textures and the higher resolution do nothing but lift up the game and make it sometimes look almost modern, especially with the use of just like
I hope it's modern. It's a modern remaster, whatever.
Color, you know, you're in a high action scene, and like you forget that you're playing a game.
I'm playing a high intense action game right now.
Old. Like I really can't stress enough how great it looks running on Switch 2 on a 4K TV.
Yeah, I'm doing time trial on this boss.
Finally, we've got the whole storybook thing, and this is another thing that surprised me when they said that there were going to be new pages for the storybook. I assumed that they meant just like, I don't know, a couple, like a few, you know, just a little bit of extra. And then when they said that the storybook was going to be in both games, I thought it was going to be the same storybook just in both games so that you could just access it whichever one that you're playing. But no, you've got like basically a whole new chapter for the storybook in one. And then Galaxy 2 has an entire new book.
They should have clarified that in the direct. I also thought it would be the same Galaxy 1 book and Galaxy 2.
That is unique to Super Mario Galaxy 2. It's crazy.
The one that had less story when it came out. That's Kino.
I'm definitely not going to give you any spoilers or anything, but I would say that this extra content delivers. I think the additions are quite impactful.
Is it worth $70
really against
though?
all odds, these actually do kind of deepen the canon. You know, like they were reluctant.
The Mario lore.
Miyamoto was reluctant to put the storybook in the game.
He hated the lore.
And it's really awesome to see
Miyamoto
them
was like,
not
fuck
only
this
like
shit.
put a focus on it, but actually like really work with it more and give like there's a good amount of like lore-y kind of fan service in here. The storybook in Galaxy 2 in particular, it actually works to make the game's whole story setup less disappointing. Honestly, like it retroactively helps give Galaxy 2 some of its own unique identity and like a reason for existing and not just feeling like a just whatever rehash. So yeah, I don't know. Color me surprised. I found all of the new content really enjoyable and even revisiting the storybook at all, like that was great. I haven't actually like just sat down and read/watched through the whole thing in a long time. Maybe not even since I played Galaxy 1 for the first time. So that's good stuff. I really just forgot how great that is. So the price of these games or this bundle of games is always going to be the thing. I don't know if it's going to be this way the whole generation, if like every single Nintendo game that comes out, if the whole entire discussion is just going to be, is it worth it? Is it worth the price? Really, more than ever, I feel like it's not worth even talking about much here, because like I don't know.
No, wait. Is he sweeping for the price?
Gonna be, is it worth it? Is it worth the price? I don't know if it's gonna be this way the whole generation.
Yeah, Sunshine, he drags it out to hit the 10 minutes for the ads. He's one of those guys.
Every single Nintendo game that comes out, if the whole entire discussion is just gonna be, is it worth it? Is it worth the price? Really, more than ever, I feel like it's not worth even talking about.
It's not worth even talking about how it's $70. $70.
Here, because like I don't know, there's just not really a point. Like everyone's
there's not a point, you guys.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it? But like there's no surprises here. Like you know exactly what you're getting. You are getting better looking versions of each of these games
your own determination.
That you can play on the Switch. You know, little features here and there, OST, assist mode, all that stuff.
Yeah, he's an official Nintendo sponsor, D-Day Live. That's why he's too scared to criticize Nintendo too harshly. The thing is, he doesn't get every game from Nintendo for free, and this was not one of the ones he got for free, so he doesn't really have to shill the game. Like, he could shit on the game, and it wouldn't, like, affect his partnership, I don't think.
The storybooks are definitely cool, but you can also just look that up on YouTube and be completely done with it forever. So you just gotta ask yourself, like, how much do you want the extra stuff? How much do you love these games? How
I didn't pay $70 for Galaxy 1 and 2.
Play the originals, you know, like pull out the Wii remotes and find batteries for them.
I do have the benefit of having not played Galaxy 2 before, really the whole way through. Like, I always mention it, but like I've only played it at a fucking Walmart. It was only a few levels. I would say for most people, 70 might be too high of an asking price. Though, in the past, we've gotten like Nintendo putting Skyward Sword, another Wii game, on the Switch 1 for like $60. So that's like $60 for one Wii game versus $70 for two Wii games, individually priced at was like $40 each.
How much do you appreciate having a clearer image, or are you
I wrote the game off on my taxes anyway. You know who else is going to do that? Arlo!
There's not a single person in this world who can tell you if it is worth it. It really...
Yeah, I'll probably go for another
there are no surprises
hour
here.
and
You know
change.
exactly what you're getting, and it's at least nice that we've got
I'm
the
doing
option
great. Thank you
to
for
just
asking.
buy Galaxy 2, because if you have the 3D All-Stars version of Galaxy 1, you know, then you just get Galaxy 2, and then like I said, with the visual upgrades, it makes...
Yeah, like that's a good point. Luigi's Mansion port was $60. Donkey Kong Country Returns, another Wii game, was $60. And you know what? They probably did less to Donkey Kong Country Returns than they did to Mario Galaxy 1 and 2.
Galaxy 2 look that much better, so you really wouldn't be missing out on too much if you just went straight for Galaxy 2.
Thank you, Infamous.
But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, at the very least, I can say that Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are very, very good games, and they've been given very, very new and convenient versions here for Switch and Switch 2. Thank you so much for watching, and please enjoy the rest of your day. Support for NP Arlo comes from viewers like you. If you would like to make a tax-deductible
We're supporting
donation,
Arlo by attending and engaging.
Sorry, you can't. Sorry, it's not something you can do. I mean, you could donate, but it's not going to be tax deductible.
Just give me money. He's begging, but he's hiding it as a joke. The joke is he's a brokey. No, he's not. This is like the least broke Nintendo nerd ever. Okay, we have two. Okay, this is gonna work out. So, first he made a video shitting on the Donkey Kong DLC, then he made a video capping for it. We're gonna go in order. This is the video wherein he craps on it. Nintendo has a DLC problem.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. Like, this is a real thing. So after the Direct, I saw that a lot of people aren't happy about how the Pokemon Company has revealed their DLC plans for Legends ZA, despite the fact that the game is not even out yet. And in these conversations, it looks like a lot of people are
Doug Bowser's last trick before he resigned. Day one DLC.
The newest gross thing for Pokemon or Nintendo to do.
Oh my god, he's sweeping! It's like, oh, this is just another thing for people to shit on Nintendo for. My comments are gonna be so toxic, guys. Ah!
This is a new thing for Pokemon. They got into the whole DLC game last generation, and Sword and Shield came out November 2019, but the expansion pass wasn't announced until the following January. Then Scarlet and Violet released November 2022, and the DLC wasn't announced until the following August. That was way, way later. However, announcing DLC before a game's release is not a new thing for Nintendo. Actually, let's take a minute and back up to when this whole expansion pass thing started. Back in the 20-teens, whatever you call them, the game industry was going nuts with DLC, and we were like freaked out by it. Remember those days when the idea of holding back content and selling it later as DLC was like the worst thing big publishers had ever done?
Well, the worst thing is when it's on the disc,
how good we had
and you're just paying for the unlock.
You youngsters can believe it or not, but there was once a time when Nintendo was much more cautious about how they made their money. They were actually very sensitive about certain...
No, it was actually because the original Wii couldn't really do DLC. That's why Iwata was hesitant on DLC. It was because the Wii literally wasn't really capable of doing it. At least not in the way as it is seen and witnessed today. I'm not saying the Wii never had DLC. It had that pay-and-play shit for like fucking Guitar Hero and some of those music games. But the way we see it, DLC didn't really work on the Wii as it did on other consoles.
Aspects of their public image. They didn't want to just do what everyone else was doing because what everyone else was doing was making money. They were really hesitant to start making mobile
Fortunately,
games,
Arlo has
for
a
example,
point.
even though that
Worst
market
person you
was
know has a point.
positively exploding. And similarly, they were really cautious about DLC. They toyed with it a bit on 3DS and Wii U, but it always came out way after the fact. The Switch generation was really when they decided to fully embrace DLC, but they were still careful about it. Their version of DLC was the expansion pass, and that whole idea began with Breath of the Wild. And the Breath of the Wild expansion pass was indeed announced before the release of the actual game. So
Whoa.
this has been happening since way back in
Why was it
2017.
okay back
We
then,
were
Nintendo
definitely
fans?
at the time. The idea of a Zelda game getting DLC at all was a little weird, but the game looked so good that we decided to take a wait-and-see approach. The ball was in Nintendo's court.
Yeah, they
It was
call
up
them
to them to
expansion
pull this
passes
off without
and
it
not season
feeling
passes.
scummy. Now, I think you could probably argue that this
Wording goes a long way.
pass didn't really offer a lot of content compared to the base game, and locking quality of life features behind a paywall was
Shut the fuck up,
definitely
dingus.
a
No,
little
it's true though. They did reveal it before Breath of the Wild came out. Why was that okay back then? Why were people pogging out back then? I didn't buy the DLC because I didn't buy the game when it came out. Why was it okay back then, Nintendo sweepers?
gross. But overall, this expansion pass thing went down fine. It seemed the experiment was a success. And since then, they've announced expansion passes
Thank you,
before
Clown, for
their
the follow.
respective games.
You're watching one right now.
times.
Me.
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3 each had expansion passes announced a month before their release. Smash Ultimate's first Fighter's Pass was announced a month before release. Fire Emblem Engage, same exact thing. There were
I think the issue with Engage was that it was delayed internally before it was even fully properly revealed, so that when the DLC was revealed, it was like already ready. There was no reason to like delay it. It was just like, okay, just put it out.
expansion passes announced a month before their release. Smash Ultimate's first Fighter's Pass was announced a month before release. Fire Emblem Engage, same exact thing. There were plenty of Switch games with DLC that was announced after
All
release,
true.
but
Why is it
essentially
only a
half of
problem
these
with the
expansion
Switch
passes
too,
were revealed pre-launch.
Nintendine?
It is, of course, worth noting that just because something has happened before, that doesn't make it right. You could absolutely argue.
Oh, good. I thought that was gonna be the
Nintendo
point of the
should have
video.
Never done this, not even once. However, if it has happened, and actually kind of a lot of times, why is it suddenly such a bad thing now? Well, why is it suddenly?
Okay, yeah, answer that. That's what I'm asking.
What's different?
I am the bad faith viewer here.
A word from our sponsor.
Ah,
if
fuck.
you need a website but have no clue how to create one, Squarespace makes it so easy. The intuitive builder lets you add stuff, format, tweak, do basically anything you want without writing so much
praise
as
that,
a
son.
single line of code. You can even start with a template.
Yeah,
to
morning
make
stream
it
before work.
mega easy. My site, Arlo recommends, is a
No,
blog,
I'm not skipping
so
the
I
ad.
just paste in some text, embed
I'm
pictures
supporting
or videos,
content
or
I
even
enjoy.
social media posts. Schedule everything to automatically publish and push to social media, and I am done. But you can really make any kind of site, storefront, business landing page, content library, and if you ever need some extra juice, Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions. Also, shout out, as always, to my good friend, the built-in analytics.
Do I enjoy this
To try
show?
out Squarespace for
Yes, I do.
yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com
It used to be a lot more toxic.
to save 10% off your
That's when I
first
started watching
website
it.
or domain.
It's like I'm watching
And
the
now for
the
today's
decay. It's like a car
recommendation,
crash, D-Dave.
Ready to cook tortillas. This is the brand I get because it's at Costco, but maybe there are other brands too. But the idea is that these tortillas are uncooked.
No. His Costco fucking tortillas? His fucking Trader Joe's tortillas? And my Trader Joe tacos? But you're not really eating your tacos yet, cat.
10% off your first website or domain.
No.
And now for today's recommendation, ready to cook tortillas. This is the brand I get because it's at Costco, but maybe there are other brands too. But the idea is that these tortillas are uncooked and you just throw them on a pan for a couple minutes. They're not full of preservatives and stabilizers, so they taste incredible. And once you have a truly
You can get these at your local
tortilla, you
taqueria for cheaper.
will never want to go back. Thank you again
That's
to
right. Does that?
Squarespace for sponsoring this
No.
video,
Oh, I just
and
saw
thank-
that. Does that say 12? 12 tortillas? Let me cut that. 12 flour tortillas? How much is that? 12 flour tortillas? 12. How did that get you? You could probably get like fucking 5 times that for cheaper. 12?
Yeah, you will never want to go back. Thank you again to Squarespace for sponsoring this video, and thank you for your time.
Holy
Please
shit,
enjoy
the flights
rest
are
of
getting
the video.
fleeced.
It is certainly possible that as far as the actual act itself goes, nothing is different. This is simply the state of Nintendo discourse. People are reacting more strongly to each perceived negative thing that Nintendo does.
Nintendo's getting
even
bigger.
If they've done something many,
That's what you
many
meant to
times
say, Arlo.
before. Now the backlash is extra huge. I do believe that this is true, but that's not to say that the backlash is always completely unreasonable. Many things can affect public image, and whatever the reasons for the state of the discourse is what it is. For a variety of reasons, people are feeling a certain way about Nintendo right now. So even if this whole DLC thing is technically an old practice, it is absolutely worth exploring why the response is so different now. And I think in the case of Pokemon, you gotta...
I'll say this, because people didn't complain about this before. They're only complaining about it now. Or it's the discussion, the negative discourse is only dominating the positive discourse now. And it is because the games people believe are not as good as they used to be. When you make good games, people will sweep it up. Simple as. It's like people online, e-celebs. If they're funny, they can get away with more shit. DSP is not funny, so he gets away with less shit because he's DSP. Other people who are funny get away with more shit. Games that are good from companies that aren't that garbage, that treat their employees right with no crunch, a la Nintendo. They don't crunch, they don't treat their employees bad. Even in this era of the now, they got good reviews still. Iwata fucking cutting his salary in half so that, you know, people's salaries, the regular employees don't get like pay cuts and shit. If you put out good games, people will sweep.
Start by looking specifically at the Pokemon discourse. Trust in the Pokemon Company took a massive hit last generation. There have always been criticisms aimed at them, always little things that miss the
Scarlet and
people in
Violet's
the
fault.
community. Like, of course, like that's video games. But on Switch, it almost seemed like they were trying to destroy all their goodwill. There was the whole Dexit controversy for starters.
That's me. You
then
lost me
Sword
there.
and Shield.
I really don't want to pick up another mainline Pokemon until the National Dex is back. Anne is right in the same boat with me. Just give me the fucking National Dex, and I'll sweep again. I'll be good faith dingus like I am for every other game, first-party game. But I won't do it for Pokemon until they answer this one little condition. I'm such an easy guy to please. I have like one condition, and it has not been met for like any game in the Switch era of Pokemon.
Were so bare bones, clearly rushed out the door. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were disgustingly cheap and lacked any of the content from Platinum for no reason anyone could even guess.
And they were made by Game Freak.
Worst of all, Scarlet and Violet looked and ran.
And when they were like called on it, they said, "Oh, it's a Diamond and Pearl remake, not a Platinum remake." Just like how they said Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire lacking the Emerald content, they were like, "Oh, it's not an Emerald remake, it's a Ruby and Sapphire remake." Like, fuck you, and the dog you came in riding on, ya fucking dog, suck a dog off, ya cocksucker, right?
Like utter garbage, just trash. To this day, I will go to my grave, in fact, being genuinely surprised that Nintendo allowed those games to be released in that state. Absolutely embarrassing. So after all that, you bet Pokemon announcing
stop
DLC
removing
before
moves too.
game's release is gonna raise some red
I get
flags.
removing like
People
redundant moves, but there are moves that aren't
still
redundant that
buying
get
these
removed.
Pokemon
Why?
Games, but the overall trust itself is at an all-time low. Even big Pokemon fans have got to be cautious, you know? Like we're all kind of on our guard.
Meanwhile,
Cerebi
Joe
Pokemon
Merrick over
cooks
there
up next.
still sweeping.
You're trying to sell us
He's a
DLC
Pokemon
and the
shill,
game isn't
Pokemon
even
sponsor.
out yet? That ain't sitting right. Nope, not coming from you. Again, Zelda did it, but we had reason to trust Zelda. Smash did it, but we had every reason to trust Sakurai. Like who doesn't trust Sakurai? And the
Still
game
the one guy
already
left who
looked
works at Nintendo or works
Then
with Nintendo
Xenoblade,
that people trust.
I don't know if trust was ever an issue, but at the end of the day, both games quite simply delivered. You know, a person will often worry
Guy
that
who never
DLC
played
isn't gonna
Xenoblade.
offer
Xenoblade
as much
totally
value
delivered.
compared to the base game, but Torna was so big, it was released as a standalone title. So both games completely proved themselves. Pokemon, on the other hand, is Pokemon. You want to talk about proving yourself? Well, Pokemon has proven that they are perfectly okay selling products that are far below the usual Nintendo standard of quality. And their mobile games have predictably proven that they are okay pushing moral boundaries in pursuit of money. However, we do have to back up a little. We really can't solely blame Pokemon's reputation here. Again, the whole Nintendo conversation must be considered. The company is under fire right now for plenty of reasons, but mainly it's the pricing. Everything they announce is just so darn expensive. As always,
Really? Yeah,
I will
it kind of
argue
is
that
just the
same-
pricing. Like, maybe people would be more... I feel like if Mario Kart wasn't $80, if that controversy didn't exist, I think more people would just be like okay with it. Like more people would just sweep. If it was $60, they wouldn't give a fuck about the intermissions.
Is basically true last generation.
It always comes
but
back to
this
the
time
pricing.
around, the world is somehow even scarier. We're all feeling the economic crunch more than ever.
Oh,
we're
we're gonna felt Trump without saying Trump's name.
And more, and
The
we're looking
tariff
at some of these
sting.
prices and being like, nah, man, I just can't do this anymore. Video games.
If it's Donald Blum's fault, how come the prices are increasing everywhere, Arlo? Why do Europeans have to pay more, Arlo?
Luxury items, and most people can only spend so much on a luxury item. So again, even if Nintendo has announced DLC early before, now the situation is different. On top of everything else, now the very idea is enough to spook anyone. You look at this.
Yeah, people already
barrage
accepted
of
70
products
Galo
coming out, and you
games
look at all
with the
prices,
PS5
and you
generation.
start
So
to
if they
just
made them,
kind of
if
feel
they made it all
attacked,
just
you know?
70,
But the sad
yeah.
thing about the situation
I think
is
people
that
would just accept
it's
it.
not just Pokemon causing a stink. I mean, that would be great. You know, we're used to that. Pokemon does something gross. We all rant and rave about it for a bit, and then we move on with our lives. That's the natural order of things. I mean, Pokemon, gonna Pokemon. What are you gonna do about it? But not
Yeah, you can
this
kind of
time.
sweep for it because
This
Pokemon is its
time,
own
Pokemon
entity for business
isn't
purposes.
alone. Oh, DK Bonanza. we expected more from you. But much like in an after-school PSA from the 90s, the poor game has fallen in with the wrong crowd. It's given in to Pokemon's bad influence and started engaging in its own DLC nastiness. When they announced it, on the surface, nothing was wrong. They're like, hey, DK Bonanza's getting some cool DLC. And for a second, it's like, oh yeah, Bonanza DLC. Oh, cool, I was hoping for that. But then, to our surprise, it's a shadow drop. The DLC is done, and it's available right now.
Red flag
That's
number
so
one.
Cool. But then you think about it a little more, and it's like, wait a minute, the game came out 2 months ago.
Yeah, people want that for Mario Kart.
Major DLC. It's a whole new area.
Yeah, people want that for Mario Kart. They want new tracks already.
Old areas. Like, this is a real thing. And then you follow the logic and you realize that there's just no possible way they whipped this up in 2 months, which means they were working on it well before the base game even launched. Which naturally brings to mind that idea, that scourge of the gaming industry circa 2013, holding back content to sell it later as an extra. Now, of course,
people are arguing
DLC
for that for
really
Mario
soon
Kart,
after
or else the
launch
game is
isn't a
dead.
bad thing in and of itself. Just look at Astrobot. Man, the game launched, and then they just immediately started pumping out DLC at a crazy rate. I don't know if they'll ever stop. Have they stopped? But so far, all of that new content has been totally free. A gift to the fans. DK's DLC is not free, though. It's actually a major paid expansion, which means that from where we're standing, it does indeed appear that Nintendo has done precisely what they set out not to do when they really began pursuing DLC. The rest of the industry was being real skeezy. We were worried, but nope, not Nintendo. They were going to do DLC right. They even said as much. They said they wanted to make sure that they brought enough value. These expansion passes were always planned so far in advance that it was clear the teams were focusing on finishing the games and then working on the extra content. That's why it usually took so long to release. But DK, my beloved DK, this does not look good. Now, in total fairness, it is absolutely possible that this is not actually a case of Nintendo withholding content to sell it as an extra later. Insiders have frequently claimed that Nintendo often finishes games completely and then just sits on them for a while until the time to release is right.
That is true, and I've commented on it in the past. We know for a fact Fire Emblem Engage was one of those games. Advance Wars 1+2 was another one of those games delayed because of the war. I think it came out like a full year after it was originally supposed to come out, after having been announced in like 2021. That is true. I don't know if I've seen confirmation that DK is one of those games, but that would make sense for the DLC being ready already, rather than it just being cut out of the base game and then sold to you at a later date. I don't want to say that that's factually what happened because we don't have the confirmation. So just keep that in mind, that it could be an explanation though.
It's possible that they finished Bonanza well before launch and had a lot of time to work on that DLC after the game was done. But there are also rumors that they delayed the launch of the Switch 2 so they could polish up their games. What about that? Well, maybe they were only polishing Bonanza in the final stretch, and the rest, the bulk of the game, was basically done. And so that whole time, most of them were working on the DLC. If that's what happened, then this isn't so bad, right? That wouldn't seem too skeezy for me.
No, you could still have the pricing argument. It's too expensive.
Here, many people have pointed out that the credits for Bonanza's DLC are very different from those of the base game, suggesting that this was largely created by a different team. That would make this a very separate piece of extra content.
The debunk. Oh, maybe it was a completely different team. It wasn't cut off from the base game. Debunked?
Arlo chiming in here, many people have pointed out that the credits for Bonanza's DLC are very different from those of the base game, suggesting that this was largely
how can you cut it off the base game if it's different devs?
That would make this a very separate piece of extra content, probably, especially if it's true that the main team finished the game and moved on to something else well before launch. Now back to past Arlo with his rebuttal.
See, but we always come
what's the
back to
Nintending sweep
image
for
thing.
that one?
How does this look?
It's still too expensive.
How are we gonna take an announcement with this kind of timing? What are we going to assume? Trust in Nintendo is lower than it's been in a decade. A lot of their customers are feeling nickeled and dimed like crazy. They're just
$100 Virtual Boy shell.
Nintendo ecosystem entirely. What are they going to think when they watch a Nintendo Direct and there are 2 DLC announcements with really shady timing? 2 in one single presentation. It's a news story waiting to happen. It's videos like this waiting to happen. If it's true that it's not as bad as it looks,
Just admit
it's
that you're
just a
part of the problem,
misunderstanding,
Marlo.
it's a timing issue, then Nintendo has to be pretty tone deaf to not see how these announcements would be received, to not imagine even for a second how this would be seen. I mean, it's stupid. Let's say for a second they did hold back content and they did the whole skeezy DLC thing. Let's say they went full evil mode with this. Even if this was totally intentional, they could have gotten away with it if they had just waited a little longer. They could have shadow dropped it like early next year or something. We would have been
Is he telling them how to run their business? Here's how you're supposed to fleece them, guys.
It's
God
like
damn it,
they
Miyamoto,
genuinely
you got
have
yourself
no
caught.
idea how their decisions and announcements affect us.
What
they
was
have
that
no
segment?
barometer for what
You should
will
have
be
done it like
seen
this.
as yet another scummy Nintendo move. And
Here's how you could have
obviously,
gotten away
this
with
is really
it.
just a reflection of the greater problem. They can't just keep ignoring this whole PR disaster. They need to be cognizant of what they're
Yeah,
doing.
they need to address
They're digging the hole
Nintendo.
deeper for themselves. If people are now extra sensitive to what Nintendo's doing, it's moves exactly like this that further degrade trust a little bit at a time. And you know, it's not likely that DLC is going to somehow become less important to them this generation. No, they're feeling that economic crunch as well. The yen is weak, so all their money is worth less. Tariffs are cutting severely into their profits, and they've got an army of investors on their backs pressuring them to keep the Switch gravy
DSP
train
tells them
rolling.
how to chat
I
evade.
see a whole lot more DLC in Nintendo's future, maybe even more than ever. So if they're gonna keep acting this foolishly, keep being this blind to how their customers perceive them, they're gonna have a big problem. They're just gonna dig that hole deeper and deeper and deeper. The discourse is
Come on,
already
Nintendo, you gotta act like
positively
even more of a
toxic
shyster.
right now. The whole conversation
toxic
is
Nintendo
dominated
way. No,
by
no,
the
no, no.
Nintendo is evil now story.
He's gonna call out Nintendine without saying his name.
Deeper and deeper. The discourse is already positively toxic right now. The whole conversation is dominated by the Nintendo is evil now story.
Are
That's
evil,
only gonna get
and it's
worse if they don't
righteous.
start being careful. We accepted the idea of DLC in Nintendo games under the condition that they wouldn't treat DLC like the rest of the industry did. And
Oh, well, I
we
have your Fell for It
just
Again
want them
award
to
right
hold
here,
up their end of
Arlo.
the bargain, you know?
Step
They've
right up.
walked that razor's edge for an entire generation.
Well,
and
DLC will be
things have
good
been
because it
okay for
comes
the
from
most
Nintendo.
part,
They wouldn't
but
steer me
they're
wrong.
starting to wobble a little bit, and it's a little bit scary. But hopefully this was all a fluke. They're not going to start withholding content from their games and selling us to it later. It was just a timing issue, not going to happen again, and we can all go back to being mad about real things, like how the new Kirby amiibo are 50 stinking
I know, he should have brought up how people want, like, DLC for Mario Kart already. Alright, that was him criticizing Nintendo's decisions, though the criticism mostly amounted to, you should have done it differently so I didn't have to sweep for you so hard. You could have been smart about it, Nintendo. Okay, I guess you're criticizing them a little bit. The next video is him actually looking at the Donkey Kong DLC and determining if it's worth the money. If it's actually worth the money. You know, people complain about it, but, you know, have they actually played it? And Arlo has the answer. So, is the DK Island and Emerald Rush DLC actually worth it? He says.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
We got a live one here.
Hello, my friends. I still have a sore throat, and I need to go very, very easy on my voice. So
Second sore throat
today
video.
We're doing this video in PR mode. This is Arlo Things Considered. So up until now, DK Bonanza has been, in my eyes, the one purely good thing about the Switch 2. You know, the launch has been rocky, to say the least. Lots of drama, people are upset. Mario Kart World is really not delivering the way it should. But DK, it's perfect. It's just great.
I don't know. I don't think DSP would agree with you, Arlo.
Is pure. But alas, Nintendo had to go and fumble this as well. They shadow dropped DLC only 2 months after
He's
launch,
so sad.
which triggered a whole new backlash about holding back content to sell it to us later and all that. I do think it's possible that the main game was done well before the Switch 2 launched, and this seems to have been made largely by a different team, so I don't know if this was Nintendo holding out on us.
I will say the game pretty much looked already done when they revealed it in, what was it, April? Held back deliberately when it could have easily launched on launch day, along with Mario Kart. I commented as such too. I was like, oh, well, I mean, that looks like it could launch on day one. It looks like it's already finished. They were strategically spacing it out so they didn't have like 2 first-party games cannibalizing each other on day one, which is something they've done in the past with prior launches. Take it easy, BR Joe. I've got like 1 more hour left in me, and then I'll find someone to raid. And I'll be back, not tomorrow. I'll see if I can be back tonight to conclude Resident Evil. So if you like me fucking getting lost, being all sleepy and tired and felted in Resi 1, I will try to finish that tonight. And we'll be able to play Resi 2. Okay, so Resi 1, I played it once already as Jill. You know, it's my first Chris run. But Resi 2 and Resi 3, Dingus, me, the guy you're listening to right now. I've never played Resident Evil 2 or 3. Oh, it's gonna be a disaster. Never, ever. I'm the Silent Hill guy. How have I never played classic RE2 and 3? But yeah, first we gotta finish the Chris RE1 run. That'll be tonight.
Or just another case of them genuinely not understanding how things look when they do those things. Like, they really didn't see this coming. They really couldn't have just waited a bit before announcing the DLC.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet Leon, your favorite character, Leon.
And of course, it's not just
No, I've never played
timing,
RE2 or 3. I grew up, I'm gonna say it again, pre-stream history lesson Helicopter Company. I grew up with Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4, but none of the Resident Evils. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 as well. I always say Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. I never bring up Dino Crisis 1 and 2, but also Dino Crisis 1 and 2.
Price $20 isn't a ton. It's not even as much as a lot of the
I don't think
DLC
RE's gonna hit the goal, just being honest.
Most of those expansion passes were like $25-30, but this doesn't offer as much content as an expansion pass, and then it's on top of the already increased $70 price tag, the overall economic situation we find ourselves in. It's set a lot of us off. Like $90 to get all of this game's content only 2 months after launch. It's a lot to ask. But what about the DLC itself? Is it any good? Could it possibly be worth the price? Here's Arlo with the story. With the story. Is that what they say? What do they say when they're like transitioning to the feature?
He's transitioning!
Whatever. So there's a big problem here, and it's that this DLC is called DK Island and Emerald Rush.
Yeah, I know that. Like for Resi 2, you gotta play the A sides and the B sides for both the characters, but the game is short enough that it really doesn't matter. Whereas RE3 is just 1 playthrough, I believe. Technically, the replay value there is doing the different choices. I know there are split-second decisions you gotta make. RE3 was originally supposed to just be a spin-off, like RE Survivor. Then it got promoted to RE3 because Capcom thought it would be scummy. Yeah, this is like base side Capcom. Capcom thought it would be scummy to ask people to get a Dreamcast for Resi 3. The actual Resi 3, which was supposed to be Code Veronica.
And that suggests that this is 2 major pieces of content. And if you already know that Emerald Rush is like a roguelite thing, you might be hoping that DK Island by itself is enough. Yeah, like, I didn't know how much I would like Emerald Rush, so yeah, I was hoping that DK Island would just be like a new layer, just a new layer of the game. But that's the thing. It's really not. There are no Bonandium gems, there are no fossils. I explored it top to bottom, hoping that there would be just like something to find, just something
that he can use to sweep for the DLC.
Didn't tell us, some sort of delightful surprise, but there isn't. What you see is what you get. Really, the only thing to do is to buy statues from Squawks. And don't get me wrong, The statues are cool. You know, they look neat. There's a bunch of them. They represent all the different enemies and characters and everything, and you can just grab them and turf surf on them and swing them around.
Claire first and Leon second?
And then on the plus side, overall, DK Island is a really cool place to just be and just kind of run around.
Claire's supposed to be easy mode anyway, right?
Beautiful. It's nice to be above ground.
Analogous to Jill?
It's a place to hang out with your all friends. Populating it with the statues gives you something else.
That's what I said, Coggers, when people said, oh, you're not playing Resident Evil. Well, I would like to, but it's based on a modded randomizer, so I wouldn't know where the fuck I'm going. I have to get an understanding for the game first by playing the original versions to understand the modded version. No real change in difficulty between RE2 characters. Oh, okay. Let me take a quick BRB. I'll put the stream on my phone so I can listen to Arlo. Just gotta step away for a second. Oh, well, let me start the level and then pause. No one listens to the RE fanboy. No one listens to the Pac-Man fanboy either. Alright, quick BRB, but I will be here listening. Well, I won't be here. I will be listening.
Else to do on top of the wealth of other collectibles the game offers if you're into just collecting more. And then, of course, there's the nostalgia factor. I mean, come on, a brand new arrangement of Grant Kirkhope's DK64 theme. Oh, just like the warm fuzzies are just, it's overwhelming. So it's cool, but it's just unfortunate that it's not an actual level. It really is mostly just a place to store your statues and then also a level to play in Emerald Rush, which is particularly confusing because Emerald Rush populates it with fossils and gems. So like, why couldn't they have just given it its own fossils and gems? I don't understand. But let's talk about Emerald Rush. Here you have been tasked with collecting emerald for Void Kong. I like how he comes back and you work for him, and he's like still a greedy corporate bad guy, but you know, he's not like threatening anyone anymore, so everyone's cool with him. The idea that DK and Pauline are helping him literally just because it's fun is really funny. Now, I feel like we need a new name for this kind of game. It's not really a genre, it's more a format. You know, I feel like roguelikes and roguelites are more like you do a run with the intent to beat the game. You try to see how far you can get, you try to get to the end, and if you die, you start over. This is one of those ones where the runs are broken up between stages and difficulty levels. Each run has a hard time limit, a limited number of rounds. I don't know, I feel like that should be its own category, but maybe that's just me. So in each round, you've got to collect enough emerald to fill the quota before time runs out or the run ends. And you still get rewards when you don't get to the end, so there's no real failing, which is really nice. You know, I don't like to waste time. That's why I don't usually play games like this. All your skills have been taken away, and you can earn them back by finding them in gems, and you can also buy them back using chips. While you're in around, Void Kong will always have a new goal for you. These will move all around the map, you know, something like go and beat these bad guys, smash these emerald lumps, turf surf a certain amount, high five a certain character, go for a swim, like just a bunch of random stuff. These goals earn rewards, and then there are also fossils all over the place, and every time you collect a fossil or a gem or complete a goal, you get to choose from 3 random perks. That's the other thing about this genre, or whatever it is. Like, you always get to pick between 3 perks. Now, this all might sound kind of superfluous on the surface. Like, why would we need DK Bonanza to be turned into a roguelite kind of thing? Like, what is the point? But I gotta say, it works so well. And it is so well designed for the most part. This mode completely recontextualizes the entire game and all of its ideas. For one, it can act as something of a super hard mode. You know, the game's mechanics are so deep and exploitable, and so this is going to be absolutely glorious for anyone who wants to really put their skills to the test. It doesn't have to be super hard mode all the time. I'm not that good at the game, but the opportunity for it to be is there if that's what you want it to be, you know? And some people don't like that the levels aren't really randomized here. That's usually the point of a roguelite, but no, I say this is perfect. The placement of all the
Wow, he
fossils
actually
and the
likes
gems
it.
are always the
He's
same,
sweeping.
so you can learn the layouts of each level and figure out the best paths to take. But which gems have which skills are randomized, and then of course, you never know what perks are going to be presented to you to choose from. So there's still absolutely a huge random element. Every run is going to be different, but they're all just similar enough that you can constantly improve your strategy and have something of a plan when you tackle each one. Then the whole gameplay loop is just superb. No matter what you're doing, if you have no other plans, you can always tackle a goal. And that is going to bring you around the map so you can try to grab gems and fossils on your way. So there isn't really one single optimal route. You're more like crafting out these mini routes and improvising what to do on the fly. Maybe someone who is good enough could always do it one way, but I'm not that good. So I love figuring it out as I go and slowly familiarizing myself with each level. Before we continue, NPRlo here with a quick word from our sponsor. I needed a website where I could recommend things to people, and Squarespace made it easy as pie. I just picked a template, messed around with it for a bit, and before I knew it, I had a slick and professional website. Making content is just as easy. The intuitive builder lets me throw on
At least
some
he's not
text,
super
embed
excited
pictures
here.
and video and stuff, tweak everything however I want, absolutely no coding required. I can even save time by drafting
Arlo
up
didn't
a
have to
bunch
learn
of
the code.
posts and scheduling them to all automatically publish and generate social
Thanks,
media
Sarah.
posts later. And you can really do
Arlo's
anything
got a
here,
sword throw.
a portfolio, something
You
for your
missed him, so
business, a
sweeping
storefront
for
physical
Nintendo's
goods or
DLC
digital
decisions.
ones. If you need something extra, Squarespace offers lots of powerful
I
extensions.
don't know, he brought up some good
And you know
arguments.
what else they offer? It's analytics, built right in. I can always see how my site is doing. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. And now for today's recommendation, All That Must Be by George Fitzgerald. It is a primarily electronic album, and it's really good. That's all I've got to say. It's a super good album. Thank you again to Squarespace for sponsoring this
The
video.
DLC is
Thank you all for your
overpriced.
time. Please enjoy the rest.
He just say he said like people. Oh wow, look at that time, 20 milliseconds, pretty good. Where'd he go? He said people looked at the credits, and the credits for the DLC is a completely different team from the regular DLC. So the allegation that it was deliberately cut out from the base game and sold back to you is doesn't exactly hold water. If a whole nother team of people worked on that piece of DLC.
Of the video. And it feels so good to get new perks all the time, just constantly, if you know where those fossils are. And if
Doesn't
you
make the
really wanna
DLC
do
itself
well, you
worth
can't just
$20.
grab whatever looks good. You know, you gotta create a build. You gotta find the good synergies, you know, the good combos. There are just so many different kinds of perks. You can increase the emeralds that you get by beating certain enemies.
Want a good price
beating
game?
Enemies
$30
using
for this
certain
one.
attacks or with certain bonanza transformations. You can increase the likelihood that certain items will drop or add an emerald multiplier based on how many of a certain item you have stored. Multiplier based on how many meters you've turf surfed in total, how many goals you've completed, how many skills you've unlocked, how much time you've spent in bonanza mode, or even like how many seconds have you spent charging up a charge skill. So like there's lots of passive stuff, but then some stuff that you kind of have to do actively on your own. So you're always encouraged to play as efficiently as possible and just squeeze in
$30
these
this
little
week, so we're
actions
getting
here
half
and
a
there to
game.
increase that multiplier.
No,
You
it's
go
a
in
full
between
game,
places,
man.
You always got to make sure you
Your
do
favorite
such and
yellow
such.
ball.
Whenever you attack the enemy, you got to do it this way. You know, every percentage point matters. And it is frustrating because the perks are always random. So yeah, a lot of it often just comes down to what the game serves up. And then the further you go, the more perks you unlock, which really dilutes the pool, you know? Like if you don't want to do a bonanza build, or you just want to focus on one bonanza, then all of the other bonanza skills are just trash, and you just keep unlocking more and more and more. There are a lot of perks that really get in the way. Fortunately, eventually, you gain the ability to block perks by spending chips, and you can spend emeralds to reroll. And if anything, it's only frustrating because the potential is so darn tantalizing. once you start seeing the synergies, you know, you get a taste of the good combos. Ooh, that's when things really get cooking. You smell that stew, and suddenly you want more. It's exactly like Balatro, like the temptation to do one more run because you have this need to bust the game open. Oh, it's so strong. I haven't really been able to find a lot of great combos yet, but if you would like one example, there's this one perk where every enemy drops chips. Well, don't tell the devs this. This is gonna be our little secret, but they made every single Peekaboo-boid count as its own enemy. So each one drops chips. You can use the chips to block all the perks
they are
you don't
separate.
want.
Each individual one is a separate enemy, though.
Increases emerald gains from Peekaboo-boids and a multiplier for how many chips you have. Do you see where I'm going with this? You just keep leveling all of these up and you get higher and higher multipliers and then more chips per enemy, which increases your multiplier, and enemies respawn really easily. So you can farm all
That's not an error, that's just how the game is played. They probably want you to discover stuff like that.
Cracked combo like this going, and you score high enough above the actual quota, you get a V rank. Ooh, V rank. So now there's this incentive to break every level. I just wish it was like Balatro, where you can go into overtime and the quotas get like exponentially crazier. I'd really like that. But yeah, it's crazy fun when things get rolling. Figuring out your build on the fly, it's a thrill. You know, you get a few lucky drops that can totally change your strategy. Suddenly, you're going for something new. Maybe something you've never tried before. You're always putting together new builds in your head. You know, you're seeing the combos.
Sounds great. I just wish it wasn't like 20 bucks.
New perks. And I gotta say, Nintendo kind of undersold the amount of content here.
Oh, undersold it, huh?
Rush on basically every like major layer of the game.
I did hear about that. It's strange they didn't advertise that.
Is gonna play totally differently. Each one is basically its own whole mode that you can just spend hours and hours and hours on perfecting. So now we come to the big question. Is this DLC worth the price?
Here it comes.
And I think in this case, in particular, there is no one answer. More than ever, it's gonna come down to who you are. The price. And I think in this case, in particular, there is no one answer.
You gotta decide for yourself, man. Is it worth it to you?
And what kind of games you like. If you're not into this kind of
dude, Nintendo would have slapped the fuck out of Doug Bowser and said, "Fuck you! This is $2. This is free."
I don't play a ton of these, but I'm having the time of my life. You may be surprised. You really can't know for sure until you get a taste for one of those combos.
Dude, like Dave's not even gonna play this DLC. Like, you say what you want about Dave, he'd shrug his arms and like fucking call Miyamoto an F-slur and just like fucking sit on it. And then people would pretend to get mad about him dismissing the DLC that's $20 when other gamers did that as well.
Once it really gets rolling and suddenly you need more.
Game's fucking dog shit. I want to play more of it.
This isn't going to be for everybody.
Nintendo can
and
fucking
DK
eat it.
Island by itself probably is not going to be worth the price unless you're just like dying for something new to collect. Though even then, you're not going to have enough chips without playing Emerald Rush or just grinding chips like crazy in the base game. And it's frustrating
which
because
I did do.
I'm sure most people wondered if DK Island would unlock at the end of the game like Mushroom Kingdom did in Mario Odyssey. So charging for it and tying it with Emerald Rush, kind of making that like necessary with no option to purchase separately, it is unfortunate. But if Emerald Rush is your kind of game, you like these kind of really skillful run-based experiences, then it will probably be worth the price, especially if you're super good at the base game, you've mastered all these mechanics, maybe you're even into speedrunning, or you just like doing this kind of stuff over
they're
and
trying
over
to get the Ostrava
get really
audience.
good at it, chase all the high scores, get a V rank in every level, then absolutely. I mean, like, obviously, you're gonna love this. That's what's so funny about this. Plenty of people are not gonna think that this is worth it at all, in the slightest. But the right kind of person is gonna get, I mean, dozens and dozens of hours out of it. This is essentially a whole new game. It takes the base game and creates...
No, it was basically a whole new game if you want to know the truth about it. Dude, DSP would never, ever say this.
Out of it. This is essentially a whole new game. It takes the base game
come on,
and
hear him
creates
out.
a totally new experience out of it. I mean, I've probably played well over a dozen hours myself, probably even 15 or something by now. And I've barely scratched the surface. I have stuck with only the handful of the easiest layers.
I love
If
all
you
the
wanna
canned
master them all,
buzzword
you are
phrases
looking
coming out.
at
It's
a
I barely
massive
scratched the surface
amount
of the
playtime.
gameplay.
And you earn points as you play, and it takes a huge amount
Holy
of points to
shit.
unlock all the perks and the
Immaculate
costumes
sweep.
and stuff. Like I've still got a long way to go. So it's like $20 just for DK Island. I don't know about that. Or it could be $20 whole for only an entire new game's worth of playtime.
He has to
Maybe
sweep,
even as
Saru.
much as
He's
it
a
takes to
confirmed
100% the base
sponsored
game.
shill.
Is that all just dozens and dozens
We
of
watched him review Sonic Racing Crossworlds earlier before you came in. He reviewed the entire game sponsored and did not mention Mario Kart even once. He's like the only creator who reviewed Sonic Racing without making any kind of Mario Kart reference. He did not say the M word or the K word. Something stinks. Something smells fishy here, guys. It's almost like he's a shill or something. Oops.
Hours and a whole new experience for only $20. You see what I'm saying? That's why.
Yeah, he did say other kart racers. He just didn't say Mario.
No one can tell you if it's worth it. Only you can. And I do think it's unfortunate that DK has been dragged into this whole pricing and DLC discussion because I do think that for what it is, Emerald Rush is incredibly cool. Don't let anyone tell you that this was a cheap throwaway project, just a convenient way to rehash all the old levels.
Roasting
It's
Nintendine
basically
again.
the equivalent of Luigi's Balloon World from Mario Odyssey. It's not. It's objectively not. They clearly did a lot of work on this. They developed all of its ideas really, really well. They put a ton of care into how it all works. And even if some
I think
may
it has
see
more
as
going
kinda
for it
cheap,
than Luigi's
I think
Balloon
it's
World.
awesome when you take an already great game and build something new using
But
the same
$20?
especially when the gameplay is as fun as Bonanza's. You know, it's why I'm always begging Nintendo for something like a map creator in Pikmin. If I like playing a game that much, give me a reason to just keep playing forever. That's what Emerald Rush is. Take a phenomenal game, one of the best games Nintendo has put out in years, in my opinion, and give people a reason to just keep playing and mastering the mechanics.
He's appealing
if
to
they are so
emotion. He's trying to
inclined.
make you
It
sad.
takes a
I apologize
huge
to Daddy
experience
Nintendo.
and makes it that much more huge. So was it kind of hard to drop $20 on top of the 70 I already spent? Yes. Is Nintendo
Boy.
doing enough to justify charging so much for all this extra stuff? Probably not. Should they have given us this DLC for free, or at least for only $10, or sold DK Island separately or something? Probably. But if I'm reviewing the
Can't
DLC,
even commit to this
I do
opinion.
have to admit that at the very least, this is very, very good DLC. This has been Arlo Things Considered. If you would like to support Arlo programming, please consider donating cars. You got any extra cars handy? We'll take them. Next up, 18 straight hours of classical music and news, followed by jazz.
And that was his thoughts on the DLC. It's good and he likes it. Let's get the real opinion, though. A real opinion from an actual Donkey Kong fan. The truth about the Bonanza DLC, I 100%ed it. So this is the Donkey Kong guy. He's an actual DK connoisseur, and this is what he thought about the DLC. No shill, no shilling involved whatsoever. He's not a sponsor like Arlo, not a partner. What did he think? I don't even know. I haven't watched it yet. I've been waiting for his stream.
I'm not going to bury the lead. This is not a good look. I quite enjoyed
No, frills. No, he's not going to sweep. No. Look at him. He's going to cry. He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry. No, Miyamoto, you should have made it free. Why wasn't it $10? Oh no, it should have been free, Miyamoto. Why was Luigi's Balloon World free? Why wasn't this free?
I'm not gonna bury the lead. This is not a good look. I quite enjoyed the recent Nintendo Direct, where we got looks at some decent-looking Galaxy ports. Really
decent-looking $70 Wii ports. Those are fine by him, though.
cool merchandise, an absolutely gorgeous Yoshi game, new Fire Emblem, and being caught off guard with DK Isle coming to Bonanza. And then I saw the prices. I was a bit distracted while watching the Direct, so I kind of missed the whole pay $20 thing. A lot of people are speculating on DK Isle being cut out of the game and resold, and while I don't believe that premise for reasons we'll get into later, it's kind of slimy to charge a premium for something everyone was assuming would be in the game to begin with. People are drawing the obvious parallels to Odyssey's usage of the Mushroom Kingdom and Balloon World, because, yeah, why wouldn't they? This is the same team and vibe, and comparatively speaking, it looks like you're pay-gating stuff that used to be free. More than that.
Yeah, look,
this
look
is the
how
first 3D Donkey Kong game.
Look how easy it was for a real fan to say that. It took like less than 30 seconds for a real fan to just say that. Like, he still enjoys the game. He's still hyped. That Bonanza is his game of the year. It took him no time at all to just be honest about that and upfront. Whereas Arlo had like 20 minutes saying, "Oh, you decide the value of the DLC." Like, he can still enjoy the game and still think the DLC is expensive and not worth it, and still comment about how, well, in Mario Odyssey, you got the same content, the similar style content for free.
Pay-gating, why wouldn't they? This is the same team and vibe, and comparatively speaking, it looks like you're pay-gating stuff that used to be free. More than that, this is the first 3D Donkey Kong game in a quarter of a century. Everyone was expecting there to be some sort of DK64 throwback. While this island was probably not in the original scope of development, it feels like such a natural extension of the game they made that it should have been a free update. When you establish a history of giving something to your audience only to paywall it in later
Holy
entries,
shit, what a
you're
king.
rightfully going to get called out for it. It's like when Breath of the Wild put hero mode in the expansion pass. Sure, it was slightly different than the traditional mode, but this is a concept that has been included in most Zelda games since the days of the Wind Waker on GameCube. It's like when Smash 4 reintroduced Lucas, a semi-clone character from the last game, and wanted us to pay extra for him. They didn't even give him the Mewtwo and Roy glow-up. It's not even an issue with the price here. The problem is that you would sell it in the first place. With the Breath Pass in this, they should offer the
What a breath of fresh air. Call him Reddit, call him I don't give a fuck. That is base. Just like Arlo did the video calling them out, saying, "Oh, Nintendo always does this," but he still swept for them. At the end of the day, it was still a sweeping video. This is just, yeah, they always did it. Yeah, it was always trash. Yeah, they're still doing it, and yeah, it's still garbage, even if I like the game. Holy shit, based.
We used Ultra for him. They didn't even give him the Mewtwo and Roy glow-up. It's not even an issue with the price here. The problem is that you would sell it in the first place. With the Breath Pass in this, they should offer the things we used to get with the game purchase, you know, with the game purchase. We're entering a strange generation, though.
Oh, if only Sarah was we're still here.
Variable pricing prospect. Like, I would gladly pay a higher price for a once-in-a-generation masterpiece like Smash Ultimate if that meant getting all the other small Mario Party type games and lazy ports for appropriate prices. Instead, we're just raising the price on everything. I thought it was weird that only $10 separated a lazy broken port of a 15-year-old Wii game and a modern 4K AAA project, but apparently they think Bonanza should actually cost $90. I also played the Kirby expansion and was not really impressed with the offering. I digress. There's a much larger, nuanced discussion on pricing we could have at some point, but that's a different video.
I say for Kirby and Mario Party, while we're at it, they think it's $10 for the upgrade and then $10 for the new content. Whether you agree with that or not, I think that's their mindset going in. That's how you get 20 from that.
That's what's annoying about this. They could have dodged this whole PR debacle if they made DK Isle a free update with Emerald Rush behind the paywall. That would reinvigorate interest in the game and be a better sales funnel than just demanding money in front of a gate. Regardless, in this video I want to explore the Bonanza DLC, and somewhere along the way you can decide if this is right for you or not. I'm not your dad. While I think charging for DK...
So, okay, so that's still the Arlo tier, you know, you decide if it's worth it, but it's delivered and conveyed in like a much more reasonable way. then like when I hear Arlo say that, it comes off as disingenuous.
The isle was lame. I was curious about how much fun the Emerald Rush mode would be. Let's start with the island itself. It's funny. I rewatched the trailer from the Direct, and after finishing the DLC, if you've seen the trailer and the website, you've kind of seen everything that DK Isle has to offer. Don't get me wrong.
As a certified DK freak,
I really enjoy having this incredible little museum of references to look through, but this isn't really a new level. There are no fossils or bananas to collect, just some recycled challenge stages in case you need to farm gold. That's why I think this area was made after they were done with the main release. This was designed specifically for the Emerald Rush mode. While it is jam-packed with cool references, the structure of the stage itself is tailor-made for this side mode. Maybe that's why they felt like they needed to package them together, but I still think they should have given the island part out for free. The attention to detail here is fascinating. You open up on a little chunk of rock looking out toward the giant mountain in the shape of DK's head. It looks every bit as cool as you thought it was on the 64. Grant Kirkhope's famous overworld theme is remixed to great effect while you can explore. King K. Rool's ship is crash landed similar to the DKC2 world map, and you can find neat little details inside like this disc from the end of the stages in that game. Speaking of small details, Funky is nowhere to be found, but both of his surfboards are here. This is probably coincidental, but the way that the surfboard spins when you start to surf in the air calls back to Funky's playable appearance in Tropical Freeze. Squawks has a little hut where he can exchange Banandium chips for these neat statues. He's kind of an odd choice. I mean, there's any number of Kongs that you could have pulled to do this task, but whatever. I like the touches
Squawks
like
is in a theme park. I think that's why.
I went to DK's house to see the full crew, and I kid you not, Diddy makes a reference to the TV show here. Cranky is there to call you a weenie for using the island to farm gold, which is great. And with DK's house, we have a bit of a fusion going on here. The outside of the hut looks a lot like the retro games, while inside it's largely pulling from DK64 with some light notes from both DKC and the Smash trailers. Candy makes a little cameo with a slight redesign that suits her. Under DK's hut, we probably have my favorite callback.
He didn't like the last Candy design she had.
Exploring this little bit in 3D is quite a treat. They have these pads on the ground meant to represent the warp pads from DK64. They have a DK Bongo Island, ladies and gentlemen. There are a lot of little Easter eggs to observe while you're going about the island, but as far as challenges or content go, you just have a few of these gold farming challenges. They're all recycled from the game, so there's nothing new to see here. On the floating island, there's a banana fractone that's speaking gibberish. The boys in the chat were talking about it being some sort of puzzle, but I didn't have an interest in decoding it quite yet. There are Rambies throughout the island that will teleport all the Kongs to you to pose for photos, and that's about it. This is the only layer totally devoid of fossils and Banandium gems, which is disappointing because they went through the trouble of figuring out locations for them for the Emerald Rush mode, but not for the main game. If they would have let those exist in the regular overworld along with some new type of fossil and a couple classic throwback challenge rooms, this could have been the stuff of legend. This would have been the perfect place to recreate some DK64 minigames in the Bonanza engine. It would be pretty easy to pull off Kremlin Kosher, Busy Barrel Barrage, or even the Battle Arena pad by just reusing assets. Even copy and pasting the
critiques it, but also explains how it could have been done better.
A long way. After spending like 20 minutes on the island, I felt like I had seen everything. This was the issue with stapling DK Isle to the paid DLC. It's a strong selling point, but one that will disappoint with the lack of work put into the layer itself. Don't get me wrong, I think the visuals are incredible, and it's surreal to explore all of this, but there is a real lack of interaction with this new stage. I was feeling pretty sour on the purchase as I spent 20 big ones on 20 minutes of exploration. Next, I wanted to check out the Emerald Rush mode to see what it was all about. We find Void Kong chilling off the coast in some kind of laboratory. He's lamenting that he has no workers to do the heavy lifting on his new scheme, so he recruits Donkey Kong for the task. Story-wise, we were told that Voidco had disbanded after the... But here he is, ready to go again.
Whoa,
there is
spoilers.
A sort of cosmic irony that a greedy corporate boss is demanding that you collect money for him, and I paid $20 for the privilege. There is a little backstory here, which is not asking a whole lot, but appreciated all the same. Emerald is unripened Banandium, which is hilarious. Void says he wants to monopolize the Emerald so he can, quote, charge whatever he wants to make an obscene profit. They
just
set
like
the
Nintendo.
Expectations that there will be no Crocs in this DLC. He's done with chasing the Banandium route, and he'll sell the Emerald energy to wealthy buyers. Nintendo's really telling on themselves here. So here we start with the Emerald Rush mode on DK Island. You start with no skills, no money, and a time limit to change that. Getting fossils in this mode will let you gain perks, and immediately I'm getting big pulls. If you smash certain bananas, they'll give you skills and perks, while other bananas just give you a bunch of chips. Already we can see what I was talking about before. There are fossils and Banandium gems hard-coded into the island, and I'm left wondering why we couldn't have collected them in the overworld. Anyway, we're trying to make the best use of our time. We have to get our quota filled and make sure that we're picking up skills and perks along the way to make that task easier. This is a roguelike, meaning every new round I reset back to 0, but I would be gaining extra gear and unlocking perks for future runs. Inside of each round, I have competing interests. Do I beeline for the fossils and bananas, or do I just pursue goals? Every time a new goal was given, I had to establish a path that would not only get me there fast, but also provide an opportunity to pick up resources on the way there. This is where you see the purpose of the DK Isle design. It's pretty small with a lot of caves that intersect, giving you a lot of control on how you want to make your approach.
No, come on, he's supposed to be based. We're supposed to like him.
Every time you complete an Emerald Rush, you get Banandium chips for the statues and points that will unlock goodies on your ID card. There are stages, new perks, and outfits to gather on this quest. Not only can we do Emerald Rush on DK Isle, we can also do what looks like 5 more stages. With some chips burning a hole in my pocket, I had to trade in for a statue or two. First I got this Donkey Kong and Pauline one, and then this happened.
Yeah, but you know me, like...
While lots of other games have galleries, it's kind of neat how this one is integrated into the world.
That's
Turf surfing is
heckin'
hilarious,
K-Rool.
and since these statues can't be broken, they can be pretty useful for Emerald Rush too. This is the gameplay loop. Do a rush, cash in your chips, and work toward earning stages and costumes. I jumped into the canyon next and bumped the difficulty up as high as it would go, 3 for this part of the game. While DK Isle fit really well with this new mode, some of the other stages really don't, like, at all. I learned in the canyon that they can just throw a new goal at you that's 3 layers deeper, and that's where you need to make use of the void barrels. While this is a nice band-aid for that problem, barrels are limited, and the somewhat linear design of moving through the sublayers can be annoying if you're commuting on a time limit. I ended up losing at round 8. The nice part about losing is that you still earn a proportional amount of chips and points, so it doesn't feel like any run is wasted. I bumped back down to 1 and was fine, unlocking the hilltop layer next. So there I streamed for like 5 hours and it felt like 2. It's repetitive in some sense, but I was having such a great time crafting builds to increase point multipliers. I ended at about 2/3 of the way to the last goal. I mostly did DK Isle along with the intro difficulties to the levels I was unlocking, and after 2.5 more hours I completed my little battle pass thing. There's a small cutscene that plays, and I won't spoil it for you here, but also you're not really missing much. Just a neat little character interaction. It's here that we roll the credits for Emerald Rush and DK Isle. It's actually kind of a really cool way to do credits. I can just move around the island and see the names in 3D, smashing them along the way. It's this that really suggests that the DLC was made apart from the real game and not cut out of it. We all know how Nintendo feels about crediting people for their work, but we've got a full team of people that cranked this out, and they're all listed here in this little 3D credits thing. It's kind of strange that it's not scrolling. I think this, coupled with how well the stage integrates into Emerald Rush, confirms that for me. They still should have given the island for free though. So I completed the mode and was given the gift of DK Isle at sunset. I will say, this is a vibe. There's a new version of the song along with it, an excellent bookend to my 1,000 banana and millions of emerald journey. Here's the thing though, my achievements multiplied 5-fold after this. The point total went from around 2,500 to 10,000, doubling the number of stages and putting new perks and outfits along the way. I also earned the ability to block perks on runs, which would give me a lot more agency in what kind of build I wanted to pursue. As I went for more emeralds, I focused on the skills that had nothing to do with bonanzas. I know that's the title of the game and everything, but I prefer to play with regular old DK and relish in the extra challenge it provides. The cherry on top was being able to use the skills like Lonely Heart and Bonanza, rewarding me for my skimpy skill build and lack of transformations. I would usually end up getting the Turf Surf perks, and the results can be pretty nutty. I started tackling every level at max difficulty, which I wouldn't recommend right off the bat. In the main game,
It does sound like this
would
would get pretty crazy. You know, in later difficulties with all these different perks and being able to block perks that you don't like. Again, I gotta go back to the pricing, man. $20.
Designed as such. Emerald Rush flips the level design on its head, forcing you to really think about how you traverse the different sublayers on each map. It was pretty tough in the freezer and forest layers, as lava and thorns could destroy a lot of my progress. The void upcharge on apple juice is wild. If you scale up the difficulty at a smoother pace, you'll give yourself the chance to discover which build you might want to try and where the good spots to farm fossils and enemy encounters are. There were some levels I
He explains it so much better than Arlo too.
My first few times through, but as I familiarized myself with the map and established better priorities, I found that sweet score going higher and higher. That being said, the RNG can be cruel. Sometimes I would be out of barrels and it would ask me to go down 3 layers for 1 goal. The skills you do get seem to crowd around whatever bonanza you've unlocked, but I was avoiding them to preserve my other bonuses. I would sometimes go through a whole max difficulty run and never see something basic like Gold Champ. The problem gets worse the farther you climb because there are a lot of skills that are added to the rotation. It's ironic, but that was more the exception than the rule. Blocking perks was nice, but the cost to do so jumps pretty fast. I only got punch power, surf, and better collecting usually, and still found myself short on chips, though eventually you get perks to make chip collection a lot easier. Near the end of my run to fill out my Voidco punch card, I got to the point where I was getting multipliers upward of 4,000% on enemies I was fighting. I discovered there was a rank beyond A, and a few times I even got close to 1,000,000 points. That's what's cool about this mode. Every level is its own set of intricate details to
but where's
master.
the V rank
enemy
at?
hotspots as much as possible in the forest layer to compensate for all the commuting from one goal to another. Getting around in the freezer layer without the zebra took some careful thought, and I made a little
daytime
highways in the
dingus. Not for
resort
much
layer
longer
to get
though.
quickly from one part of the map
We're
to
supposed
the other.
to
It's such
give me
a
something to
rush
do
because
before
all
work.
the time that I've put into the game thus far informed my strategy and decision making. I even picked up some new tricks along the way, like the fast aerial turf surf. There's a cool video from Twirly about how to do it. It's no secret that this game is on the easier side, so having a mode that's more about pushing a score than passing a test makes a lot of sense. It's totally scratching the itch of having a bigger challenge for me. Losing even a single heart can mess up my multipliers, and while I usually have a balloon, falling off of a ledge wastes an astronomical amount of time. It's all punctuated well with the bombastic soundtrack. There's not a whole lot of new stuff here, but it totally works for the mode. I wish there was an option to change the music around, as I imagine the theme might get old on my 100th
I guess up to this guy
rush,
before
but
I
so far
purchase my
I've enjoyed
YouTube.
it. The last round has an
He
absolute...
only recently started making videos this year. I promoted him back in January when his one of his first videos went viral. I gave him the dingus boost, the non-existent dingus boost. There we go. It's all the diving outfits.
Absolutely bonkers track. Pauline starts belting out this wild scream and the race is on. There's a jazzy tone accompanied by electric guitars and references to past DK tracks within. It's an amazing listen as you frantically try to close out your high score. Such a rush. An emerald rush. I don't know if I was hitting the right bonuses or something, but I didn't have to grind it all for the goals. When I finished my achievements, I had only beaten 3 layers on the highest difficulty. If you beat every one of these difficulties, you get a green medal, so I started chasing those thinking that I'd be ready for the toughest version by the end. And after doing that with 2.5 stages, I was ready to collect my final reward. What was that final reward? A new outfit for Pauline and a secret boss battle. There's not really any story pretext for this, just an opportunity to fight Void on DK Isle. For some reason, it seems to work a lot better. I noticed a lot less lag in this instance of the fight compared to the Forbidden Layer. There's not much new with this boss battle, but the path he takes while he's running and throwing things at you is really neat. I love this minecart segment as well as this epic part where you chase him up and down the mountain. There isn't really anything that happens after beating him. It's just kind of a fun little gameplay bonus. It was around this point that I got more lore details from these fractones behind Void. Apparently,
being able to rematch him is
rescued
cool.
him after he got up-tilted in the Forbidden Layer. It sounds like they scolded him, but he went away to find his pay dirt pile driver and start making money again. I feel like it would have gone a long way to put in some sort of slideshow or cutscene, but we just have a lore dump from a random fractone. Seeing how Void recuperated would have been cool, but whatever. Not in the budget or purview of the DLC, it seems. It is only $20 after all. Anyway, now that I had thousands of chips, it was time to fill in the rest of this island with trophies. With this and getting 1,000 bananas, I swear no one playtested this. Please, for the love of everything that is good, make options and games to trade in bulk. Even Odyssey at least did groups of 10. Anyway, there's a trophy for just about every creature and critter in the game. They're all posed together in groups and scattered around the island. In the end, DK Isle seems a lot more like a museum than a level. It's a neat museum, but there's some missed potential here. Last on my list of collectibles was the Fractone Banana. Lucky for me, Parrot Mode did a video helping me through the very obtuse puzzle. The reward for that is a costume randomizer, which is cool, but not for me. I got the costumes, but almost always stick to the vanilla box art look. I talked to Cranky one more time, and he said that he's given me all the advice that he can give, and he gives a hearty, well done to DK. No more scolding. Just kidding. His next sentence is asking to be left alone, and how he didn't ask to be in the DLC. Classic Cranky. So there I was, looking at this beautiful island with a sense of bittersweet dread. I've enjoyed this game and DLC so deeply, but it's time to move on. That's where this video was supposed to be wrapping up, but the truth is, I just couldn't stop playing. While I had completed most of the content on offer, there was one more thing to do. Get the Emerald Medal on every layer. This doesn't do anything for your save file, but it's a nice little checkbox indicating you've sufficiently conquered the challenge. I would prefer that the medal would be based on completing the hardest difficulty rather than completing every difficulty, but I digress. While this is certainly repetitive in some sense, it acted as a permission structure for me to keep playing. While I had previously only seen level 7 as a challenge, playing the lower difficulties gave me a chance to R&D the maps, looking for the best spots to farm enemy encounters or scoop up a handful of fossils. The forest layer had initially whooped me at the highest difficulty. Moving between layers was tough, the thorns would sap my health, and it didn't seem like I had enough barrels to win. I probably would have rammed my head against it enough times to win eventually, but going for the emerald medal had me gradually lift the difficulty. By the time I had revisited the max challenge, I found that I could make crazy jumps in and out of the eggshell hotel. I could reliably nab the rarest fossil, and I understood how to budget my barrels to balance my time between farming enemies.
The player
and going
understood
for the next goal.
finally.
I went from
The player
overcoming
was
a
taught.
challenge to chasing a high score.
Player
All of a sudden, the
learns.
RPG mechanics of the clothes you wear become a lot more impactful. The skill tree becomes actually consequential with how important and rare chips are, and this game just transforms into something else entirely. I'm not playing to see a cutscene. I'm not playing to get some kind of reward. I just want to see that number go up. I watched Donkey's video on the mode, and I was wondering, like, how did Dunk get 4 million on the Lagoon layer? Then I refined my plan a little bit and got my own 4 million plus score there. I've even seen someone achieve a score of 10 million there. Lagoon has a bunch of places to farm the most point-rich enemies, but I would need a different plan going forward. Each level has their own distinct personality and mode of engagement. In the resort layer, I'm moving through rainbow highways I made for myself, while in the Tempest layer, I'm making dangerous jumps to get from one goal to the next. Landfill has me spelunking, looking for peekaboid nests. In the process, I'm learning new tricks to keep bumping up my score. Let me give you an example. So my strategy is usually based on enemy ore multipliers. We go with the Lonely Heart, Bonanza, and Surf and Beat to maximize multipliers for the base and get other helpful skills when they're available. A bunch of goals will have you fighting buzzoids that are in the air, so I learned to fat into them rather than throwing rocks at them. It's sick, it's fun to pull off, and the bonuses are crazy. During my initial 1000 banana playthrough, I never thought about this mode of engagement, but this mode has refined it into muscle memory. We know the Feast Layer. It's a bunch of challenges for the Bonanza forms, and at the top of the Zebra Tower, they want me to hit some buzzoids. There's just one problem. I'm zebraless. Do I get a fossil to change the goal? I mean, that's an option for normal people.
No,
but
go
I'm a
for it
sicko,
without
so
zebra,
I
buddy.
Go to the top of the Ferris wheel and just go for it.
Wait, actually, no. I kind of want to see how he did this, because you do need the zebra form for that challenge. Oh, okay.
The way this mode has me engaging with the maps and enemies is
That's kinda
incredible.
cool.
I could have played the main story 15 more times and it wouldn't have pushed me as hard as Emerald Rush has. This all culminates in perhaps my favorite Emerald Rush stage, the Radiance Layer. It's a little weird to navigate at first, but you learn how to get around the limitations. I found I could deal with the Illuminoids really fast by grabbing glowstone and turf surfing with it. I locked in for the top difficulty and came out not with 1 million, not with 4 million, but over 9 million, close to the 10 million cap. There's no bonus or collectible for hitting that coveted V rank. It's all for the love of the game. This is the most video gamey, modern video game that I've played in a long time. I was watching the most recent PlayStation presentation and we finally got to see some more of that Insomniac Wolverine game.
Oh, he's gonna shit on Sony?
Wolverine. I like Insomniac. This will probably be a great game, but the whole unveiling made it seem like they were making a movie instead of a game. We hear about Logan's character. We hear about the acting. We hear about the most impressive Spice Rack graphics to date.
Where's
But I'm wondering
Ratchet
the
and
whole
Clank,
time if we're gonna get a
Insomniac?
look at how the game plays, and no, we're not. Gameplay trailer is a bit of a misnomer here, huh, guys? I like my cinematic games as much as the next guy, but as that becomes the norm in the industry,
next guy
it gets
isn't me.
all the more refreshing to see a game so unabashedly, singularly concerned with gameplay, especially a game from the AAA space. The score chasing has become as antiquated as the cabinets they used to reside in, which is extra apparent when you hit the 10,000 plus multiplier on enemies. That's what makes this mode so interesting. The game wasn't necessarily designed for any of this, but the way they make it work all together is genius. It's getting me excited to do subsequent runs of the main story mode because I know how to sequence break every map now. I can't wait to see what they do with the planned event content for the mode. Going back to that original question on everyone's mind after the direct, I have to amend my answer. Like, I haven't moved an inch on my criticisms of the price or holding this nostalgic payoff at ransom, but at the same time, I think I got my $20 worth.
Under 45 hours or more. I probably have more hours than that just on the base game.
That's the tricky thing about making some sort of value judgment on whether or not something is worth your money. It just kind of depends on your taste. If you're exclusively interested in putzing around DK Isle, it's definitely a ripoff, but the Emerald Rush mode is a ton of fun, and after over 40 hours of playtime, I'm still struggling to be responsible and write the script instead of going back to another run. But this is coming from me, someone who can't gush enough about the movement and combat at Bonanza, and someone who really enjoyed their time with Shovel Knight Dig and Crypta the Necrodancer. I never thought in a million years we would get a Donkey Kong roguelite, but here we are. It's an incredible combo for me, but you might not enjoy that as much based on your taste. There's also so much more that they could have done to make the price feel good, like a few classic-inspired DK costumes and the aforementioned Banandium gems and fossils to collect. In some sort of objective sense, $20 is a wild price I can't justify. Personally speaking, however, I'm having a blast, even if this is just a fancy reuse of assets. That's the ultimate frustration in this whole discussion, though. They could have dodged all the groaning about price by giving DK Isle away for free. I honestly feel like the Emerald Rush mode can stand on its own, and they could have spiced that up with a couple more cutscenes detailing how Void got back to the surface. We didn't get that, though. We got a bunch of corners cut with a premium price tag, which is becoming an unfortunate trend with Nintendo in general, and Donkey Kong in particular. Still waiting on that co-op performance patch for returns. Regardless of the profit margin, retention strategies of the suits, the artists cooked up something truly incredible here. You want to know what else is truly incredible? The DK rap. Check out the whole story in this video we made about how it came to be, as well as the lasting impact it had on the culture.
We already watched that one. He brought up the Donkey video, which I actually have here as well. Man, I got some good fucking segues today with these videos. This might be the last one. We're coming up on time.
That's when I thought I was out. They pulled me back.
In with the Donkey Kong DLC. To a Kong like this, a tree is like a little flea. How you gonna hit me with a mode like this where you can scour the map like a reverse carpet dress? I smell like Don Cheadle that was taking a bath. You look like Hingle Winkle when he was having a laugh. Emerald Rush will never be surpassed. If you can clear this mode, then you deserve a full glass of orange juice like the deceased Kong will drink. To master this mode, you're gonna have to sit and think. Think about the time you spent playing this game. Think about my shoes, they're the ones from Max Payne. Basically, you gotta get the gold within the time limit. Prime limits all pushable. That's why I always call this team the Untouchables. Cause every game that they touch, they be turned to gold. How come all the gold is green? It's a different mode. It's a race around the world to a Rambi. High five, know you can, you like Bambi. From Strike Force Ball.
Don't worry, he'll talk about the game eventually.
Get the gold, get the juice, get the money. High five, Quickie Kong, cause it's funny. Having that be one of the objectives is an objectively good gameplay design choice by the developers. And with that rap, I am now retiring from being the most famous rapper in the world. I will never rap again because I only want to play Emerald mode in Donkey Kong now. This mode is like a man moment. You know what I'm saying? Like when I started playing this, I was like, man. Man, this is awesome. Remember Pikmin 4 where after you beat the game you get the Alamar mode which kind of recreates Pikmin 1? This is like the supersized version of that where it kind of recontextualizes the entire game leading up to this as a tutorial for this mode. First game that they did was called Jungle Beat. Trick with that one is to keep the donkey off his feet, to engage with the combo scoring system. But in this one, they're giving you the breadcrumbs. 3D World did have a scoring system, but no S rank, so how are people gonna know how good I am? Sonic Team never abandoned scoring. Most of their, maybe all their games have a scoring and rank system. It's something that I never cared about as a kid, but now that I'm old donkey, that's my favorite thing. I don't know why.
That is
the highest and biggest number scores and
as
get
well.
every S rank that I can.
Score by itself is blah, but ranks with scoring is key.
High score format so powerfully with so much intent. It's like, man, they spent some serious time on this. It's like this is the game they wanted to make, but then Nintendo was like, okay, but we can't sell this to people. We gotta make the sellable version of the game. That's Donkey Kong Bonanza. This is the unsellable version of the game for sickos only. In the base game, you get balloons, right, which encourage you to go for crazier jumps than you normally would. There's no reason to do this other than it's fun. In Emerald mode, you are encouraged to play in the craziest manner. If you do something ridiculous, you will be celebrated as the Donkey King. It demands and rewards complete and total mastery of the game. You have to learn where every banana and fossil are, what's the fastest way to get them, what's the best route to take, and it's always morphing based on what perks and builds the game throws at you. Now, I will point out that it seems like I'm the only one who loves this DLC. It has like a 6 out of 10 critic rating.
No, the Donkey Kong guy likes it.
But I guess it's more about what role do you think DLC should fill. Shadow of the Erd Tree is the highest rated DLC ever. But if you asked anyone who beat Elden Ring, what does this game need? 0 out of 1 million people would say, oh, it needs to be bigger and more dragons. I swear you fought that dragon in Elden Ring 300 times, and then in Shadow of the Erd Tree, they're like...
Elden Ring sisters? Elden Ring sisters? Elden Dingers, please respond? Elden Dingers, please respond?
0 out of 1 million people would say, oh, it needs to be bigger and more dragons. I swear you fought that dragon in Elden Ring 300 times, and then in Shadow of the Erd Tree, they're like, buckle up, buddy, you're going to Dragon Island. You know what Elden Ring actually needed? A ranking system. Every time FromSoft does a new Dark Soul, people say it's too hard. Elden Ring, too hard. Erd Tree, too hard. Silksong, too hard. But with a ranking system, you could have the game be super duper easy, but then after a boss fight, little thing pops up like, boom, F rank. That way, people who suck at the game can pretend like they're good.
Thank you, Infamous KS, the very friendly 5-bit cheater. He says, Zelden dingers, rise up! Rise up!
Good, and people who are actually good can fight the boss 700
Let's
more
hit the
times for
standing
the
up goal.
To me, Emerald Rush is like the missing puzzle pieces from Garfield Kart 2. It's exactly what this game needed, and check this out. Ranking system. I got V rank, and then I looked up Donkey Kong Bonanza V rank on YouTube, and I could only find one other video of somebody getting the V rank. So I think that I like this mode, and I probably played it too much already, but now I got to get V rank on every level though.
And there you go. Basically the last video, but shorter and way more autistic. That's the thing, like for me, yeah, that does seem like something I would be down for. Like I'm down for scoring systems and ranks and all that bullshit, but 20 bucks, I don't know. Then again, GPM did give me the 50 bucks Nintendo Fun Bucks gift card, so it's not like it would come directly out of the dingus pocket. GPM would be directly funding me enabling the bad business practices of Nintendo. So, I don't know. I think I'll wait for a sale. I'll give it till Christmas and see if it goes on a Christmas sale, if they listen to the criticism and decide to put it on a sale around that time. Very, very doubtful. Very doubtful, but you know what they say. What do they say? If you do something immediately, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Percentage up to 78%. So got a lot more costumes to find. I gotta wrap up Ghost Island, do the spooky boss, and then get the costumes for the remixed levels. So I think this is good. Did you guys have fun? Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? Was it interesting? Was it meaningful? You got to hang out? You're already at work, you can listen to me in the background? Now I get to listen to somebody else in the background while I go to work? No! Well, I guess it was mostly Arlo. I had the Synthetic Man video ready, but I'm like, oh man, like to have that on the morning stream, like, you know, we need Maximum Sieve for the morning stream. No, for the Synthetic Man. We need Maximum Sieve for the Synthetic Man watch party. Thanks, Stingus, you're welcome. I don't know how often I'll do morning streams. I was like, well, I got some time today, since I have a late shift. I'm gonna try to do night stream. Resi 1 the night, we'll see how I'm feeling. You know, I will have already done one stream when I settle in, so I'll be like, oh my god, do I want to do a second stream? Or just felt the audience on fight. We're gonna be gameplay maxing, guys. Gameplay maxing. I do think morning streams probably work for stuff like this. Inconsequential game I already finished, grinding for 100%, while a meaningful video plays in the background. I always enjoy Dinger even with Arlo. Thank you so much, Infamous. Synthetic Man wouldn't have made it better. We have true crime. I could have put on some true crime. I'm getting into this new guy, Dr. Todd Grande. Most of his videos are the exact same video, I should say. They're just the same video. He's got like a template. He has template style videos, but people seem to enjoy him. I was recommended him once, and he has not left my recommendations since then. So I saved like 1 or 2 of his videos. Maybe I'll put one on. I see what you guys think. 17 hours though in Pac-Man. Bros, If you need a $30 platformer, you're tired of $70 games, $80 games, you don't want to pay $70 for Bonanza. You have Bonanza, you don't want to pay $20 for DLC. Pay $30. Get a beautiful remaster. Everybody loves it. Faithful recreations of old levels, remixed levels and remixed bosses, time trial mode, character customization with costumes, new shit, old shit, arcade games, jukebox, Sonic the Hedgehog, DLC, Pactistic lore, and the like. Hey, Malcolm X Square, Dingus in the daytime? Hell no, it was dawn of a new Dingus, and the stream's over. Because my shift is gonna start soon. I gotta get ready, you guys. I can't just do the stream longer and then end the stream with like 10 minutes to go into that's just not right. I gotta be responsible and I gotta end it while the getting's good. But I'll see if more streams like this can be in the cards. Big ups to employment, dude. Big ups to employment indeed. Big ups to everybody listening to me while at work. If I can make your morning shift go by quicker, I do appreciate that. We'll find someone to raid. I don't think Tevin is live right now. Ludwig is live, but I figure you guys are just gonna go see Ludwig anyway. Same with Mark 1. I figure there's a restream going on right now, right? What's he playing today? Shroom bought the DK DLC? Shroom, you make me angry, Shroom. You should have waited for a sale, Shroom. We're felting Shroom on fight. The Felt Shroom segment. Come on, of course Shroom did. No, we like Shroom. Like, Shroom, if you listen to this on the back end, I'm not bullying you. I'm probably gonna end up buying it too. I'm no better than you are. Wah! Thanks for getting me through my shift. You're welcome, Knock. Let me pull up Streamlabs here. We'll get ready to roost. Okay. Pablo, take it away.
It's nice to rest.
Thanks for stopping by. You know, I did enjoy that. I did. Hopefully, maybe like not every day. Definitely not every day. Like, what the fuck? You're asking to kill me. Every now and then, if I have some extra time and I don't have anything in particular to do before getting ready for work, or if I have shit to do but I get it out the way early and I'm like, okay, maybe I could squeeze in 3 to 4 hour long morning stream. Maybe that could be in the cards. I don't want to promise anything. I just wanted to try a different time slot. Maybe give back to the Europeans of the world, all the Eddie B's that watch the stream, all the GPMs of the world, and then GPM. It's like he wasn't even here. Maybe he was, but he only said a little bit. I already forgot. GPM, if you are here, we love you. Yeah, gotta get one of the old shrink filters in there. Please come back for more.
Please come back for more.
Okay. Thank you to... well, I guess I'll re-shout out everything from last night, since it's still within the 24 hours. Infamous KS, thank you for the re-up. Tier 1 for 4 months. Pop-Tart, re-up Tier 1 for 10 months. Anli, raid with a party of 38. Tevin, raid with a party of 159. Kinda Saved, Prime for 25 months. Fight with the follow. Then the stuff from... Mr. White, re-up Prime 3 months in a row. Infamous KS, 25 bits. Infamous KS, the 5 bits. Infamous KS, another 5 bits. Thank you, Perez, for the 40 stream streak. Fuck you, Arlo. I agree. Dude, those DK videos, night and day, from Arlo and the Donkey Kong Oddist, and even Donkey. Clown World, thank you for the follow. You do get a lot of clown content when watching me. And Deuce Mook with the follow. I hope I'm saying that right. Maybe he meant like Duck Mook. All right. I presume Ludwig and Mark 1 are restreaming. As for raids, outside of that... Oh, is Johan still alive? No, I don't get an opportunity to raid him too often. Let's go over there. But if you're looking for a restream, yeah, okay, Ludwig is watching. I figure most of you will just go there anyway. If only Tevin was live with the BRB. Right, we're raiding this guy. I discovered him pretty recently. He's a good egg. But you can go wherever you want. Thank you so much, guys, for making the morning stream massively successful. He's playing Vampire the Masquerade. I've never played this game before. Apparently this is supposed to be really good, and there's like a sequel coming out. I do not know how much longer he will be live. Behave yourself over there. It's a non-DSP zone. Although his gameplay has been compared to DSP in a lighthearted, meaningful way, like Synthetic Man. I don't think Johan likes Fudanari though, so it's not completely like Synthetic Man. I'll shut up. If you want to go over there, copy the raid message and have a good time, or go wherever you want. I'm not your babysitter. Well, I am. I'm like returning you to your parents. I'm returning you to Papa Brunel and Linda. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good day. I will try to be live later today for a conclusion of Resi 1. You can laugh at me, all tired and sleepy from working, and laugh at me desperately trying to find my way around the mansion. No, I'm almost at the laboratory part. It's a very short game, but I still split it into 2 streams because I'm dumb. Bye-bye! Take it easy.